Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
1. Chapter 1. Shinichi, Shinichi. You little brat. What are you daydreaming about? Where's today money? The sudden rough shout brought the pale and skinny boy back to reality. Tattered and ill-fitting clothes hung loosely on his body, and his black hair had an unhealthy yellow tinge. Numbly walking to the low table, he pulled 2 coins from his dirty pocket and placed them in the ceramic jar on the table. Only 20 yen? You useless thing. The rough voice sounded again, but the boy named Shinichi showed no reaction. After depositing the money, he silently walked to a corner of the dilapidated temple and crouched down. Following him, more than a dozen children of various sizes, dressed similarly to Shinichi, lined up to put all the money they had begged for that day into the jar. Watching the coins pile up in the jar, the bald man sitting behind the low table wore a satisfied expression. The bald man had a strong, muscular build. Though his hunting clothes weren't particularly luxurious, they were worlds apart from the tattered clothes of Shinichi and the other children. Clearly, the man was a beggar boss who controlled orphan beggars to earn money for him daily. Such people were not uncommon in all of Matsudera County. The bald man was called Obei Saburo. He controlled 12 children, the oldest being 15 and the youngest just 6. But regardless of their age, in Obei Saburo's eyes, they were all merely tools for making money. While Obei Saburo counted the money, Shinichi and the other children received their dinner, a small bowl of stale rice topped with 2 wilted, blackened green vegetables. Eating such meals every day, it was no wonder these children looked so haggard. Yet each child ate urgently, for not eating could truly mean starvation. As Shinichi gulped down his rice, his seemingly emotionless black eyes secretly glanced in a certain direction. After dinner, Obei Saburo pocketed the large handful of coins and went out to enjoy himself. As for Shinichi and the others, the group of still hungry orphans had no thought of playing around. They each found a spot in the ruined temple to lie down and sleep. As night gradually fell and the bright moonlight spilled down, a small figure quietly walked out of the dilapidated temple. Calm black eyes scanned the surroundings, and after confirming no one was around, Shinichi opened his mouth and softly called out, "Eni, Eni." Rustle. Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, a small shadow darted out. The next moment, a furball rolled into Shinichi's arms. With black and white intertwined fur, a bright red tongue, and a pair of sparkling eyes, the black Shiba Inu wagged its tail affectionately and barked at Shinichi. Woof woof. Stroking the little Shiba Inu Maruenai, a hint of tenderness appeared in Shinichi's previously emotionless black eyes. He fished out a rice ball he had saved from his pocket and fed it to Maruenai. Shinichi lifted his head, looked at the moon in the sky, and softly murmured, "It's been 3 years, huh?" 3 years ago, Shinichi wasn't called Shinichi, and he wasn't even in this country called Japan. Back then, he was just an ordinary student who never imagined that one day he would encounter a miraculous story that only happens in novels and anime. He had transmigrated. When Shinichi opened his eyes and saw his small, thin body and heard the language spoken by those around him that was completely different from his previous life, he realized he had transmigrated. Unlike the protagonists in novels and anime, Shinichi didn't have any special abilities, and as an ordinary college student from another world who couldn't speak the native language, he couldn't make any waves in this foreign country. As an orphan, Shinichi didn't even have a surname. He had no choices, and through a twist of fate, he ended up being recruited by Obei Saburo along with other orphans as a tool for making money. He spent 3 years in this daze. As Shinichi was playing with Maruenai, a figure quietly approached from behind. Whoosh! The previously quiet Shinichi suddenly sprang into action, turning around and tackling the figure to the ground. Immediately, a surprised cry rang out, "Wah! Big brother Shinichi! It's me!" 5 minutes later, the little boy with a runny nose was grinning with his missing front tooth, chasing after Maruenai playfully. Shinichi silently watched this harmonious scene before him. After some time, the tired boy came to Shinichi's side, hugging Maruenai. Sniffling, he said to Shinichi, "Big brother Shinichi, you're always like this. Your expression is too stiff. Look, even Maruenai doesn't dare to play with you when you have such a cold face. Can you smile a little more?" Perhaps moved by the boy's carefree smile, Shinichi nodded, which was rare for him. The little boy happily took out half a dorayaki from his pocket and put it in Shinichi's hand. "A kind grandma gave this to me this morning. Big brother Shinichi, I saved half of it especially for you. Cheer up, okay?" Looking at the half dorayaki in his hand, Shinichi felt a strange emotion stir in his heart. In the 3 years since he had come to this world and become an orphan, he had seen too much darkness and evil. In those 3 years, the land behind this dilapidated temple had become the burial ground for 4 children bodies, all of whom had tried to escape from this place. Obei Saburo cruelly controlled these pitiful children. To prevent his money-making tools from running away, he used various methods, including threats and bribes. He even trained informants among the children to monitor the others constantly. If anyone tried to run, Obei Saburo would make that child understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. In such an environment, these dozen or so children lived in darkness and fear every day, losing the innocence and happiness that should have belonged to their age group. Instead, they became numb and indifferent. The only exception was Toshihiro, who stood before Shinichi now. Although this child was only 5 years old, his cheerful personality was not affected at all by his surroundings. The smile on his face never dimmed, and his emerald green eyes always brimmed with energy. It was hard to imagine that such a lively and lovable child as Toshihiro could be an orphan beggar. In fact, the cheerful Toshihiro was more popular among the common people than Shinichi and the others. Every day, Toshihiro always collected the most in their begging, and naturally, Obei Saburo treated this money tree with a pleasant demeanor. Toshihiro said almost the same things to Shinichi every day. "Smile, big brother Shinichi, why don't you smile more?" Among the group of orphans, Toshihiro actually liked Shinichi the most. Although he was cheerful, children's intuition is very sensitive. Subconsciously, he could judge who truly cared for him. Compared to the other companions full of jealousy and greedy smile, Shinichi's cold expression masked care and attention, which was what Toshihiro liked the most. "Big brother Shinichi, today I heard a story from old man Tanaka who sells fish. He said that you shouldn't go out alone at night, or you'll encounter scary man-eating demons. The demons are afraid of sunlight, so they only come out at night. They have long, sharp claws and make roars more terrifying than wild beasts." Toshihiro spread his little hands, pretending to be scary as he tried to frighten Shinichi. "Demons? In this dilapidated temple, there are things more frightening than encountering ghosts," Shinichi murmured, looking back at the ruined temple. In his heart, this broken temple was far scarier than man-eating demons, but he had been planning for 2 years. Soon, very soon, he would escape from this hell. But old man Tanaka also said that besides man-eating demons, there are demon hunters who protect humans by defeating the demons and maintaining peace. Toshihiro waved his little arms. Stroking Toshihiro's hair, Shinichi said softly, "Toshihiro, how about brother Shinichi takes you to Kyoto in the future? There are lots and lots of delicious foods and fun things there, with street stalls selling candied hus everywhere." Toshihiro's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes, let's go to Kyoto. Brother Shinichi, you can't go back on your word, okay?" Shinichi didn't take the story of man-eating demons to heart. Who would believe such stories meant to deceive children? However, this story did sound strangely familiar. In his previous life, he seemed to have heard similar stories in some anime recommendations. What was it called again? Demon Slayer? But it didn't matter anymore. Chapter 2. Escaping from this dilapidated temple wasn't actually that complicated. Shinichi had been preparing for this for a full 2 years. In those 2 years, he had secretly saved up 60 yen. With this money, Shinichi was confident he could escape from Matsudera County within 2 hours. Getting rid of Obei Saburo was also simple. The man was a complete drunkard. As long as Shinichi pretended to have a bountiful harvest, one day, Obei Saburo, upon receiving a handful of coins, would definitely be so happy that he'd drink all night at the tavern. That's just the kind of person he was. One night was enough time for Shinichi to catch the last carriage leaving Matsudera County. In fact, Shinichi had been working towards this all along, until this day. It was a quiet evening. Obei Saburo, who hadn't had much income for several days, wore a gloomy face. Due to his bad mood, he had even viciously kicked a child leg until it broke yesterday, to the point where now none of the children in the dilapidated temple dared to breathe loudly. Shinichi had been waiting for such an opportunity for a long time. Tomorrow. Just tomorrow, as long as he brought out 10 yen tomorrow, it would definitely excite Obei Saburo. Having not drunk for several days, he surely wouldn't be able to resist. Tomorrow. It would be tomorrow that he could leave this hell. Oh right. He also had to take Toshihiro with him. This angel-like child shouldn't have his life ruined in this beggar's den. While Shinichi was calculating, a thin child suddenly rushed into the dilapidated temple, excitedly shouting to Obei Saburo. Sir, good news. There's a wealthy person wearing a western suit walking alone on the road, all alone. Hearing this, Obei Saburo's impending rage instantly dissipated, replaced by a delighted smile. What did he hear? Wearing a western suit. In the current state of affairs, in this period of Japan, western suits had become synonymous with wealth. Moreover, those wearing western suits were generally rich people who considered themselves cultured by foreign influences. They were more arrogant than traditional rich people, but also more generous. Obei Saburo seemed to see handfuls of coins and even banknotes waving at him. He was skilled at exploiting the arrogant yet generous psychology of those rich people, and he was confident in squeezing money out of those adults' hands using the orphans under his control. Toshihiro, come here. It's up to you in a bit. Obei Saburo shouted. Toshihiro, who was next to Shinichi, immediately jumped up. Coming. Big brother Shinichi. There's a rich person in a western suit. Maybe I can beg for some good food we've never eaten before. Wait for me, big brother Shinichi. I'll bring it back to share with you. Toshihiro's little face was beaming with a happy smile, but Shinichi's heart felt no joy at all. How could this happen? Such an incident occurring now. Damn it. The plan would have to be postponed again. Thinking of this, Shinichi quickly slipped out of the dilapidated temple quietly. At this time, the excited Obei Saburo didn't even notice Shinichi's small movements, as he hurriedly led what he considered his useful money tree to find that rich person in the western suit. After hiding the yen he had taken out back in its place and glancing at Maruenai's little nest along the way, Shinichi then set off on the path back to the dilapidated temple. Actually, he could have run away alone now. In fact, Shinichi had long been confident in escaping from here by himself, if he hadn't met Toshihiro. Walking step by step on the dirt path under the clear moonlight, Shinichi, still silently calculating, suddenly paused. The smell of blood, a faint scent of blood suddenly wafted into his nostrils. How could there be the smell of blood here? How could it be? Shinichi's footsteps gradually quickened, the smell of blood lingering in his nose grew stronger and more nauseating. Splash! In a daze, Shinichi stepped into a small pit filled with viscous liquid. He looked down, and under the moonlight, the dark red liquid emitted a strong stench. Plop! A shadow suddenly floated up from the small pit. It was a head. A child head, only half of it remaining, its unfocused eyes staring blankly at the sky. Thud! Shinichi fell on his backside, his heart pounding violently in his chest, his eyes wide with terror. He knew this child, one of the orphans in their group. How did he end up with only half a head? Was the blood in the pit his? Toshihiro. Suddenly, Shinichi stood up, as if remembering something, and ran frantically towards the dilapidated temple. Ha! Ha ha! Strange sounds emerged from Obei Saburo's throat. His eyes were now completely red, a long sharp barbed whip pierced through his stomach and protruded from his mouth, hot blood gushing out wildly. Following the bone whip, a slender figure stood silently in front of the ruined temple. An immaculate and elegant white suit, a black tie pure and beautiful, slightly curled black hair smooth and impeccable. Under the moonlight, that somewhat pale face bore stunningly beautiful features that could be called bewitching. Most captivating were those crimson eyes, exuding unparalleled nobility and cruelty. Foolish humans, even the lowest of humans, how dare you offend me? Filthy, vile, the blood flowing in your veins makes me feel the most primitive disgust. The man spoke softly, but his words sent chills down one's spine. Yet such lowly creatures as you can freely live under the sun, it's simply an insult, you lowly worms. As he spoke, the man suddenly became agitated, the barbed whip connected to his arm suddenly lashed out. Rip! Obei Saburo's robust body was instantly torn into a rain of blood, but strangely, not a single drop of the bloody rain fell on the man's body. At this moment, in front of the ruined temple, countless shattered flesh and blood were everywhere. Mutilated limbs, internal organs of various colors, completely crushed heads, had turned this dilapidated temple into a veritable hell. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat rang clearly in Shinichi's ears. He watched as the man in the suit tore Obei Saburo to pieces, and saw the hellish scene in front of the ruined temple. He seemed to be under a petrification spell, his entire body unable to move due to fear. From that man, he felt an unprecedented and terrifying pressure. There's more. The crimson eyes turned slightly. In the next second, before Shinichi could react, a tremendous force hit him. Almost instantly, Shinichi appeared in front of the man. Crack. Bones seemed to break. Shinichi's face contorted in agony as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The barbed whip wrapped around his waist had crushed it. How filthy, pitiful, and weak. Human, what kind of look is that in your eyes? What do I see? Besides fear, are you actually hating me? Haha, interesting. You're the first among these lowly insects who dares to show hatred towards me. How dare you? How dare you look at me Muzan Kibutsuji with such eyes? The man called Muzan spoke calmly and coldly. But at this moment, besides the intense pain in his waist, Shinichi's heart was filled only with grief and anger. By the door of the ruined temple, that half-remaining body, the cute little face no longer showed its usual cheerfulness and liveliness, only endless fear. Toshihiro, cough, ugh. Blood flooded Shinichi's throat, making him emit unintelligible sounds. He man called Muzan seemed to become interested, as if he wanted to hear what Shinichi was saying. The bone whip writhed, pulling Shinichi's body closer to Muzan. The final wail of a lowly insect. Interesting. Muzan's lips slowly curved into a smile, revealing sharp fangs. But in the next second, Shinichi, whom he regarded as an insect, suddenly lashed out. Rip. Muzan was stunned. The terrifying pupils in his crimson eyes instantly narrowed. Boom. Crack crack. A sudden invisible pressure crushed everything around him into powder. Blood. I'm bleeding. A tiny drop of blood slowly trickled down Muzan's face. Chapter 3. How many years has it been? 300? 400? Kibutsuji Muzan could no longer remember how many centuries it had been. For hundreds of years, aside from that man, not a single human had made him bleed, not even the strongest human swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps with the title of Hashira. But now, this lowliest of humans before him, a beggar, a despicable creature lower than an insect, had actually made him bleed? How was this possible? Boom, crack, thud. The ferocious spiked whip suddenly erupted, countless blades instantly springing out from it. Slash, slash, slash. Innumerable blades instantly pierced and tore through Shinichi's body. Damn you! Surrounded by an intense sense of shame, Muzan roared in fury, the spiked whip wrapped in countless blades dancing wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The entire dilapidated temple was almost instantly razed to the ground. Plop. A thin hand holding a rusty ordinary dagger fell to the ground just like that. Kibutsuji Muzan stared at the dagger that had cut his cheek, expressionless. Although the insignificant wound had healed in 0.0001 seconds, bleeding was still bleeding, even if it was just a negligible drop. Humans. He muttered, his disgust for humans deepening once again in his heart. In an instant, Kibutsuji Muzan's figure had already disappeared, as if he had never been here, leaving only a flattened ruined temple. Moonlight fell, and after an unknown amount of time, beneath the rubble of countless bricks and stones, a blurry mass of flesh suddenly began to move slowly. Blood vessels grew out at an extremely slow pace, stark white bone fragments, crimson muscles, bit by bit, slowly grew out. The stench of flesh and blood under the temple ruins attracted countless flies, the buzzing of their wings incessant. Buzz. A lucky fly landed on a small piece of flesh, its slender mouthparts greedily licking the bloody meat. Bang! Stones scattered, a clean white arm suddenly stretched out from the ruins, sharp blackened nails, twisted blood vessels bulging on the back of the hand, muscles swelling. The next second, boom, the temple ruins exploded, and amidst the billowing dust, a frenzied roar rang out in the night. Roar! Through the swirling dust, a pair of crimson eyes could be vaguely seen. As the dust gradually cleared, a figure was half kneeling on the ground, hunched over, clothes tattered and torn, barely more than strips of cloth remaining. Chest heaving violently, throat emitting beast-like growls, the originally black eyes had now turned completely crimson, bloodshot, with no trace of rationality in their gaze. Bulging veins protruded one after another on the skin exposed to the air, fingers unconsciously curled into claws with sharp black talons growing out, slightly opened mouth revealing gleaming sharp fangs. This appearance closely resembled the monster Hashira had once spoken of, a demon. This demon face was extraordinarily young. If Muzan were still here, he would be shocked to discover that the human who had made him bleed earlier hadn't died. But at this moment, Shinichi was completely unaware that he had become the legendary monster. Now, his mind was devoid of any thoughts, filled only with rampant, brutal killing intent, and from the depths of his soul, a craving for human flesh and blood. He was now a newborn evil demon. The newly born demon twitched its nose and turned its stiff head. It seemed to have caught the scent of blood in the air. Whoosh! In an instant, the demon body disappeared from its original spot like lightning. Flesh. Blood. Hungry. Blood. A stuttering, hoarse voice came from the evil spirit's mouth. Its seemingly slender arms frantically dug through the ruins. Whether it was hard bricks or thick wood, everything crumbled like tofu before those black claws. Finally, after a bout of digging, a bloody human limb appeared before the demon. The thick scent of blood made the demon throat convulse repeatedly, and the bloodshot in its eyes grew more intense. Without any hesitation, the demon picked up the limb, opened his big mouth, and was about to take a large bite. Woof! Woof! A sudden noise from behind attracted the demon attention. Its fierce eyes looked back, only to see a black Shiba Inu in the ruins, barking at the evil spirit in confusion. Its face was still that of the familiar owner, but the terrifying aura emanating from the owner made the little Shiba Inu tuck its tail in fear. It could only bark at its owner, hoping the owner would come over and pick it up as usual, but the thick smell of blood in the surroundings seemed to ensure that this was no longer possible. Sure enough, in the next second, the demon rushed in front of the little Shiba Inu and grabbed its neck in one swift motion. The sharp black claws easily pierced through the dog fur. The intense pain and the owner's terrifying appearance made the little Shiba Inu let out a pitiful whimper, its 4 short legs futilely twisting in mid-air. Just as the demon was about to squeeze the life out of this Shiba Inu that had disturbed its meal, a flash of clarity suddenly appeared in its bloodshot crimson eyes. No, can't, mustn't. An inexplicable feeling of resistance surfaced, making the demon extremely agitated. He was hungry. He wanted to eat human flesh. If he killed this damn beast, he could enjoy the delicious fresh meat. Roar! Kill! 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 Terrible roars came from the evil spirit's mouth, but those sharp black claws somehow couldn't exert any force. Thud! The little Shiba Inu body fell to the ground, and the demon also collapsed, convulsing. The sharp black claws actually started tearing into his own flesh. Soon his body was torn and bloody from the claws, but strangely, the ghastly wounds made by the black claws were also wriggling with flesh buds, slowly self-healing. Blood. Flesh. Want. No. Don't eat. Eat. Roar. Eat. No. 2 frenzied thoughts were fiercely battling in the demon brain. One was the violent, murderous urge from the depths of its soul and blood, and the other was the last shred of rationality. Woof woof. The black Shiba Inu, disregarding its own bloodied neck, ran straight to its owner's side when it saw him fall to the ground, struggling and convulsing frantically. Looking at the owner's face full of bulging purple veins, the little Shiba Inu anxiously licked its owner's face with its small tongue, as if hoping to alleviate its owner's pain. As the demon struggled violently, from within its already tattered clothes, half a dorayaki suddenly rolled out. The dorayaki, emitting a sweet aroma, happened to stop right next to the demon head. Abruptly, the demon body stiffened. Staring at that half of a dorayaki, the demon desperately widened his eyes, the corners even cracking and oozing thin streams of blood. The monstrous madness in his pupils was continuously dissipating, replaced by a painful clarity. Ah! What came from his mouth this time was no longer a beast-like roar, but a human scream. The demon had turned back into Shinichi. Stumbling, enduring the knife scraping, burning hunger in his stomach. Shinichi, now a demon, laboriously dug through the ruins. The mangled bodies beneath the rubble emitted an extreme temptation to him. If Shinichi hadn't been desperately suppressing it, his demonic instincts would have made him pounce and tear into them with large bites long ago. After digging for who knows how long, Shinichi finally saw the child he was looking for. But just one glance, and Shinichi closed his eyes, crimson blood tears sliding from the corners. Toshihiro. The black Shiba Inu, Maruenai, looking at the small broken body in the ruins, also let out a sorrowful whimper. Chapter 4. In the dark night, a hungry demon and an injured Shiba Inu walked aimlessly down the road, one in front of the other. Perhaps hearing Maruenai whimper from behind, Shinichi stopped his numb footsteps, turned back to pick up Maruenai, and stroked Maruenai's injured neck, apologizing softly. "I'm sorry, Maruenai, I'm sorry." Shinichi didn't know how he had turned into a demon. He had only first heard about these legendary monsters from Toshihiro mouth a few days ago. What did it feel like to become a demon? It was hard to describe. The first thing Shinichi felt was that gnawing hunger, and an extreme craving for human flesh and blood. Shinichi saw his current appearance in the reflection of a small stream. His originally black eyes had turned crimson red. His once sallow and thin face had, for some unknown reason, become full and exceptionally handsome and delicate, as if this was how Shinichi should have looked originally. Besides this, Shinichi also gained a pair of incredibly sharp black claws and long fangs in his mouth. Becoming a demon also gave Shinichi inexplicably great strength. He could easily tear apart a thick tree and he could run dozens of meters in a second. But similarly, Shinichi also felt weakness. The constantly spreading weakness was his body reminding him that he needed to eat human flesh. Only by eating human could he suppress the weakness and even become stronger. But Shinichi resisted the craving for flesh and blood. After burying all the corpses in the dilapidated temple, he chose to leave. Saburo was dead, shattered to pieces, but even if he were still alive, he couldn't have stopped Shinichi now. The ruined temple he had once desperately wanted to escape from had become ruins, but Shinichi's heart was filled with darkness. The promise to take that child to Kyoto could never be fulfilled now. That smiling child was forever resting in the small mound behind the ruined temple. Whenever he thought of this, surging hatred flooded Shinichi's brain. That man in the suit. It was him. That man who called himself Muzan. It was him. He was also a demon. Shinichi recalled when that man bone whip crushed his waist. While his brain was experiencing intense pain, it also entered a strange state. Everything before his eyes seemed to have been paused. Shinichi could even see the static dust particles in the air. He could feel and even see the internal organs and muscles inside the body of that man called Muzan. That man, no, that demon. He might have multiple hearts and brains. It was in this miraculous state that Shinichi used the dagger hidden in his sleeve to cut Muzan's face, making Muzan bleed. Shinichi's memory stopped here. Now, thinking of the terrifying aura surrounding Muzan, a trace of instinctive fear welled up from the depths of Shinichi's soul. No, damn it. Why should I be afraid? No matter who he is, I will definitely make him pay. Shinichi roared irritably. It was at this moment that in the pitch-black night sky, a glimmer of light began to appear on the horizon. The sun was rising. Sizzle. Like the sound of raw meat being scorched, Shinichi retracted his right hand from the sunlight as if electrocuted. Intense pain stimulated his nerves. After just 1 second in the sunlight, Shinichi's entire right hand was now charred. The incredibly sharp black claws had also become dry and brittle. Just like in the story, evil demons can't stand sunlight. No matter how strong the demon is, they're all the same, even that demon called Muzan. Shinichi, carrying Maruenai, hid in a mountain cave. The feeling of hunger in his stomach grew stronger and stronger. Lying in the cave, Shinichi's consciousness began to blur due to hunger. A voice in his mind kept tempting and urging him to kill people, to eat people. Whether in his past life or now, Shinichi's moral compass couldn't tolerate the idea of eating people. If he really ate someone, how would he be any different from the evil demons in the story? He didn't want to become a monster. Shinichi closed his eyes. In his daze, he seemed to see that evil demon called Muzan. He glared with crimson eyes, countless sharp bone whips rising behind him, surging towards Shinichi like a tidal wave. Shinichi felt like a cat trying to stop a car, helplessly watching as countless bone whips pierced through his body. Weak human, since you've had the fortune to become a demon, you should fulfill your role properly. We demons are superior beings, more perfect than humans. Go. Kill humans to your heart content, eat more and more humans. The more people you eat, the stronger you'll become. You might even become the strongest. A seductive voice echoed in Shinichi ears. But at this moment, Shinichi only felt irritated. He bared his sharp fangs, desperately resisting the invisible temptation and restraints. Get lost. I will never become a monster like you. And I absolutely won't eat people. Go to hell, bastard. As he resisted, a faint green light seemed to appear before Shinichi's eyes. With an angry roar, the illusion before his eyes shattered into pieces. Bang! For some reason, when Shinichi suddenly opened his eyes, he felt as if some restraint had been lifted from his body. He felt an inexplicable sense of relief, and even the intense hunger in his stomach lessened somewhat. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion in Shermaine Prefecture, a pair of crimson eyes with black vertical pupils suddenly lit up in a dark room, filled with murderous intent. What's going on? This feeling of losing control? Tamayo. Outside the room, the shattered bodies of the mansion owners were scattered everywhere, their blood staining the floor red. Night finally fell. Shinichi, almost driven mad by hunger, left the cave with Maru and I, trying to find some food to alleviate his hunger. But after wandering in the forest for a long time, whether it was fresh wild fruits, salmon from the stream, or even a rabbit that Shinichi caught and tore apart, as soon as he swallowed anything, the moment the food reached his stomach, Shinichi would vomit violently, completely emptying everything he had eaten. The little Shiba Inu, Maru and I, happily gnawed on a plump rabbit leg, the wound on its neck showing signs of improvement. Stroking Maru and I's little head, Shinichi felt somewhat dejected. Could it be that demons couldn't eat anything other than human flesh? Was he going to starve to death? Maybe, he should try. Surely there were bad people among humans too. Perhaps. When the thought of eating people suddenly emerged, Shinichi was startled. What was he thinking? No, absolutely not. He absolutely cannot eat people. Not even evil people. Once the Pandora box of cannibalism is opened, Shinichi couldn't be sure he wouldn't completely fall into becoming a bloodthirsty demon. But the feeling of hunger in his stomach was growing stronger. If he just endured it like this, how long could he last? On the small road at night, the extremely hungry Shinichi walked aimlessly in silence. After some time, a glimmer of light appeared on the distant road. As he got closer, Shinichi saw a wooden cabin by the roadside. Was someone living there? Thinking of humans, Shinichi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No, he can't go there. His current fierce and terrifying appearance would surely frighten the people there. Holding Maru and I, Shinichi prepared to take a detour, when suddenly, a faint scent of blood entered his nostrils. The extremely hungry Shinichi instantly recognized what this smell was. It was the scent of fresh human blood, and it was a very fresh bloody smell. And the source of the bloody smell was that wooden cabin. Chapter 5. The scent of human flesh grew increasingly intense. Wait, there was another smell mixed in. Shinichi halted in his tracks, his expression turning grave. Inside the wooden cabin, it wasn't just the smell of human blood, there was also a strange, sinister odor, one filled with brutality and cruelty. Or rather, the scent of a demon. Maru and I, stay here. Don't follow me, Shinichi said softly as he set Maru and I down, unsure if the creature could understand him. His right hand, burned by the sunlight earlier, had mostly healed. The newly grown black claws were as sharp as ever. Shinichi took a deep breath and continued toward the cabin. In the darkness, the light from the cabin stood out starkly. It was the home of an ordinary hunter family. The faint smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, but now the cabin was a scene of utter hell. Shattered limbs, blood and entrails splattered across the floor, the severed head of a middle-aged hunter with eyes wide open in death, a hunting rifle broken in two, and, in the center of the cabin, a figure crouched on all fours like a monster. A guttural sound, the kind only a beast makes while feeding, emanated from the figure. Beneath it lay the still warm corpse of a woman, half of her face mangled, frozen in a look of terror from her final moments. She was the hunter wife. Whoosh! Suddenly, the demon turned its head. It had a long, horse-like face, its dark eyes filled with bloodlust. Its mouth, stretched almost to its ears, was clamped around half an arm, blood dripping from the corners. When it saw Shinichi, the horse-faced demon paused, the arm falling from its mouth. But in the next moment, it arched its back, baring its sharp teeth, and growled menacingly. Where did this demon come from? Don't you know this is Lord Karasuma territory? Shinichi didn't respond. Instead, he stared blankly at the hellish scene inside the cabin. In the flickering light, the blood that covered the room sent a chill through his heart and a strange craving. Oh, so that's what's going on. A newborn demon, huh? Hee hee, the demon Karasuma chuckled, sensing the aura and emotional fluctuations emanating from Shinichi. Like a nimble lizard, it scurried over to Shinichi on all fours, its dark red eyes scrutinizing the young demon. How rare. It's been 20 years since a newborn demon appeared in Matsudera County. Could it be that Lord has come here? How exciting. It would be such an honor to be acknowledged by him. TSK Karasuma muttered as it circled Shinichi, clicking its tongue in admiration. Shinichi, meanwhile, was also sizing up his companion. There was no doubt, the demon before him, Karasuma, was a genuine and formidable monster. And, by instinct, Shinichi could tell that this demon had devoured at least 10 people. The more humans a demon consumed, the stronger it became. The oppressive aura radiating from Karasuma made Shinichi feel a constant pressure. Karasuma rambled on for a while, but Shinichi remained silent. This displeased Karasuma, and a flicker of annoyance crossed its eyes. However, noticing Shinichi's gaze repeatedly drifting toward the food in the cabin, Karasuma revealed a cruel smile. A long, black tongue suddenly darted out, licking the blood from the corners of its mouth. In an instant, Karasuma darted back into the wooden hut and began tearing at the mangled body. Soon, it returned to Shinichi with half a thigh in its mouth, casually spitting it out in front of him. Karasuma grinned widely, its cruel laughter echoing. Since you're a new demon, consider this a welcoming gift. Try it, the flesh of this woman is far more delicious than her husband. You'll definitely find it irresistible. Staring at the grotesque mass of flesh, Shinichi instinctively clenched his fists. His black claws pierced his palms without him realizing it, and his body trembled slightly with anger. The demon before him filled Shinichi with deep disgust. Perhaps it was because Shinichi still held onto his human perspective. From a demon standpoint, Karasuma actions could indeed be seen as generous, as demons are inherently territorial and cruel creatures. However, Karasuma's true intention was to taunt Shinichi. For a newly turned demon, the lingering memories of being human would make them resist consuming human flesh. Yet, no matter how strong those memories were, they could never fully suppress a demon nature. Karasuma was eager to see how this newborn demon would behave once completely dominated by its instincts. Karasuma noticed Shinichi clenched fists but paid no heed. Having devoured 23 humans, its strength far surpassed that of a newborn demon. Instead, it was more excited to witness Shinichi's reaction after tasting human flesh. Eat, my kin. Unlike other demons, I am generous with my food. In fact, you could even follow me, Lord Karasuma, and feast on more blood and flesh. Karasuma enticed Shinichi, its voice dripping with malice. Shinichi's crimson eyes trembled as he stared at the human flesh before him. His pupils narrowed into needle-like slits, and his sharp fangs unconsciously bared themselves. Yes, that's it. Tear into it, savor it. Karasuma exclaimed with excitement. But the next moment, it froze in shock as Shinichi walked straight past it. Move aside. Karasuma stared in disbelief at Shinichi, who had ignored its offer. Its dark red eyes reflected Shinichi's retreating figure, and an unnamed rage surged within it. Veins bulged on Karasuma's face, and its long black tongue slid out from the corner of its mouth. Bastard! A weakling who hasn't even tasted a single human dares to reject my generosity. How infuriating. Shinichi quickened his pace, eager to leave this place. Though he wanted to kill this repulsive demon, his current state of hunger and weakness made him no match for Karasuma, who had likely devoured dozens of humans. But as the saying goes, it's easy to come but hard to turn back. Thud. Shinichi's body stiffened as he looked down to see a black tendril piercing through his chest. In the next moment, he lost control of his body, being yanked backward by an immense force. The pull was so strong that Shinichi could hear the wind whistling past his ears. Without hesitation, he raised his black claws and slashed at the tendril that had impaled him. Clang! To Shinichi's astonishment, his claws, which could easily tear through rock, only managed to produce a shower of sparks against the black tendril. Bang! Before Shinichi could even figure out what was happening, he was hurled into the wooden cabin. The tremendous impact sent him crashing through one of the walls, and he tumbled awkwardly onto the open ground. Squelch. The once rigid black tendril that had been as hard as iron now hung limply from Karasuma's mouth, dripping with saliva, utterly disgusting. Hiss, you ungrateful wretch. Since you refuse to accept my kindness, then you'll have to face my wrath. Karasuma said cruelly. Shinichi staggered to his feet, shaking his dizzy head. A numbing sensation spread from his chest. The tongue was poisonous. The flesh around the wound on his chest wriggled as it slowly healed. This was the powerful regenerative ability of a demon. Bang! Not long after Shinichi stood up, the black tongue from Karasuma's mouth shot toward him again, almost as fast as lightning. Swish! Shinichi instinctively dodged, and the black tongue narrowly missed his neck. Bang! 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 Shinichi's body darted and weaved across the open ground, evading Karasuma's attacks. This wasn't due to his own strength but rather his innate talent. Demons were divided by their talents, and those with low talent, no matter how many humans they devoured, would never earn the favor of that person. Only the most talented demons could serve that person. The 12 demon moons. Karasuma's face had turned completely dark. It couldn't believe that a demon who hadn't even eaten a single human could hold out against it for so long. How could he be so fast? How could he dodge every single attack? Karasuma was utterly shocked, and an endless rage and jealousy surged within it. Talent. This newborn demon talent was undoubtedly strong, far stronger than its own. For over a decade, it had carefully hidden its tracks, fearing discovery by the Demon Slayer Corps. It had painstakingly devoured 23 humans, and now, it was being toyed with by a newborn demon. This was an absolute disgrace. At this thought, Karasuma grew even more furious. The speed of its long tongue increased, chasing after Shinichi like streaks of black lightning, carving deep trenches into the ground. Chapter 6. What? What is this? How did I do that? Shinichi was equally astonished by his own performance. Being able to dodge so nimbly while poisoned was simply unbelievable, and these evasive actions were almost all subconscious reactions. Every time Karasuma's black tongue attacked, Shinichi seemed to anticipate it in advance. If that's the case, then let's try to counterattack. Shinichi muttered softly. Swish! A cold glint flashed from the claws at his fingertips. Whoosh! Karasuma's black tongue brushed past Shinichi's ear again. Taking advantage of this brief pause, Shinichi arched his claws and slashed down fiercely. Clang! As expected, the clash between the claws and the black tongue produced a metallic sound. The battle between the two demons left countless cracks and shattered rocks on the ground, rumbling and raising clouds of dust. The sound of metal clashing and sparks flying was continuous. As time passed, Karasuma grew angrier and Shinichi also felt his body becoming increasingly sluggish. He was about to collapse. Since becoming a demon, he had been in a state of extreme hunger because he had never eaten meat, and the toll of the battle was too great. He was about to give up. Damn it! You arrogant bastard! Karasuma's limbs bulged with muscle and with a bang. His body shot toward Shinichi like a cannonball. Boom! Shinichi easily dodged, but the ground beneath his feet was also smashed into a large crater. Bastard! 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 Brat! You've really pissed me off. Karasuma suddenly retracted his black tongue, and his jaw rapidly swelled up like a balloon. Danger! Shinichi's brain issued a warning, but his body, weakened by hunger, couldn't keep up with his brain reaction. By the time Shinichi wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Blood Demon Art, Tongue Poison Dance. Karasuma suddenly opened his massive mouth and with a splatter, a large cloud of black mist surged out with several black tongues writhing like venomous snakes within the mist. SSSHH. 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 Shinichi's body was instantly pierced by several black tongues and the black mist invaded his body. Damn it! Intense pain immediately erupted from the wounds, and his skin turned a dark bluish-green from the poison. Ha ha ha, you arrogant brat, finally caught, huh? Why don't you run now? The black tongues coiled tightly around Shinichi's body. Due to his weakness, the speed of his wound recovery had significantly decreased, and dark red blood dripped continuously from his body. Karasuma bound Shinichi in front of himself and mocked him. Go to hell, monster! Shinichi spat directly in Karasuma's face. Monster? Heh, calling me a monster? Aren't you a monster too? Don't think that just because you haven't eaten humans yet, you can still consider yourself human. A demon is a demon. You can't resist your own nature. Humans are just our food. I really don't understand why that person would turn someone like you into a demon, someone who still feels pity for humans. Am I wrong? When you saw those human corpses, I saw the pity and anger in your eyes. Heh, I originally wanted to make you accept the fact that you're a demon, but now, I've changed my mind. A cruel smile spread across Karasuma's face. Perhaps Karasuma had initially intended to lure Shinichi back onto the demon path, but after the recent battle, he regretted it. Shinichi's talent was so overwhelming that it made Karasuma's heart tremble. Shinichi, who had never consumed a human, had forced Karasuma to use his blood demon art. If Shinichi were to consume enough humans, how strong would he become? He might even rise to become one of the 12 Kazuki serving that great being. Whether it was to prevent Shinichi's future retaliation or to eliminate a potential rival in advance, Karasuma had truly intended to kill Shinichi. Shinichi struggled with great effort, but Karasuma's black tongue, as unyielding as steel, bound him tightly. Combined with Karasuma's poison, even moving a finger was now extremely difficult for him. Perhaps due to the effects of Karasuma's poison, while Shinichi's body was paralyzed, his mind was unusually alert. Shinichi's brain was racing. What is the blood demon art? This guy clearly shouted it earlier. Judging by the name, is it a special skill only demons can use? But I don't seem to have such an ability. Why is that? Could it be that one must reach a certain level of strength to possess the blood demon art? But how does one grow stronger? For a demon, is the only way, to consume humans. Shinichi pondered, and soon he realized he had hit a dead end. If his assumption was correct, was his only hope now to consume human flesh and grow stronger? However, Karasuma clearly wouldn't give him another chance to consume humans. Shinichi could sense the killing intent in Karasuma, but why hadn't Karasuma acted yet? Soon, Karasuma himself answered Shinichi's question. It's quite difficult for one demon to kill another. Aside from the swords of the Demon Slayer Corps, there's only the sun. Heh, the sun. Karasuma cackled eerily, then crawled back to the wooden hut on all fours. Another black tongue extended from his mouth, coiling around the mangled corpse on the hut's floor. It seemed this wicked demon wasn't yet satisfied. There were still a few hours until dawn, and Karasuma planned to find a place to properly deal with his kin. Hiding in a dark cave, gnawing on human flesh while watching his kin wail and turn to ash under the sunlight, just the thought of it was thrilling. Woof! Woof! The sudden barking of a dog interrupted Karasuma's reverie. Coming back to his senses, Karasuma found a small Shiba Inu standing in front of him, baring its teeth and barking furiously. Where did this mangy mutt come from? Without a second thought, Karasuma raised a claw to crush the Shiba Inu, but to his surprise, the small dog suddenly leaped up and bit down hard on Karasuma's long black tongue. Ow! That hurts! Karasuma let out a howl of pain and the black tongue binding Shinichi immediately retracted, thrashing wildly to shake off the Shiba Inu clinging to it. The little Shiba Inu, Maruanai, tumbled across the ground several times before rolling to a stop beside Shinichi. It quickly regained its footing, standing on all fours, and continued to bark fiercely at Karasuma, its throat occasionally emitting low, rumbling growls. How is this possible? A dog actually hurt me? No. There's something wrong with this dog. Karasuma's face darkened as he glared at Maruanai. Soon, he noticed something unusual. The little Shiba Inu body wasn't normal. Beneath its glossy fur were well-defined muscles, and its claws and teeth gleamed with a sharp, cold light. Most importantly, its eyes glowed with a red light, emitting a familiar aura. What? How did this dog become a demon? Has that lord gone mad? Karasuma couldn't help but curse. But Maruanai, now transformed into a demon, didn't care what Karasuma was thinking. It only knew that the ugly monster in front of it had hurt its master. That's right, master. The little Shiba Inu turned around and barked anxiously next to Shinichi's ear. But Shinichi is unconscious, his body completely motionless. Damn it. Whatever you are, you're going down with this brat. Karasuma roared, opening his huge mouth as two black tongues shot out. Maruanai bared its teeth and, in an effort to protect its master, lunged at Karasuma. Although Maruanai was brave, it was no match for Karasuma. Even biting down with all its strength on Karasuma's tongue only caused him pain without inflicting any real damage. Soon, Maruanai was caught by Karasuma's black tongues, and its spine was brutally crushed. Hearing Maruanai's painful whimpers, Karasuma grinned widely. Beasts are just beasts. Looks like it had some connection with that brat. Perfect, they can keep each other company on the road to the underworld. Squelch. Before Karasuma could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden numbness in his tongue. Foul-smelling blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed part of his tongue. Splat. The severed half of the black tongue fell to the ground, writhing and twitching madly. That's my tongue. Karasuma brain momentarily short-circuit, but soon, excruciating pain confirmed that it was indeed his own tongue. Ah, my tongue. Opening his right hand, Shinichi flicked off the sticky, foul-smelling blood and looked expressionlessly at the howling Karasuma. Bastard. Bastard. Do you know how much effort I put into growing these tongues? It took me 10 years to grow 4 tongues. Damn it. Damn it. You're going to die. Karasuma was furious. Blood demon art, tongue poison dance, full power. Shinichi's current state was a bit strange. One of his eyes glowed with a bluish-green light. Facing the incoming tongue poison dance, Shinichi showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he arched his body, raised his arms, crossed them in front of him, slightly opened his mouth to reveal sharp fangs, and whispered, "Blood demon art, raging blood." 7, Chapter 7. Blood demon art, raging blood. Boom. Shinichi's body instantly erupted with intense heat, his exposed skin turning slightly red in an instant. The air around him wavered due to the temperature radiating from his body. Veins bulged across Shinichi's skin and it seemed as though what flowed within them was no longer blood but scorching magma. The poison from Karasuma in his blood dissipated instantly under this extreme heat. Boom. Shinichi raised his right foot and stomped on the ground, causing the earth to crack. Whoosh. Karasuma only saw a blur as a red figure vanished in the blink of an eye. His tongue poison attack missed entirely. So fast. How is this possible? How does this brat know a blood demon art? Bang! A crimson fist suddenly smashed into Karasuma's face, instantly shattering half of it like a watermelon. Fragments of bone and flesh scattered everywhere. Then, one punch after another, within a mere dozen meters, hundreds of crimson fist shadows pounded into Karasuma's body. Ah, no. Stop. Please. Don't hit me anymore. Karasuma was like a helpless sandbag, his entire demon body battered and broken. Boom. The final, devastating punch pierced through Karasuma's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Sizzle. The intense heat around Shinichi gradually faded and the greenish light in his eyes dimmed. Looking at Karasuma, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, Shinichi instinctively glanced at his own hands. That power just now and that figure in his mind, who was it? Blood demon art, raging blood. By compressing all the energy within the blood, it causes the blood to boil intensely, stimulating a temporary surge in speed and strength while also raising body temperature. So this is a blood demon art. It feels like opening the gate of death from some anime. But now that I'm a demon, I guess I can't die. Shinichi muttered self-deprecatingly. Lord Shinichi, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Please, be merciful and forgive my earlier rudeness. I swear to follow you to the death. With your talent, you're destined to become one of the great 12 Kazuki, no, even an upper moon. Karasuma, nearly beaten to a pulp, pleaded with a mix of fear and flattery. To survive, he cast aside all dignity. Since he couldn't win, he resorted to groveling. Karasuma, how many people have you eaten? Thud. Karasuma's heart skipped a beat. My lord. Speak. T 23 people. 23 people. That's 23 lives. Karasuma raised his head, forcing an ugly smile. Lord Shinichi, it's only natural for demons to eat humans. It's our nature, our instinct. Why resist it? Once you taste human flesh, you'll realize how wonderful it is. It's, ah. Karasuma suddenly screamed as a scorching hand clamped down on his head. Enough. You can die now. Hearing the intense killing intent in Shinichi's voice and sensing that Shinichi would never let him go, Karasuma suddenly became frenzied again, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, bastard. What do you think you're doing? You're a demon. Stop pretending to be righteous. No matter what you think, you're a demon. Sooner or later, you'll eat humans. It's in your nature. You might endure for a day or two, but you can't endure forever. Ha ha ha, want to kill me? Can you do it? Do you think you're one of those demon slayer swordsmen? In their eyes, you're also a demon, a human-eating demon. They'll want to kill you just the same, and what can you do about it? Ha ha ha, that's the look. You hate me, don't you? I've eaten 23 people and the most delicious were 2 little girls. TSK TSK TSK, their flesh was so tender, and their blood, so fragrant, like a fine wine. I started with their limbs, letting them watch as they were slowly eaten alive. It was truly marvelous. A vein bulged on Shinichi's forehead and with a crack, half of Karasuma's skull was crushed, yellow-white brain matter spilling over Shinichi's hand. Yet, the remaining half of Karasuma's mouth continued to babble incessantly. It's useless. Only the swords of the demon slayers or the sun can kill us demons. No matter how angry you are now, you can't kill me. Ha ha ha, how does that feel? Is that so? I don't think so. Blood demon art, life drain. Shinichi growled, and with a squelch, a green, branch-like tendril pierced through his palm, winding out and swiftly stabbing into Karasuma's half-crushed skull. Ha ha ha, what the hell is this? Ugh, no, what is this? Get it off. Get it off. Ah, no. Stop. Master. Spare me. No, don't. Urgh. After the green tendril pierced Karasuma's body, it began to tremble violently. Then, starting from its limbs, its flesh rapidly withered and dried up, like a decaying mummy. Meanwhile, Shinichi's complexion showed a hint of color. He could feel a pure energy transferring through the tendril in his palm into his body. Gurgle. The intense hunger he had felt gradually subsided. Shinichi closed his eyes, and a figure appeared before him once more. It was a silhouette, wearing a green haori with a long sword hanging at its waist. In this figure, Shinichi seemed to see 2 extreme scenes. One was a hell burning with endless flames, and the other was a forest teeming with life and vitality. Blood demon art, blood rage, blood demon art, life drain, these had appeared in Shinichi's mind after seeing this figure. Who was this person? Blood demon art, was he a demon? Plop. Karasuma's body gradually shriveled, eventually turning into a pile of dry dust that scattered in the wind. Shinichi opened his eyes. As he drained Karasuma's life force, he also saw the life Karasuma had led before becoming a demon. There was nothing remarkable about it. It was the story of an utterly cowardly scumbag who had deceived countless people with his harmful words and even helped human traffickers abduct over a dozen children for money. Such a scumbag deserved nothing but hell. Woof woof. Maruenai's cheerful bark snapped Shinichi back to reality. He gently patted Maruenai's head, still puzzled by the fact that Maruenai had turned into a demon. How had this happened? Suddenly, Shinichi recalled the incident in the cave where his hand had been burned by the sun. When he tore off the charred flesh, Maruenai had licked his hand. Could that be the reason? Regardless, at least Maruenai was healthy now. Shinichi had initially worried that Maruenai might crave human flesh after becoming a demon, but when they were burying the bodies of the hunter family in the cabin, Maruenai showed no interest in human flesh. Instead, he was more intrigued by the half-eaten dorayaki in Shinichi's arms. After burying the hunter couple and bowing before the makeshift grave, Shinichi whispered, "That demon has gone to hell. Please rest in peace." Inside the dilapidated cabin, Shinichi found some old clothes that he could wear. He finally changed out of his tattered garments. However, perhaps due to the influence of his past life, Shinichi had never been comfortable with heavy wooden clogs. Fortunately, there was a pair of high-quality deerskin boots in the cabin, which saved him from that particular annoyance. With Maruenai by his side, Shinichi left the place before dawn. In the dimly lit cave, Shinichi touched his stomach, deep in thought. Ever since he had absorbed the life force of the demon Karasuma, his hunger had disappeared for several days. It was only today that he felt a slight pang of hunger again. This made Shinichi realize something: he didn't have to worry about eating humans. Compared to the extreme aversion he felt toward consuming humans, absorbing the life force of man-eating demons seemed much more acceptable. Moreover, it seemed to enhance his strength. After draining Karasuma, Shinichi clearly felt an increase in his power and speed. He even vaguely sensed that he could sustain his blood demon art, raging blood, for a bit longer. In that case, Shinichi's eyes grew determined. He seemed to have found his goal: hunt demons, absorb their life force, grow stronger, and then find that man named Muzan to exact his revenge. By the way, before Karasuma died, Shinichi had also gathered quite a bit of information. Now, he had a better understanding of the world he was in. Chapter 8. For hundreds of years, it has been said that after sunset, a terrifying monster roams the earth. They are called demons. Demons feed on humans, are immortal, and can recover from any fatal injury. Even if chopped into pieces, they can continue to live. Only the sunlight of the day can completely kill a demon. Since demons exist in the world, it is only natural that a group of human swordsmen dedicated to slaying these evil creatures has emerged. Over the centuries, they have come together to form an organization known as the Demon Slayer Corps. Although not officially recognized by the government, they continue to carry out their mission of hunting demons to this day, protecting the peace of the world and striking fear into countless evil demons. The Demon Slayer Corps wields a powerful weapon, the Nichiren Blade. This weapon is forged from a miraculous material and seems to carry the energy of the sun. When a swordsman uses a Nichiren blade to behead a demon, the immortal creature will instantly turn to ash. From Karasuma, Shinichi learned a great deal and gained a general understanding of the world today. Moreover, Shinichi also discovered a crucial piece of information. It seems that the birth of all evil demons can be traced back to one person, or rather, to that person blood. It is that person blood that has given rise to the countless evil demons in existence today. As for who that person is, Karasuma dared not speak the name, no matter what. But Shinichi already had a rough guess. He thought of those dark red eyes from that night, the man named Muzan. Run! Run away! In the dark forest, a figure was frantically fleeing through the bushes, looking back in terror under the moonlight. The figure had sharp horns on its forehead and fangs in its mouth. Clearly, it was a demon. But what was behind the demon? What could possibly terrify an almost immortal demon to such an extent? What kind of monster is that? It's too terrifying. Even though we're both demons, that bastard can kill other demons. Run! I must get away from here before dawn. The horned demon muttered in fear. Boom! A sudden explosion startled the horned demon. A cloud of dust rose in front of it, and the shockwave knocked it to the ground. By the time the horned demon stood up again, a figure radiating intense heat had emerged from the dust. The figure's exposed skin glowed red, its black pupils narrowed into vertical slits, and its sharp fangs slightly protruded from its lips. The black claws on its fingertips gleamed coldly, and in its right hand, it held a mangled head. A small, unremarkable green branch pierced through the shattered skull of the demon. Blood Demon Art, Life Drain. Under the horrified gaze of the horned demon, the head in Shinichi's hand rapidly withered until it was crushed into dust. Please, sir. I promise I won't eat humans anymore. Spare me. The horned demon trembled and begged desperately. Before the horned demon could react, a black lightning bolt struck it from behind. Erg! Sizzle! Sizzle! The horned demon let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony. A small figure clung tightly to the back of the demon. The transformed Shiba Inu, Maruanai, opened its mouth and fiercely tore into the demon back with sharp teeth. Crack! As Shinichi stomped down, the withered body of the demon disintegrated into ashes. The reddened skin on Shinichi's body gradually returned to normal, and the vine in the palm of his right hand retracted. The fifth one. Shinichi silently counted in his heart. It had been over a month since he transformed into a demon, and during this time, he and Maruanai had hunted down 5 demons. Arf arf. Maruanai, with blood still clinging to its mouth, wagged its tongue and circled around Shinichi, clearly seeking praise and looking quite pleased. Perhaps because Maruanai had been transformed by Shinichi blood, a strange connection had formed between them since then. Shinichi could sense Maruanai thoughts and feelings. Of course, although Maruanai was quite intelligent, it was still just a Shiba Inu, so Shinichi could only pick up simple thoughts like happy, master, hungry, bored, itchy teeth, and so on. Even so, this connection allowed the demon and the dog to work together seamlessly, easily hunting down 5 demons. After starting a small campfire and roasting the rabbit that Maruanai had caught, Shinichi stared at the sizzling meat, his mind wandering. The roasted rabbit wasn't for him, of course. Since becoming a demon, Shinichi could no longer eat any food, not even water. Only Maruanai remained unaffected, wagging its tail as it circled the fragrant rabbit meat. Maruanai's situation was somewhat unique. Rather than becoming a demon dog, it was more accurate to say that Maruanai had gained demon-like abilities. Shinichi demon blood seemed to have merely attached itself to Maruanai, only activating during battles. As a result, Maruanai could still eat normally and walk in the sunlight, 2 things that Shinichi envied deeply. Thanks to his blood demon art, Life Drain, Shinichi could sustain himself by hunting other demons, eliminating the need for food. However, over the past month, Shinichi had become increasingly uncertain about his own identity. He often found himself wondering, was he still a demon, or was he still human? While Shinichi was lost in thought as usual, Maruenai had already finished the entire roasted rabbit and was now rolling around on Shinichi's lap, begging for attention. Take it one step at a time, Shinichi sighed inwardly, reaching out to rub Maruenai's round belly. The sun rose, its warm rays awakening the earth and the villagers of Shirai village. This was an ordinary small village at the foot of the mountain, where dozens of households relied on the nearby Shirai mountain for their livelihood. The mountain was named Shirai because it was once home to a famous white ancient well. Legend had it that the water from the well was sweet and refreshing, and tea brewed with it was said to be exquisite, even favored by daimyos during the Heian period. However, the white well had dried up centuries ago, and the tales of Shirai were now just stories told by the village elders. Hey, Yamada, are you heading into the mountains today? Sigh, I have no choice. My family's food supply is almost gone. If I don't go into the mountains, my wife and children will starve. But there are demons on the mountain. Hayakawa, Maeda, Matsui, none of them returned from the mountain. The only one who made it back, Hiraine, went mad, constantly shouting about seeing demons. What can I do? The police at the station don't dare go up the mountain. I have no choice. At the village entrance, two men dressed as woodcutters were talking with worried expressions. As woodcutters who relied on chopping wood for a living, not being able to go up the mountain was equivalent to cutting off their livelihood. Although there had always been legends of demons on Mount Shirai, recently, over a short period, more than 10 villagers had gone up the mountain and never returned. The elder in the village all said it was the work of the demons. It was at this moment that the two worried woodcutters noticed a group of young men from the village gathering together, marching toward them with great momentum. Most of these young men were carrying various weapons, hatchets, bows and arrows, throwing darts, and even long naginitas. One of the woodcutters, sensing trouble, quickly stepped forward to stop them and shouted at the leader. Jiro, what are you all planning to do? The young Jiro replied confidently, Mr. Yamada, we've heard the stories about the mountain demons for a long time. But those are just tales old man Heiji and others tell to scare children. We think the attacks on the mountain are just wild animals. We're prepared, and today we'll definitely solve this problem for the village. Don't worry, Mr. Yamada, soon everyone will be able to go up the mountain freely again. The woodcutter Yamada looked at the naive Jiro, both angry and anxious, and scolded. Nonsense. Whether there are really demons or not, even if it's just wild animals, do you think a bunch of inexperienced kids like you can handle it? Go back. Don't meddle in this. This is a matter for us adults. Amid the commotion, no one noticed the small Shiba Inu wagging its tail on the path near the village entrance, its fluffy ears perked up as if listening to something. In a dark cave, Shinichi opened his eyes, processing the information he had heard through Maruenai's body. Mount Shirai, mountain demons? Shinichi pondered, weighing the truth of this information. Over the past month, Shinichi had hunted 5 demons and the intelligence had mostly come from overheard conversations like today. But Japan has always been rich in ghost stories, so most of the demon-related rumors Shinichi heard were inaccurate. Could this one also be false? On Mount Shirai, were the perpetrators wild animals or demons? Chapter 9. On a clear noon. Northwest. Northwest. Eliminate the demons entrenched on Shirai Mountain. Quickly. Quickly. A hoarse voice shattered the tranquility of the midday, and a large black crow flapping its wings actually spoke human words. This was a Kashagi crow, a special crow trained by the Demon Slayer Corps. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps had their own Kashagi crow companion, which served as an important messenger for the members to communicate with each other and for the headquarters to issue demon-slaying missions. Beneath this loudly cawing Kashagi crow, several figures were swiftly making their way. They wore wide haori, under which were black, student-like uniforms. Each of them had a sheathed long sword hanging from their belts, varying in length, shape, and color. They were the legendary Demon Slayer Corps members, whose mission was to hunt down demons, and the long swords at their waists were the famed demon-slaying weapons, Nichiren blades. Hearing the Kashagi crow urging, the group, led by a Tsuchinoto-ranked swordsman, picked up their pace. The wind on the road blew open the wide haori of these Demon Slayer Corps members, revealing the large Destroy character printed on the back of their uniforms. Kawachi-senpai. Everyone is exhausted. Could we take a short break? If we keep going like this, everyone will collapse, a young member pleaded with the Tsuchinoto-ranked swordsman leading them. The Demon Slayer Corps had a strict hierarchy, with members ranked from highest to lowest as Kino, Kainato, Hano, Hinoto, Tsuchino, Tsuchinoto, Kano, Kanoto, Mizuno, and Mizunoto. The higher the rank, the stronger the member. Above the Kino-ranked swordsmen were the most crucial fighters of the Demon Slayer Corps, known as the Hashira. Becoming a Hashira was extremely difficult. There were 2 conditions to become a Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. After becoming a Kino-ranked swordsman, one needed to slay over 50 demons, or kill one of the 12 Kazuki to become a Hashira. Tsuchinoto-ranked member Kawachi looked back at his companions. Indeed, several Kanoto and Mizunoto-ranked swordsmen were already gasping for breath. Reluctantly, Kawachi decided to let everyone rest for a while. To prevent his Kasugai crow from disturbing the others, Kawachi took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and began feeding the crow. Several young Demon Slayer Corps members, with their youthful faces, took advantage of the rare break to joke around. "I'm so tired, I feel like my legs are about to give out. Yeah, Shirai Mountain is so far away. I wonder how many demons are there and if there are enough for us to kill." "Stop bragging, Shinta. Everyone knows that during your first mission, you were so scared by a demon that you wet your pants and cried for your mom, ha ha ha. Damn it, you idiot, why did you have to bring that up?" Kawachi shook his head unconsciously as he watched his companions fool around. His personality naturally kept him from joining in. As a child, Kawachi had encountered a demon and narrowly survived, but he lost all his family and his tongue. From that day on, Kawachi could no longer speak. Filled with a deep hatred for demons, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps and after 3 years of hard work, had become a powerful Tsuchinoto-ranked swordsman. Because he couldn't speak, Kawachi's personality had always been quite cold. However, despite his inability to speak, his observational skills were sharp. At this moment, his gaze was entirely focused on another person who, like him, was alone. Under the faded bluish-green haori, the frail body looked as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. The wrinkled face and graying hair were strikingly noticeable. The uniform that wrapped around the body was clearly different in style from those of the other team members, appearing more ancient and old-fashioned. The only relatively new item on this old man might be the Nichiren blade with its dark green hilt at his waist. Kawachi couldn't understand why an old demon slayer who had retired decades ago would strongly insist on joining their demon-slaying mission. The old man looked like he didn't even have the strength to draw his sword. For someone like Elder Moriki, at his age, shouldn't he be working as a farmer instead? After all, demon slayer swordsmen who lived to such an age were extremely rare. But now, Kawachi's gaze toward Elder Moriki had changed. During the intense forced march along the way, even he, at Tsuchinoto, felt slightly tired, yet Elder Moriki breathing hadn't even become irregular. At this moment, Elder Moriki was holding his Nichiren blade, resting with his eyes closed. My intuition isn't wrong. I can feel it, the person truly suited for the breath of the forest has appeared. Ancestors of the past, please bless me, bless the breath of the forest. We must not let the legacy of the breath of the forest be severed. Elder Moriki muttered to his Nichiren blade. As time passed, the sun gradually began to set. The sunlight, which could annihilate any demon, slowly dimmed and day was gradually replaced by night. After the sun had completely set, Kawachi and the other team members arrived at Shirai village at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, Shirai village had already fallen into chaos. Many elderly villagers ran out of their homes, calling for their family members in various parts of the village. Kawachi couldn't speak, so he gestured for a Kano-level team member to ask what was going on. Upon inquiry, they learned that the young people in the village had spontaneously organized themselves. A large group of them, armed with all sorts of weapons, had charged up Mount Shirai. The villagers left behind in the village were anxiously stomping their feet, and many of the very elderly villagers were crying, "Mountain demon! These children are so foolish. There really is a demon on the mountain. This is a disaster. This is bad. I just asked others in the village. At least 20 people have entered Mount Shirai. If something happens to them, the demon on Mount Shirai will be even harder to deal with." Kawachi partner, Tsuchinoto-level team member Hatamoto, said in a low voice. Kawachi also realized the severity of the situation and immediately made appropriate arrangements. Including Elder Moriki, there were 8 team members in total, divided into 4 groups. They would enter Mount Shirai from 4 different directions and begin their search. If they discovered any traces of a demon, they were not to engage in prolonged combat but to quickly relay the message to notify the other team members. Kawachi gestured, "Everyone, be careful. Wishing you victory." Immediately after, several Demon Slayer Corps members dispersed at the entrance of Shirai village, swiftly heading toward the ominous mountain behind the village. In the depths of the night, Shirai Mountain, veiled in moonlight, did not become more beautiful. Instead, it was eerily quiet and unsettling, as if the vitality that belonged to the vast forest had been completely stripped away. The entire mountain was shrouded in a faint aura of death. Elder Moriki bent down and grabbed a handful of soil from the ground, his graying eyebrows furrowing. Behind him, a Kenoto was also tense, his Nichiren blade already gripped in his hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, fearing that a demon might suddenly leap out and ambush them. "Hey, old man, don't wander off too far. Be careful of a demon ambush," a young Demon Slayer Corps member called out, noticing that Elder Moriki had somehow wandered quite a distance away. In the young man's eyes, while Elder Moriki's determination to hunt demons was admirable, he was, after all, of advanced age and would likely be no match for a demon. He couldn't understand why Kawachi-senpai had agreed to let Elder Moriki join their team in the first place. Elder Moriki once again pressed his somewhat withered hand against a large tree, closing his eyes. A faint greenish light flickered briefly in the palm of his hand. After carefully sniffing the air, Shinichi stopped by a small stream, roughly gauging the direction. "Maru and I, it's up to you now." "Arf, arf." Maru and I barked happily twice, then leaped down from Shinichi's shoulder. In that instant, the demon blood within Maru and I rapidly activated, and in the next second, Maru and I shot into the dense forest by the stream like a black lightning bolt. Through his telepathic connection with Maru and I, Shinichi quickly received the information Maru and I had sensed. "I smell something bad." This was Maru and I's inner voice. It seemed there really was a demon on this mountain. Shinichi instinctively flexed his finger joints, the black claws at his fingertips gleaming coldly. But just as Shinichi was about to move, Maru and I sent another message. "There's the scent of others, humans, very strong sense." "Others? Are there humans on the mountain?" Shinichi was somewhat startled. Chapter 10. Demon, it's, there really is a demon. "Dead, everyone's dead, everyone, hicks. Under the withered tree roots, a young man knelt on the ground, trembling and sobbing with his head in his hands. His clothes were not only tattered but also stained with bloodstains. Beside his thigh lay a broken knife. "Kawachi-senpai, there's someone here." The sudden voice from above startled the kneeling young man, causing him to jump up in fright. He grabbed the broken knife and swung it wildly, screaming hysterically. Come on, I'll fight you to the death. Die. Clatter. The knife fell to the ground. It was just an ordinary person. Judging by his attire, he should be one of the young villagers who had ventured into Shirai Mountain today, as Kawachi easily subdued the young villager whose spirit was on the verge of collapse. Soon, Kawachi heard some very bad news from the barely calmed villager. Out of the 28 people who had entered Shirai Mountain, only one had escaped. The others had been killed by the mountain demon. The terrifying scene made the escaped young villager tremble uncontrollably just by recalling it. And that demon was at the Shirai ruins on Shirai Mountain. After obtaining the information he needed, Kawachi's expression turned grave. He signaled another team member to comfort the still emotionally unstable young villager while he summoned his Kashigai crow. The Kashigai crows of the Demon Slayer Corps members are specially trained, each one unique. Therefore, these crows are easily influenced by their partners and exhibit various personalities. For example, Kawachi Kashigai crow is very steady and can understand his sign language. After understanding Kawachi's intentions, the Kashigai crow spread its wide wings and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side of Shirai Mountain, Shinichi quietly moved through the forest. What struck him as eerie was the strange environment of Shirai Mountain. How to describe it? A normal forest should be full of vitality, with the sounds of small animals active even at night. But now, Shirai Mountain was deathly silent, although the trees grew very densely. A sudden strong smell of blood filled his nostrils and Shinichi quickly darted into a bush. Sure enough, inside the bush, he saw a gruesome human corpse. Twisted like a pretzel, the body was contorted into an extremely bloody shape. The horrific sight made Shinichi, even as a demon, feel nauseous. Judging by the intensity of the blood smell in the air, this person must have been killed tonight. That meant the demon was nearby. Shinichi crouched halfway to the ground when suddenly, his brain issued an extreme danger warning. The hairs on his neck stood on end, and instinctively, he ducked forward. Swish! Crack! A flash of blade light passed and a tree as thick as a thigh was instantly cut in two. Without thinking, Shinichi quickly retreated to create distance, moving over 10 meters away in an instant. Taking advantage of this moment, he saw who had attacked him. To be precise, there were two individuals, not ordinary people. Shinichi could sense the powerful aura emanating from the two humans wielding swords. What made Shinichi's heart race even more was the strange fluctuation coming from the long, colored swords in their hands. The blue blades emitted a sharp sensation, akin to sunlight. Like sunlight? Wait, black clothing, Nichiren swords imbued with sun power, could these two be Demon Slayer Corps members? Seeing the familiar attire of the two sword-wielding humans before him, Shinichi instantly recalled the information he had obtained from Karasuma and deduced their identities, members of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is troublesome. How did I run into Demon Slayer Corps members? Shinichi took a slight step back. If they were indeed from the Demon Slayer Corps, things were about to get bad. After all, his current identity was that of a demon. Running into the Demon Slayer Corps was like a deer walking straight into a hunter's trap, a direct hit. While Shinichi was on guard, the two Demon Slayer Corps members in front of him were equally tense. Shinichi's appearance clearly indicated that he wasn't an easy demon to deal with. His earlier evasive speed had been so fast that the two couldn't react in time. Coupled with the gruesome human corpse on the ground, the two young Demon Slayer Corps members couldn't help but feel nervous. Ryokai, I'll take the left flank. You handle the right. Got it. Shingaku, be careful. This demon won't be easy to deal with. We'll have to go all out. The two Demon Slayer Corps members exchanged a glance, tightened their grips on their Nichiren swords, and then charged at Shinichi from both sides. Hey, what's going on? I don't want to get involved with you Demon Slayer Corps. Shinichi quickly dodged backward, but the two Demon Slayer Corps members pursued him relentlessly. It had to be said that the Demon Slayer Corps lived up to their reputation. The two members, unleashing their full power, quickly flanked Shinichi from both sides. Their coordination was impeccable, their Nichiren swords striking faster and faster, trapping Shinichi in the middle. Shinichi had no intention of engaging with the Demon Slayer Corps. In other words, his purpose for coming to Shirai Mountain was likely the same as theirs, to eliminate the demons on the mountain. But even if he told this to the Demon Slayer Corps members in front of him, they probably wouldn't believe it. A demon helping humans hunt their own kind. Have you lost your mind after drinking too much sake? Swish. Clang. While blocking one Nichiren sword with his claws, Shinichi felt a searing pain as the Demon Slayer Corps member Shingaku seized the opportunity to slash his right arm. The sharp Nichiren sword cut deep into Shinichi's flesh. Now's the chance. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. The Demon Slayer Corps member Ryokai shouted, holding his Nichiren sword horizontally. A faint blue light emanated from the blade, spreading like ripples on a calm water surface. The wave-like attack surged straight toward Shinichi's neck. Damn it, don't push it too far. Boom. A crimson wave of energy erupted out of nowhere, rapidly heating the previously cool air. A scorching hand forcefully blocked Ryokai's full-powered strike. Black claws pierced through the aqua-blue ripple attack and tore it apart with a forceful rip. Crack. Ryokai's expression turned to shock. The water surface slash had been torn apart. Bang. Before Ryokai could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree with a loud thud. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Ryokai, damn it, die, you demon. Seeing his companion severely injured, Shingaku was furious. He gripped his Nichiren blade with all his might and charged at Shinichi with a frenzied determination. But a black, lightning-fast figure pounced on Shingaku in an instant. Grr. Maruanai, baring his sharp teeth, let out a low growl at Shingaku. Perhaps influenced by Shinichi's subconscious reluctance to harm humans, Maruanai, who had knocked Shingaku down, did not take the opportunity to bite his neck. Damn it, what the hell is this? Get off me. Shingaku was not about to appreciate Maruanai's mercy. Instinctively, he flung the demonized Shiba Inu off his body and scrambled to his feet, gripping his Nichiren blade with one hand. Stop. I have no intention of being enemies with the Demon Slayer Corps. My purpose here is the same as yours, to hunt down demons. Shinichi growled. Shingaku tightly gripped his Nichiren blade with both hands, his face fierce. What kind of joke is that? You're a demon. A man-eating demon. Demons like you are absolutely unforgivable. All demons must die. For my lost family, die. Before the words even finished, the cold blade once again slashed toward Shinichi. Chapter 11. Shinichi, who had activated the blood demon art, Raging Blood, reached an extreme speed, making it impossible for Maruenai attacks to even graze his clothes. However, the constant evasion left Shinichi feeling deeply frustrated. The demon blood within him was boiling and an invisible rage was building up. The only reason he had endured until now was because he sensed the profound hatred for demons emanating from Shingaku. Perhaps it was their shared loathing for demons that made Shinichi reluctant to strike back at Shingaku. But everyone has their limits, especially demons. The Demon Slayer Corps member, Ryakai, who had been kicked away by Shinichi in a fit of anger, was still slumped by the tree, unable to get up. Finally, in an instant, clang! The black claws and the blue Nichiren blade clashed countless times, sparking numerous flashes of light. SSSS. The sharp Nichiren blade pierced through Shinichi's palm and scorching blood gushed out from the wound, sizzling as it dripped onto the blade. Seizing this opportunity, Shinichi firmly grasped Shingaku's Nichiren blade. Enduring the excruciating pain in his palm and the chilling aura emanating from the Nichiren blade, Shinichi's expression turned ferocious. He roared at Shingaku. Stop it. Seeing the sharp fangs in Shinichi's mouth, Shingaku's veins bulged on his forehead as he mustered all his strength. In your dreams. SSSS. As the stalemate between the human and the demon continued, Shinichi could feel his boiling blood gradually cooling and the power of the raging blood slowly fading. But he was completely unable to break free from the relentless stubborn Demon Slayer Corps member. What should he do? Wait. Where was Maruenai? Why hadn't he heard Maruenai's voice since earlier? Shingaku was also gritting his teeth, persisting. He could feel the demon strength waning and the scorching aura around him diminishing. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. Soon, he would. Swish. 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 At that moment, a sudden change occurred. From the lush forest, several black shadows shot out at an incredible speed, creating a whistling sound in the air. Simultaneously, Shinichi's mind received a frantic warning from Maruenai. Bastard. Let go. It's dangerous. Shinichi instinctively shouted at Shingaku, but Shingaku remained unmoved. Don't try to trick me. Die. SSSS. Before he could finish, Shingaku's body suddenly trembled. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out and the hand gripping the Nichiren blade slowly lost its strength. His vision began to blur and his Nichiren blade fell to the ground. Disappearing, fading, a faint green light flashed in Shinichi's eyes. He seemed to see the vibrant green life force rapidly draining from Shingaku's body. Looking down, he saw a blood-dripping rope protruding from Shingaku's chest. Yes, a rope. A rope had pierced through Shingaku's chest. From that rope, Shinichi sensed an exceptionally terrifying and dense demonic aura. Powerful. Extremely powerful. Far more powerful than any demon Shinichi had encountered before. Compared to the demon manipulating this rope, the strongest demon Shinichi had faced, Karasuma, was not even worth a finger of this demon. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Shinichi reacted, broke free from the stalemate and rushed behind Shingaku to cut the hemp rope, it was already too late. Shingaku's body was yanked away from Shinichi like a rag doll and the two exchanged one final glance. In Shingaku's eyes, as he teetered on the brink of death, there was still an endless hatred. He hated Shinichi to his last breath, or rather, he hated the demon. So fast. It wasn't just one hemp rope that appeared out of thin air, but 4 or 5 of them. Besides Shingaku, the injured Demon Slayer Corps member, Ryakai was also bound by the ropes. Meanwhile, Shinichi's companion, Maruenai, was lying on the ground, his body mangled and bloody, emitting faint groans. However, the demon blood within Maruenai was rapidly healing his wounds. Maruenai. Before Shinichi could react further, the ropes, as if alive, swiftly retracted like serpents into the air. Shinichi, standing there, seemed to be completely ignored. Stop. Shinichi roared in anger and alarm, stomping the ground as he prepared to give chase. But misfortune struck, his heart suddenly trembled and his muscles felt as if struck by lightning, going numb. A sudden wave of exhaustion swept over his entire body. Damn it, the time limit for the raging blood is up. No, I can't let that guy get away. Those two Demon Slayer Corps members are definitely in danger. Forcing himself to suppress the overwhelming fatigue, Shinichi took off in pursuit. But the next second, he paused, his gaze falling on the Nichiren blade lying on the ground. Kawachi, do you smell that? This scent, it's kind of like barley tea. Behind Kawachi, Hatamoto sniffed the air suspiciously. As they got closer to the Shirai ruins, the faint aroma of barley tea in the air grew stronger. Kawachi gripped the hilt of his Nichiren blade, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Aside from the tea-like scent in the air, the eerily silent environment alone was enough to make Kawachi's heart race. It was at this moment that footsteps echoed behind Kawachi. His hand on the hilt tightened immediately, but it turned out to be two Corps members who had rushed over from the south after receiving a message from the Kashagi Crow. Now, 4 Demon Slayer swordsmen had gathered here. Kawachi-senpai, we're not late, are we? Kawachi shook his head. Shortly after, another Demon Slayer Corps member arrived, looking anxious. Kawachi-senpai, Elder Moriki said he has something important to take care of and told me to come here first. He'll join us later. As expected, Elder Moriki was occupied with something. Kawachi had anticipated this, but he also trusted that Elder Moriki's skills were formidable, so he wasn't overly worried. What concerned Kawachi was that there was still no news from the other 2 members, Shingaku and Ryokai. Kawachi gestured to the 2 members who had come from the direction of Shingaku group, asking if they had any information about them. Shingaku and Ryokai. We didn't encounter them on the way. We came here as soon as we received the Kashagi Crow message, one of the Demon Slayer members replied, shaking his head. Kawachi's brow furrowed. Logically, Shingaku group should have been the closest to them and the Kashagi Crow would have notified them first. Yet, everyone else had arrived here, while Shingaku and Ryokai were still missing. Could something have happened to them? Suddenly, an overwhelmingly thick scent of blood assaulted Kawachi's nostrils. Everyone present caught the abrupt stench of blood, and their expressions drastically changed. Kawachi waved his hand, signaling the others to follow, then took the lead, sprinting in the direction from which the blood scent emanated. At the same time, the sound of flapping wings echoed from the sky. Southwest direction. Southwest direction. Shingaku has encountered a demon. Shingaku has encountered a demon. It was Shingaku Kashagi Crow. By the Shirai ruins, on a wide open ground, stood numerous slender hemp ropes, as straight as steel rods. From these dozens of ropes, dark red, viscous liquid dripped continuously. It was blood. Human blood. Looking up along the ropes, even the bravest of humans would feel their hearts chill. Dozens of humans were skewered on the ropes like candied haws, the ropes piercing through their bodies from bottom to top. Most of them had already lost their lives, with only a few occasionally twitching. The blood they shed soaked the ground below. Most of these people wore long or short robes made of coarse cloth, with scattered weapons like axes and hunting knives at their feet. They seemed to be the reckless young men from Shirai village who had ventured into Shirai mountain. Creak, creak. Suddenly, the seemingly decayed water-drawing tool well began to turn. As if in response, one of the standing hemp ropes violently twisted and rapidly extended. A young man who was still alive and skewered on the rope was twisted and torn apart like a doll. Crack, crack, ah! The young man let out a heart-wrenching scream. His body was brutally twisted and torn apart by the rope, like a piece of twisted hemp. Blood cascaded down the rope like a waterfall. A large amount of blood abruptly surged toward a wooden table that had suddenly appeared by the well. On the table, a dark red teapot emitted an eerie glow. A hemp rope extended into the pot and blood flowed down the rope into the teapot. In front of the table, a burly figure sat quietly. He wore a deep gray robe, with disheveled black hair and a thick black beard covering his chin. Black patterns roamed across his face, and his golden sclera was even more peculiar. His left eye seemed to have something inscribed on it. Upon closer inspection, it read lower 4. Humph. Disturbing me at such a time, ruining this pot of fine tea, truly, damnable. Crack. The teacup in his hand was instantly crushed into powder. 12. Chapter 12. Has Shingaku and the others really encountered danger? Kawachi's heart was filled with anxiety. He was deeply worried about the safety of his two companions, but the increasingly strong smell of blood also kept him from leaving. The direction from which the blood scent was coming must have a very powerful demon. The blood scent was so thick and fresh, that demon must be slaughtering humans. It must be stopped. Ahead, dense bushes blocked their path. Without hesitation, Kawachi drew his Nichiren blade, stepped firmly on the ground, and gripped the hilt horizontally, silently reciting in his heart. Wind breathing, third form, clear storm wind tree. A howling whirlwind, wrapped in the light of the blade, instantly shattered the obstructing bushes, revealing the scene behind them to everyone. What is that? Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, when the hellish scene appeared before their eyes, several Demon Slayer Corps members couldn't help but gasp in shock. They saw dozens of straight hemp ropes, each skewering a human like a blood gourd. The ground beneath their feet was completely soaked in crimson blood. By the Shirai well lay several corpses, twisted into the shape of a hemp rope, completely unrecognizable as human. But what caught the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps members the most was the burly figure sitting by the Shirai well, their back turned to them. That aura, it was definitely a demon. Swish, swish, swish. All the members drew their Nichiren blades in unison, their muscles tensed, and they pointed their blades in high alert toward the seated demon. The demon, as if cooperating, turned his head to look at these Demon Slayer swordsmen who had come for him. There are characters. This demon eyes have characters. Kawachi eyes widened instantly, his right hand gripping the blade so tightly it turned white. What did he see? The demon right eye actually had characters. What did this mean? The demon before them was one of the 12 Kazuki. The 12 Kazuki, the 12 strongest demons under the command of the Demon King Muzan, each with terrifying strength and countless humans devoured. They were divided into upper and lower ranks. In the hundreds of years of the Demon Slayer Corps' history, the strongest swordsmen were called Hashira. Over the centuries, countless powerful Hashira-level swordsmen had emerged, but not a single Hashira had ever managed to kill an upper-rank demon. The number of lower-rank demons killed was also extremely rare, and how many Hashira had sacrificed their lives over the centuries? This was bad. The demon right eye was engraved with lower 4, clearly indicating he was a lower-rank demon, specifically the 4th lower-rank demon. A demon of this strength could probably only be dealt with by swordsmen of the Kino, Kainato, or Hano ranks. But currently, the strongest swordsmen here were only himself and Hatamoto, both of them is Tsuchinoto rank. Kawachi, hand gripping the blade, involuntarily began to sweat. Demon Slayer Corps. It's been over a decade since I last encountered you. It seems I've been too careless recently, exposing my whereabouts at Shirai Mountain. A place like this, so suitable for brewing tea, is not easy to find. What a pity, and how infuriating. Since that's the case, the last pot of good tea shall be brewed with your blood, the bearded demon muttered to himself. Lower rank demon. You're a lower rank demon. A nervous voice rang out from behind Kawachi. Demon Slayer Corps member Hatamoto, trembling as he gripped the hilt of his Nichiren blade, mustered the courage to talk. Upon hearing this, the demon gave a sinister smile, revealing his sharp fangs. The one who will kill you is me, Lower Moon 4, Rokuro. Boom. As soon as Rokuro finished speaking, several hemp ropes suddenly shot out from the bushes behind him. Bound to the ropes were 2 swordsmen wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, one of whom had already lost all signs of life. Shingaku. Ryakai. The Demon Slayer Corps members widened their eyes, immediately recognizing their 2 companions. The hemp ropes, stained with the blood of the Demon Slayer Corps members, floated to Rokuro's mouth. He extended his tongue and licked the blood. As expected of demon slayers. The blood of trained individuals is far more delicious than that of mere woodcutters and farmers. Rokuro said with satisfaction. Damn it. This scene clearly enraged the other Demon Slayer Corps members. Kawachi knew very well that their group was no match for this Lower Moon demon. The only thing they could do now was to stall this Lower Moon demon as long as possible and survive until reinforcements from the Demon Slayer Corps arrived. Just moments ago, he had secretly used his left hand behind his back to send a signal to the Kashagi crow in the sky, urgently requesting backup. Coincidentally, Kawachi clearly remembered that before they came to Shirai Mountain for their mission, they had encountered the Flame Hashira on the way. The Flame Hashira seemed to be on a mission nearby as well. What did this mean? As long as they were fast enough and held on long enough, Perhaps they could survive until the Kashigai crow brought reinforcements from the flame Hashira. Thinking of this, Kawachi's heart instantly became resolute and his gaze toward Rokuro now carried a hint of determination and fearlessness. Closer, much closer. The powerful aura of the demon was getting nearer. Maruanai, who had recovered from his injuries, was swiftly chasing the lingering scent left on the hemp rope. Shinichi, carrying the Nichiren blade wrapped in tattered cloth, closely followed behind Maruanai. With a claw, Shinichi tore through the dense vines blocking their path, and his vision suddenly became clear. But in an instant, Shinichi's pupils constricted sharply and he immediately came to a halt. Following his gaze, he saw a figure lying on the ground not far ahead, or rather, a corpse. Blood mixed with countless shattered internal organs was splattered on the ground. The entire body, except for the head, was completely mangled, resembling the cause of death of the corpse Shinichi had seen earlier. The bloodstains at the corners of the mouth had already begun to dry, and the eyes still held the terror and confusion of the moment before death. The scent of blood at the tip of his nose was still strong. This person had likely been brutally killed just over 10 minutes ago. Shinichi instantly realized the severity of the situation. But before he could think further, Maruanai suddenly began howling in a certain direction. The intense sounds of battle nearby immediately caught his attention. Turning his head for one last look at the tragic corpse, a faint green light flashed in Shinichi's eyes and he immediately sprinted toward the source of the battle. Strong. Too strong. We're no match for it at all. A Demon Slayer Corps member shouted in despair. He had used all his strength to barely slash through the hemp rope attacking him. The moment his Nichiren blade made contact with the rope, it felt as if he had struck diamond, and the base of his thumb even split open from the impact. But ropes like these surrounded the lower moon demon in dozens, and these ropes seemed to have a life of their own, attacking the Demon Slayer Corps members from all directions. What was even more terrifying was that the demon named Rokuro was watching the entire scene without moving an inch, even leisurely fiddling with the tea set in front of him. In just 2 minutes, Rokuro had brutally slaughtered 2 of the 5 Demon Slayer Corps members. Only Kawachi, a Tsuchinoto rank swordsman, and Hatamoto were barely holding on. Behind Rokuro, 2 broken bodies of Demon Slayer Corps members were already strung up on the towering ropes like trophies. Besides Kawachi and Hatamoto, there was also a Tsuchino-level swordsman, Kippei, who was wielding his Nichiren blade. But for him, everything around him was like hell. Not to mention the terrifying ropes, just the title of Lower Moon Demon was enough to terrify him. He had only joined the Demon Slayer Corps a year ago and had no courage to face one of the 12 Kizuki. The gruesome corpses of his comrades on the ropes constantly stimulated Kippei's nerves. Clang! A swift rope struck his Nichiren blade and the terrifying force made it impossible for Kippei to hold on to his blade. The Nichiren blade was instantly knocked away, and this desperate scene became the final straw that broke the camel back. Kippei's eyes filled with terror, and he instinctively turned and ran. I can't win. There's no way I can win. I don't want to die. No. But no matter how fast Kippei was, he couldn't outrun Rokuro ropes. Thud. As easily as piercing tofu, the rope instantly pierced through Kippei's chest. Kippei. Damn it. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Seeing another comrade die tragically, Hatamoto's body spun rapidly and the Nichiren blade in his hand seemed to surge with torrential water. A swift strike immediately severed a rope that was trying to sneak attack. But what made Hatamoto despair was that after cutting one rope, 3 or even 4 more ropes took its place. The ropes surrounding him and Kawachi were increasing, while their stamina was rapidly depleting. The Nichiren blade clashed with dozens of ropes, sparking countless sparks. Kawachi's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat and his hand holding the Nichiren blade was completely numb. Desperately using wind breathing had already pushed his body and internal organs to the brink of collapse. With every breath, his trachea felt as if it were being cut by a knife. The gap between an ordinary swordsman and one of the 12 Kizuki was too vast. Kawachi finally understood why a Demon Slayer Corps member could directly become a pillar after slaying one of the 12 Kizuki. Watching the 2 Demon Slayer Corps members struggle desperately, Rokuro revealed a cruel smile. The blood-soaked ground behind him also slowly writhed, occasionally sprouting a swift rope. Blood demon art, strangling demon ropes. Since these 2 little insects from the Demon Slayer Corps were so interested in cutting ropes, let them cut to their heart content. It could serve as entertainment while he brewed his tea. After all, for him, eliminating these little insects was just a matter of thought. At this thought, Rokuro snapped his fingers and a hemp rope coiled and floated from behind, tightly binding a Demon Slayer Corps member who hung his head low. It was none other than Ryokai, who had been captured alongside Shingaku. He had already regained consciousness, but upon waking up he was forced to confront the despairing scene before him. He had been captured by a lower moon demon. 13, Chapter 13. Rokuro raised a finger and his black nail instantly elongated. Swish! The sharp nail sliced through Ryakai's throat in an instant and crimson blood immediately gushed out. After a few final, futile twitches, Ryakai's body lost all signs of life. The fresh, warm blood flowed down the hemp rope into the teapot. Moments later, an eerie aroma of barley tea wafted from the teapot. Rokuro closed his eyes, savoring a cup of the blood as if in ecstasy, then revealed a satisfied smile. Under the moonlight, his blood-stained fangs looked particularly horrifying. As expected of the Demon Slayer Corps, the quality of their blood is indeed excellent. Even these small fry are so delicious. I can only imagine how delectable the blood of the Hashira must be. Rokuro licked his fangs, his golden pupils filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Alright, no more wasting time. I've had my fun with these small fry and enjoyed my tea. It's time for the main course. Rokuro stood up, the wooden gears beside him floating up as well. He looked at Kawachi and Hatamoto, who were still desperately resisting, clasped his hands together and shouted, "Blood Demon Art, Strangling Rope Serpent." In an instant, the chaotic hemp ropes surrounding Kawachi and Hatamoto paused briefly. Then, dozens of ropes suddenly converged, their fibers twisting and merging into a single rope over 10 centimeters thick, resembling a giant serpent. It roared as it lashed out at Kawachi and Hatamoto with lightning speed. Boom! The ground was instantly riddled with cracks. Kawachi and Hatamoto barely managed to dodge, but this attack was merely an appetizer. Rokuro's hands remained clasped, a cruel smile on his face as the wooden gears beside him spun rapidly. The next moment, the ground trembled and with a loud crash, a rope serpent suddenly burst out from behind Hatamoto. Kawachi's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to shout a warning to Hatamoto, but no sound came out. He could only watch helplessly as Hatamoto was caught off guard and instantly ensnared by the rope serpent. Crack! Blood sprayed as Hatamoto's body was twisted and torn apart. Wind breathing, 8th form, gale slash. Blood gushed from Kawachi's mouth and nose. Pushing his nearly broken body to the limit, Kawachi mustered his last strength to launch a final attack at Rokuro. His body moved like a gust of wind, narrowly dodging 2 rope serpents as he raised his Nichiren blade and lunged straight for Rokuro's neck. Naive. Faced with Kawachi's desperate strike, Rokuro merely sneered, not bothering to dodge. Boom! The ground shook violently and another rope serpent erupted from the ground in front of Kawachi, lashing out at him. At the same time, 2 more rope serpents surged toward him from behind. Crack! The Nichiren blade, driven by Kawachi's last ounce of strength, managed to cut halfway through one rope serpent before losing all momentum. Kawachi sighed inwardly, closing his eyes in resignation. Was this all he could do? In the face of a powerful lower moon demon, could they, the Demon Slayer Corps, only hold out for these few short minutes? Would the flame Hashira arrive in time? Probably not. What a pity. If only he were stronger, he could have held out longer, bought more time for the flame Hashira to arrive. Mom, Dad, little brother. Breath of the Forest, 1st form, iron birch slash. Crack, crack. Just as Kawachi closed his eyes ready to embrace death, a hoarse yet powerful voice suddenly rang in his ears, followed by a series of shattering sounds. Thud. Kawachi fell to the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. Using his Nichiren blade for support, he struggled to lift his head and saw a figure, not particularly tall, standing before him. The old faded green Haori fluttered gently in the breeze. The blade of the Nichiren blade in his hand gleamed with a green light and at his feet lay countless fragments of rope. Despite his full head of white hair, Elder Moriki's eyes were exceptionally sharp. What the hell? Where did this old man come from? Rokuro roared, veins bulging on his forehead. This old man, who looked like he had 1 foot in the grave, had just shattered one of his rope snakes with a single strike. Kawachi's chest heaved violently, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. He was agitated, wanting to warn Elder Moriki not to sacrifice himself in vain. This lower moon demon was too powerful. They couldn't all die here. At the very least, Someone needed to return and inform everyone about the situation here, about the specifics of this lower moon demon. Rokuro glared fiercely at Elder Moriki, his fangs bared. Old man, it's impressive that you can still wield a blade at your age, but I have no interest in your old, sticky blood. Get lost. I'll spare your life. It was clear that Rokuro truly despised the elderly Moriki. Even though Elder Moriki had shattered one of his rope snakes with a single strike, Rokuro still didn't take him seriously. Spare this old man life? Heh, such a familiar phrase. But then again, you are one of the 12 demon moons, a powerful demon. Who wouldn't be afraid upon seeing you? The young Moriki Mitsuyo would have chosen to flee at the first sight of you, for he was a complete coward and a pitiful wretch, a selfish coward who abandoned his comrades. Elder Moriki slowly raised his green Nichiren blade, his face filled with melancholy. But as he looked at the Nichiren blade in his hand, Elder Moriki expression hardened once more. Moriki Mitsuyo ran away his entire life. He sharpened his blade for over 50 years, yet he could never erase the cowardice etched into the blade. But today, the old man Moriki Mitsuyo no longer wishes to run. This old man only wants to kill one more demon. You looking to die then? Then I'll grant your wish. Rokuro had no intention of listening to the old man's ramblings. He clapped his hands together, blood demon art, strangling rope snakes. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rope snakes, charged with energy, instantly lunged at Elder Moriki. Kawachi, lying behind, wanted to help, but he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Facing the oncoming rope snakes, Elder Moriki remained calm. He held the Nichiren blade vertically in front of him, took a deep breath and a hint of color returned to his withered face. An invisible force surged through his aged body, awakening the dry, old muscles and veins. Breath of the forest, first form, iron birch slash. With a soft shout, the Nichiren blade that had been held vertically in front of Elder Moriki suddenly swung horizontally. A green light blazed, and though the slash appeared simple, anyone standing before it would instantly feel as if a row of towering iron birch trees were bearing down on them, unstoppable and overwhelming. Boom! The surging rope snakes collided with the indestructible iron birch wood, countless shockwaves erupted, and the earth trembled. Rokuro widened his golden eyes in disbelief. This old man. He actually blocked his attack. Old fool. Let's see what you do next. Rokuro sneered, his clasped hands splitting to the sides, forming claw-like shapes. Blood demon art, scattered meteor hammers. Snap. The 2 rope snakes instantly exploded, dispersing into dozens of thinner and longer hemp ropes. These ropes quickly burrowed into the ground, and when they emerged again, each rope end was wrapped around a watermelon-sized bucket-shaped hammer head. With a light flick of Rokuro fingers, the dozens of meteor hammers rained down towards Elder Moriki. Boom! Each strike of the meteor hammers created a massive crater on the ground. The force was unimaginable. If it hit a human body, the consequences would be unthinkable. Elder Moriki wasn't foolish enough to actually use his Nichiren blade to block these things. Fortunately, after the hemp ropes transformed into meteor hammers, although their power increased, their speed decreased accordingly. Elder Moriki easily dodged over a dozen hammers. While evading the meteor hammers, Elder Moriki continuously closed the distance between himself and Rokuro. As long as he could get close, there was hope of beheading the demon. With another ground-level side roll, he took the opportunity to slide to Rokuro left front. Rokuro remained standing in place, unmoving. Whether it was due to overconfidence or sheer stupidity, it didn't matter. This was an opportunity for Elder Moriki. The green Nichiren blade instantly slashed horizontally, aiming straight for Rokuro's neck. But Rokuro sneered, and just before the blade reached his neck, Rokuro clapped his hands together. The wooden gears floating beside him spun wildly, even emitting faint sparks. Blood demon art, strangling demon ropes. Whoosh! 6 thin hemp ropes instantly shot out from the ground, lashing out at Elder Moriki from 6 different directions, completely sealing off his retreat. Elder Moriki withered hands gripping the Nichiren blade tensed up instantly. He stomped the ground fiercely, and almost visible breath heat steamed from the corners of his mouth. Breath of the forest, 4th form, dandelion dance. Before the words even finished, a layer of green light flashed over Elder Moriki body. Then, to Rokuro astonishment, Elder Moriki body suddenly leaped up lightly. Every time the ropes were about to strike, his body would dodge as lightly as a dandelion being blown away, leaving after images in midair as if he were truly dancing. Nanny! In the moment of Rokuro's shock, a flash of blade light passed by. Rokuro could no longer stand calmly in place. He rolled to the side in a disheveled manner, narrowly avoiding the dangerous slash. Chapter 14. Rokuro's face covered in black patterns and broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that this withered old man before him would have such bizarre and ferocious techniques, almost causing him to lose control. Logically speaking, an old man of this age shouldn't possess such strength. Humans and demons are different. Demons have nearly endless lifespans, their bodies don't age and they can continuously grow stronger over time. But humans can't. Their short lives make it impossible for them to compare to demons. The Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen, who practice breathing techniques, are indeed strong. However, even the strongest swordsmen will age, their muscles will deteriorate and their breathing will weaken as they grow older. Demons grow stronger over time, while human swordsmen, including the rumored strongest, Hashira, will only decline after reaching their peak. Yet, Rokuro sensed something entirely different from the old man before him. In Rokuro's eyes, the aura around Elder Moriki was growing increasingly powerful. His withered muscles were becoming fuller and his breathing was growing stronger. He was like a dried-up sponge, continuously absorbing water and expanding. Something's wrong with this old man. Is it his breathing technique? Forest breathing? I've never heard of it. Is this a new technique from the Demon Slayer Corps? Rokuro's expression turned fierce as he cautiously observed the old man across from him. As a demon that had lived for nearly a century, Rokuro had witnessed multiple changes among the lower moons. Unlike the nearly unchanging upper moons, the competition among the lower moons was exceptionally fierce. In just a few years, there could be 2 or even 3 bloody battles for the position. Additionally, many lower moons had died at the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps. It could be said that becoming a lower moon and maintaining that position was no easy feat. From the moment he became a lower moon to his current position as lower moon 4, Rokuro had always remained cautious. Unlike other demons who craved power and slaughter, Rokuro had ambition, but he valued his life even more. Rokuro knew that if he wanted to grow stronger, he would need to consume more humans, gain more favor from that person and obtain more blood. But all of this had to be built on the foundation of staying alive. Therefore, Rokuro had always deliberately hidden his tracks and avoided large-scale killings that would attract the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps. Quietly and steadily growing stronger was his goal. From the team the Demon Slayer Corps had sent to hunt him down, it was clear that Rokuro had succeeded in this. No one had anticipated that the demon on Shirai Mountain would be a lower moon. Thinking of this, Rokuro couldn't help but recall another demon, one ranked below him as a lower moon. That demon didn't seem to be obsessed with wanton slaughter or status but instead indulged in childlike play, even wasting the blood bestowed by that person. Strangely, that person had tolerated his behavior, which was simply unbelievable. Although Rokuro didn't understand why that person valued him so much, he didn't dare to imitate such behavior. Elder Moriki techniques grew even more ferocious and Rokuro couldn't help but feel he need to retreat. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Elder Moriki, he just didn't want to waste his energy on this withered old man. Suddenly, the battlefield underwent a sudden change. Elder Moriki originally swift attack abruptly halted for a moment and it was this moment that allowed Rokuro to seize the opportunity. The whistling meteor hammer hurtled straight toward Elder Moriki's head. At the critical moment when the hammer was just 0.01 centimeters away from his forehead, Elder Moriki swiftly raised his Nichiren blade, blocking the fatal strike. However, the terrifying impact force of the meteor hammer still sent Elder Moriki flying backward, crashing into a large tree with a loud boom. Elder Moriki also spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he struggled to his feet, leaning on his Nichiren blade. He looked at his sword-wielding arm. Beneath his clothes, the bulging muscles appeared full and robust, but in the end it was merely the effect of the breath of the forest. He was truly old. Old man, I see your weakness now. I've changed my mind, you'll die here along with these little insects. Rokuro sneered cruelly, his fingers lightly flicking as dozens of meteor hammers whistled toward Elder Moriki. Cough, cough. In the name of Moriki, I will fight to my last breath. Elder Moriki's aged face was filled with determination. Die. Whoosh. Suddenly, Rokuro's vision blurred as a shadow, swift as lightning, pounced onto his face, followed by a sharp pain. This distraction caused the meteor hammers aimed at Elder Moriki to lose control, allowing him to dodge them easily. When Rokuro frantically pulled the shadow off his face, he saw a small black Shiba Inu baring its teeth and barking fiercely at him. Rokuro's face was covered in wounds and saliva from Maruenai bites. Where did this beast come from? Enraged, Rokuro slammed Maruenai hard onto the ground and a heavy meteor hammer came crashing down toward the little dog. But Maruenai had already entered demon transformation state. Its eyes turned crimson and its speed became as fast as lightning, allowing it to easily evade the attack. It quickly circled behind Rokuro and before Rokuro could react, a deep blue Nichiren blade was thrust straight into his back. Clang! A sharp metallic clashing sound rang out. A demon hand firmly grasped the blade of the deep blue Nichiren blade. Rokuro's expression twisted into a snarl as he glared at the figure who had ambushed him. The hand gripping the hilt of the Nichiren blade also had sharp black claws, bloodshot black eyes, and fangs protruding from his lips. The one who had ambushed him was actually a demon. Shinichi gripped the Nichiren blade with all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, but the blade in his hand seemed as immovable as if it were stuck in a massive boulder. You're a demon too. How dare you wield a Nichiren blade? What are you trying to do? Rokuro roared, his arm exerting force as it swung Shinichi and the Nichiren blade together, hurling them away. Bang! Shinichi's body crashed through a tree and he fell to the ground in a heap. But the special body of a demon allowed Shinichi to quickly stand up as if nothing had happened. He grabbed the Nichiren blade and turned his gaze toward Rokuro. At that moment, Rokuro was struggling to pull Maruenai, who was clinging to his body. With a sickening crack, he ruthlessly tore apart Maruenai's small body and flung it away. In the brief moment of their encounter, Shinichi also saw the kanji in Rokuro's eyes. Based on the information he had previously obtained from the demon Karasuma, it was clear that this bearded demon before him was one of the legendary 12 Kazuki, a status coveted by countless demons. The 12 Kazuki are indeed strong. Their power, speed and reflexes far surpass mine. I'm no match for him. Shinichi realized the gap between himself and Rokuro within seconds and it was not just a small difference. Yet, even so, Shinichi did not turn and flee. If he were to run away in disgrace just from facing a 12 Kazuki, how could he ever hope to take revenge on that man called Muzan? Moreover, Shinichi didn't believe he could easily escape from this lower moon demon in front of him. Thus, the two demons, with their vastly different strengths, stood in a tense confrontation. Rokuro glared with his golden eyes, baring his fangs as he menacingly stared at Shinichi, who held his sword aloft. You dare attack your betters with a demon slayer sword? Do you even know what you're doing, you little brat? Today, I will eliminate you on behalf of that great man. Blood Demon Art, Axel. With a single hand raised, the ground beneath Shinichi's feet cracked open and several dark shadows rushed toward his face. Blood Demon Art, Raging Blood. Shinichi didn't dare to be careless. Despite his exhaustion, he activated his Blood Demon Art once more. Scalding blood instantly stimulated every blood vessel and muscle in his body, causing his skin temperature to rise rapidly. Boom! Dust filled the air as Shinichi, whose physical abilities had been greatly enhanced by raging blood, narrowly avoided Rokuro's attack. As the dust settled, he saw what had attacked him, several millstone-sized stone blocks slowly rotating within the deep craters they had created. Failing to land a hit, Rokuro couldn't hold back any longer. The wooden gears beside him creaked and cracked, eventually shattering into pieces. As the wooden gears broke apart, the ground beneath Rokuro's feet began to tremble. Whoosh! 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 Thin, long ropes suddenly burst out of the ground, snaking toward Rokuro and quickly wrapping around his limbs and joints. In the blink of an eye, the ropes had formed a full set of rope armor around Rokuro. Blood Demon Art, Rope Armor. An invisible shockwave spread out from Rokuro. Feeling the boiling blood within him, Shinichi's chest heaved and his hands holding the sword trembled slightly under Rokuro's oppressive aura. It wasn't fear but the inherent hierarchical gap between their demon bloodlines. Swish! It was Shinichi who moved first, unable to contain himself. There was no technique to speak of, he couldn't mimic the moves of those two demon slayer swordsmen. He wielded the Nichiren blade simply because it could harm and kill demons. Thus, Shinichi's attack was straightforward, he swung his long blade directly at Rokuro. 15, Chapter 15. Clang! A piercing metallic clash echoed through the forest. Shinichi pupils contracted as he noticed a pea-sized chip on the blade of his sharp Nichiren sword. In contrast, the rope armor on Rokuro arm only bore faint marks. Rokuro grinned cruelly. Before Shinichi could react, he grabbed the blade of the Nichiren sword with his large hand and yanked it backward with force. Caught off guard, Shinichi was pulled directly in front of Rokuro. In this critical moment, Shinichi decisively let go of the Nichiren sword. His fingers curled and his nails transformed into sharp black claws. 5 claw-like streaks of light shot straight toward Rokuro's face. Clang! Unsurprisingly, Shinichi's attack was easily blocked by Rokuro once again. Thanks to his formidable rope armor, Rokuro could essentially ignore Shinichi's attacks, while Shinichi had to endure the relentless onslaught from Rokuro. Rokuro's fighting style was straightforward, powerful punches and kicks. Although not particularly fast, the sheer force behind his attacks was terrifying. Shinichi had no choice but to dodge frantically. However, aside from Rokuro, Shinichi was also surrounded by several agile and deadly strangling ropes and spiked maces, all poised to strike. Suddenly, thud! Shinichi was momentarily distracted and a rope pierced through his thigh, causing his movements to falter. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed and a torrent of hot blood splattered before Shinichi's eyes. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his face as he looked down to see Rokuro's thick arm piercing through his chest. Instinctively, Shinichi raised both hands and gripped Rokuro's arm tightly, preventing him from pulling it out. "You fearless brat, tell me, what drove you to such length?" Rokuro asked casually, intrigued by Shinichi's continued struggle. Hot blood gushed from Shinichi's mouth, staining his fangs. Hearing Rokuro's question, Shinichi forced his head up and grinned ferociously. "For revenge. To slaughter every last one of you demons. Including that Muzan." At the mention of that name, Rokuro's golden pupils instantly contracted. A wave of extreme fear surged through him, and his grip unconsciously tightened. Crack! A downpour of blood followed as Rokuro tore through most of Shinichi's chest. "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you utter that name in my presence? You have some nerve." Rokuro's voice suddenly became frantic, his entire demeanor a mix of shock and rage. At the same time, he was astonished that aside from the 12 Kazuki, there was a demon who could speak that name without suffering the curse backlash. Die! Rokuro no longer hesitated. He charged at Shinichi, who was convulsing on the ground, like a cannonball, the Nichiren sword still in his grasp. Roar! Bang! Maru and I, the small Shiba Inu who had just regained its form through his demon transformation, slammed into Rokuro with all its might, successfully knocking him off course. However, in an instant, Maru and I was sliced in two by Rokuro's furious swing of the blade. But before Rokuro could catch his breath, a greenish blade aura had already reached his back. Breath of the Forest, third form, Thorn Strike. Thud! The sharp Nichiren blade pierced through Rokuro's seemingly indestructible rope armor. "Ah! You damn pests! When will this end? Get away from me!" Rokuro roared, swinging the Nichiren blade backward in a fierce slash. Elder Moriki, who had been building up his strength, naturally wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity to attack. Ignoring the incoming blade, he gripped the Nichiren blade even tighter, his eyes glowing with a greenish light. A unique life force began to gather around Elder Moriki. Breath of the Forest, second form, Willow of Life. Elder Moriki shouted in a low voice. The Nichiren blade embedded in Rokuro's body began to shine with a dazzling green light. Thud! Rokuro slashed deeply cut into Elder Moriki's shoulder, causing blood to gush out. Yet, Elder Moriki didn't falter in the slightest. The green light from the Nichiren blade in his hand grew brighter and brighter. In an instant, green willow branches began to sprout from the wound in Rokuro's body. At the same time, Rokuro felt his strength start to drain away in a bizarre manner. "What the hell is this? Old man, get away from me." In a panic, Rokuro kicked Elder Moriki in the chest with all his might. The heavily injured Elder Moriki had no choice but to let go of the Nichiren blade and was sent flying backward, landing on the ground. "What's with these branches?" Rokuro frantically pulled out the Nichiren blade that had pierced his body, but the willow branches sprouting from his flesh only grew more numerous and dense. No matter how hard he tried to remove them, he couldn't stop their growth. Rokuro was shocked because the branches seemed to be continuously draining his strength and even inhibiting his body's ability to heal. The wound from the Nichiren blade showed no signs of recovery. In his panic, a drop of cold sweat appeared on Rokuro's forehead. He looked up and saw that the moon above was already setting in the west. Dawn was not far away. Damn it. I can't keep fighting these pests. I need to leave. I need to get out of here. Without hesitation, Rokuro clutched the wound that was still sprouting branches and turned to flee. With the formidable physique of a lower moon demon, he could easily leap over 10 meters in a single jump. But just as Rokuro had run a few dozen meters, the sound of something cutting through the air behind him startled him. Although he reacted in time, the willow branches in his wound slowed him down by several times. Thud. Gah. Cough. A large amount of blood suddenly spurted from Rokuro's mouth. A sharp Nichiren blade had pierced through his neck. The force of the throw was so powerful that it not only impaled Rokuro but also pinned his entire body to a thick old tree. At the same time, Shinichi, covered in blood, was bent over, his body still in the throwing position. Gasping heavily, Shinichi barely managed to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot. His clothes had been torn apart by Rokuro, revealing his shattered chest where flesh was visibly regenerating and even his internal organs were clearly visible. "You, bastard! What did you do to my Maru and I?" Shinichi's furious roar, with his chest torn open, sounded like a hoarse voice coming from a broken music box, blood flowing at his mouth. Yet, it was this very appearance that made Shinichi look as if he had just returned from hell. Not far from Shinichi, the small Shiba Inu Maru and I breath was faint, the life force of its body severed by the Nichiren blade was fading rapidly. Ever since he inexplicably transformed from a human into a demon, Shinichi's heart had been consumed almost entirely by vengeance, with Maru and I being his only remaining companion. But now, Rokuro's throat made a gurgling sound as his hands gripped the Nichiren blade that had pierced through his throat. Slowly, with great effort, he pulled out the blood-soaked blade inch by inch. His golden eyes locked onto the figure dozens of meters to the east, deeply imprinting the appearance of this traitorous demon into his mind. Boom! Stop right there! Shinichi roared with utmost fury. But Rokuro keep running away. 16, Chapter 16. I'm not afraid. It's just not worth wasting time on a few weak insects and a traitorous little demon. My goal in becoming one of the 12 Kazuki wasn't to fight these insects. It was to grow stronger. To devour more people. To gain more favor from Lord Muzan. There's no need to linger here. I must leave. Rokuro thought to himself, immediately deciding to flee the scene. But just as he turned around, a violent whirlwind suddenly erupted at his side. Breath of the wind, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Crack. Caught completely off guard, Rokuro was once again pierced from top to bottom by a slashing attack. Kawachi gritted his teeth, the forced overexertion of wind breathing causing excruciating pain throughout his body, as if he were being flayed by 1,000 blades. But thinking of his fallen comrades and his family who had perished at the hands of demons, Kawachi's eyes widened with fury and he let out a silent roar. A surge of immense power suddenly erupted from him, momentarily preventing Rokuro from breaking free. Damn human! You're asking for death. Let go! Roku howled in desperation. At the same time, the willow branches growing from his wounds had all withered and his injuries were healing at an astonishingly rapid pace. But Kawachi didn't falter or show even a hint of fear in the face of Rokuro's roar. With all his strength, he gripped his sword tightly, refusing to let go. Several ropes suddenly burst from the ground, ruthlessly piercing Kawachi's body, yet he still didn't release his grip. Rokuro was truly panicked now. Damn Demon Slayer Core! You're the one who's going to die. Before Rokuro could finish his roar, an enraged Shinichi charged at him. Blood Demon Art, Raging Blood, Second Stage. Boom! A visible wave of scorching crimson energy surged around Shinichi. His once pale skin had turned completely red and the veins bulging across his exposed skin glowed with an orange-red hue, resembling molten lava. At a glance, it seemed as though Shinichi's body was adorned with fiery patterns. His eyes now completely bloodshot, Shinichi roared furiously and swung his fists with such speed that only after images could be seen. Bang! 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 Rokuro, still restrained by Kawachi, was forced to take every single one of Shinichi's punches. Ah! With one final roar, a searing fist completely shattered the rope armor on Rokuro's chest. Bastard! In Rokuro's wide-eyed terror, Shinichi's fist slammed into his chest. Blood Demon Art, Life Drain. Thin, elongated branches sprouted from Shinichi's palm, instantly surging like venomous snakes within Rokuro's body. A tremendous suction force began to devour Rokuro's life force. No, no, this can't be. How could I be injured by you insects? I'm a lower moon. Lower moon 4, Rokuro. Save those words in hell. Bread of the forest, first form, iron birch slash. A flash of green blade light, swift as a fleeting shadow, sliced across Rokuro's neck. No. Thud. Crash. A head filled with resentment, along with a massive tree, fell to the ground simultaneously. Elder Moriki stood in a half-crouched stance, his Nichiren blade stained with blood, maintaining his slashing posture. But as a gentle breeze blew by, a torrent of blood uncontrollably gushed from his mouth. In an instant, Elder Moriki once robust body rapidly withered, and in the blink of an eye, he became a frail, elderly man. Thud. Kawachi could no longer hold on. His hands slipped weakly from the hilt of the Nichiren blade and his entire body collapsed to his knees. The scene before him blurred and a piercing ringing echoed in his ears. The excruciating pain that had once consumed his body was now gone, replaced only by a numbing sensation. Kawachi felt dazed. Was he going to die? But that lower moon demon seemed to have been slain, right? Ah, that's good. Everyone's sacrifices weren't in vain. Dad, Mom, Jiro. I did pretty well, didn't I? In his haze, Kawachi seemed to see his family smiling warmly at him under a radiant light. A faint smile slowly formed on his lips as Kawachi lowered his head. The tattered Haori behind him fluttered gently in the breeze. On the other side, Shinichi staggered as he pulled his fist out of Rokuro's chest. Having forcibly activated the second stage of raging blood, his body had already reached its limit. If it weren't for the vast amount of life force he had just absorbed from Rokuro, Shinichi would have long collapsed under the strain of the raging blood power. In his dazed state, Shinichi also caught a glimpse of someone's life. It was the end of the Edo period, a time when the shogunate was on its last legs. In an ordinary merchant family in Chiyoda Castle, a dozen fully armed samurai brandished their long swords, threatening the merchant's entire family to hand over all their tea plantation deeds. Despite the merchant's desperate pleas, the samurai remained unmoved. After brutally beating the merchant, they forcibly seized the family ancestral 100-acre tea plantation. Having lost all his livelihood to the samurai, the merchant lacked the courage to retaliate. Instead, he vented his anger on his wife, who also came from a samurai family. In a drunken rage that night, he grabbed the well pulley used for drawing water and bludgeoned his wife to death. Losing all reason, the merchant didn't even spare his children, who had come running at the commotion. Finding their cries too annoying, he strangled all his children with the well rope and in the end, sat amidst the corpses, laughing maniacally. It was on that same night that the pungent smell of blood attracted a man dressed in the lavish attire of nobility. The merchant couldn't make out his face, only that he had a pair of crimson eyes. That night, a restaurant in Chiyoda Castle was attacked by an unknown force, leaving dozens dead. The most gruesome deaths were those of the dozen samurai dining on the top floor. Their bodies were twisted as if wrung like wet cloth, and their heads were smashed into a fine pulp, as if struck by a giant hammer. This was the life of Rokuro, the life of a despicable merchant. He resented the samurai, resented his wife, resented his fellow merchants who had watched him go bankrupt without lifting a finger, yet he never once considered that it was his own greed that had brought all this upon himself. He greedily sought to profit from the chaos of the rebellion in the south, going so far as to borrow money from people all around. His wife, unable to bear seeing her husband rejected, returned to her family and pleaded with her samurai father for help. Eventually, the merchant managed to borrow a large sum of money from over a dozen wealthy samurai families. However, the ambitious merchant ended up losing everything. His tea and all his possessions were plundered by the rebel army. He was utterly bankrupt. With tears in her eyes, the wife once again turned to her father for assistance. With her father full support, they barely managed to quell the anger of the samurai who wanted to cut the merchant to pieces. The price was the merchant tea fields. Yet, the insatiable merchant did not appreciate his father-in-law help. Instead, he resented him, believing that his father-in-law had betrayed him and allowed the samurai to seize his ancestral property. Along with this, he also grew to resent his wife. Only the head of Rokuro was left, still shouting in disbelief. No, it can't be. How could this happen to me? How could I lose my head? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't die, not after all I've done to get here, to become one of the 12 Kazuki. I don't want to die. But as his neck gradually turned to ash, Rokuro's cries grew fainter. In the moments before death, memories of his past life as a human suddenly flashed before his eyes. Gradually, Rokuro was stunned. He had forgotten everything, only remembering that he had to keep living, to climb higher, to become one of the esteemed 12 Kazuki. But the scenes before him now. What have I done? Yumiko, no, I. A single clear tear actually appeared at the corner of Rokuro's eye. A beast like me. I deserve to go to hell. With these final words, Rokuro's head completely turned to ash. The Lower Moon 4 destroyed. 17, Chapter 17. When the sinful life of Rokuro came to an end in Shinichi's eyes, Shinichi's vision was immediately engulfed by a vast darkness and his body became extremely weak due to overexertion. Thud. With a clear sound, Shinichi collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. In the bloodied and shattered battlefield, only Elder Moriki was left barely able to move. After struggling for a moment, Elder Moriki used his Nichiren blade as support and laboriously stood up, slowly making his way towards where Shinichi had fallen. Looking at Shinichi's slightly exposed fangs, Elder Moriki's eyes were deep and silent. At that moment, a crow with jet-black feathers flapped its wings and gently landed on the ground, right in front of the lifeless Kawachi. The crow looked up at its master, who had already lost his warmth and tears of crystal overflowed from its eyes. The crow, who had spent countless days and nights with Kawachi, had long regarded him as a family and a companion. He was a brave child. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to defeat that Lower Moon demon. Crow, could you deliver a message and a request to Oyakata-sama for me? Elder Moriki, who had somehow arrived in front of Kawachi, spoke in a solemn tone. As the moon completely set, the dawn of a new day gradually rose and the sky brightened. Caw. Lower Moon 4 has been defeated. Lower Moon 4 has been defeated. A large crow flapped its wings, shouting loudly as it flew into a spacious estate. Under the eaves, a black-haired man kneeling on the tatami mat looked up gently, putting down the book in his hands. Hearing the crow voice outside, the slender man stood up and walked outside the room. He extended his arm, and a crow steadily landed on it, repeating the message it had just delivered. Lower Moon 4. That's wonderful. Defeating one of the 12 Kazuki will surely boost everyone's confidence, the black-haired man said with genuine happiness. At the same time, a clear and melodious voice sounded behind him. Master, the water Hashira is waiting for your audience. The black-haired man turned around with a smile, his smoke-purple eyes looking at the stunningly beautiful young woman, who was also his wife, and said softly, Amine, there's no need to address me so formally. By the way, I just received news that the Demon Slayer have successfully slain a Lower Moon demon. Really? That's such an uplifting piece of good news, Amine replied happily. Yes, but several very brave young swordsmen have also lost their precious lives. The black-haired man's expression turned somewhat somber. However, the breath of the forest, which everyone thought had vanished, has reappeared, and something incredible has also happened. Breath of the forest. Amine showed a puzzled expression, clearly having never heard of this breathing technique. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as a wooden stick was stepped on and broken. In the dense mountain forest, a figure as swift as fire darted rapidly through the trees. The figure moved so fast that it was impossible to make out its appearance, only catching a glimpse of a fluttering cloak that resembled a raging flame. As the sun gradually rose, the heart of the current flame Hashira, Rengoku Shinjiro, grew slightly restless. Upon receiving the message from the Kashagi crow, he had rushed madly towards Shirai Mountain. As the flame Hashira, he was well aware of the strength of the 12 Kazuki. Although he had faith in Kawachi and the others, those young swordsmen were of a lower rank and stood no chance against the 12 Kazuki. Despite Rengoku Shinjiro's desperate efforts to arrive quickly, even using the flame-breathing technique multiple times to accelerate his journey without regard for his stamina, by the time he reached Shirai Mountain, the sun had already begun to rise. As soon as he set foot on Shirai Mountain, Rengoku Shinjiro's keen senses detected the scent of blood in the air. Determining a direction, he gripped the hilt of his Nichiren blade, and with a swift motion, the figure of the flame Hashira vanished from his original spot. Cough. I'm indeed getting old. Even with the forest breathing technique, I no longer have the strength to fight the 12 Kazuki. However, it's fortunate that someone who can truly inherit the forest breathing has appeared. The hunched figure of Elder Moriki struggled to stand up, looking towards Shinichi, who lay unconscious on the ground. Ancestors, is this all part of fate arrangement? Elder Moriki sighed, but suddenly his expression changed and he turned sharply. From the shadows of the bushes, a ferocious figure let out a low growl, its eyes filled with savagery and hunger, the only visible features in the darkness. This was a demon that had been starving for a long time, lurking on Shirai Mountain. Before Rokuro arrived, the missing woodcutters and hunters on the mountain were his doing, but after Rokuro arrival, out of fear for the higher-ranking demon, he had been forced to hide. However, the intense battle last night and the strong scent of blood were too tempting for this long-starved demon. With Rokuro's presence suddenly gone, the demon could no longer resist. Elder Moriki slowly tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade, his expression turning serious. Although his body was very weak, if it was just an ordinary demon, it shouldn't be a problem. Taking a deep breath, the unique forest breathing technique began to circulate within Elder Moriki's body. The demon in the bushes could no longer hold back, dawn was approaching and he was truly hungry. With a ferocious grin, the demon body shot forward like an arrow towards Elder Moriki. Elder Moriki quickly raised his Nichiren blade, but before the first form of forest breathing could take shape, a figure cloaked in orange-red flames appeared behind the demon, moving even faster. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. With a sharp shout, the Nichiren blade, engulfed in orange-red flames, slashed upwards at an incredible angle without any resistance. The pouncing demon didn't even have time to react before his head was severed. Crack! The broad hand easily sheathed the Nichiren blade and the demon disintegrated into ashes. Rengoku Shinjiro looked up at Elder Moriki, who was wearing an old-style uniform and loudly asked, "Old man, where is the lower moon demon?" Looking at Rengoku Shinjiro attire, the pure white Haori with flowing flame patterns, the crisp demon slayer core uniform, the slightly disheveled yet remarkably spirited golden hair with tips dyed a vivid red, the rugged eyebrows and righteous face along with his wide, orange eyes, it was easy to associate him with an owl. You're a Hashira of the demon slayer core. Rengoku Shinjiro, gripping the hilt of his Nichiren blade, responded loudly. Yes. I am the flame Hashira of the demon slayer core, Rengoku Shinjiro. The Kashigai crow with a red feather stuck in its tail, flapped its wings desperately, its beak almost foaming at the corners, finally managing to catch up to its master Rengoku Shinjiro. Soon, with the crow perched on his arm, Shinjiro understood everything. Old man, so you've already slain Lower Moon 4. That's truly remarkable. 18, Chapter 18. On Mount Shirai. Figures clad in black were bustling about, wearing uniforms similar to those of the Demon Slayer Corps, but with the large character hidden written on their backs. Their faces were covered with masks and hats adorned with white stripes. They were the Kakushi of the Demon Slayer Corps, a division specifically tasked with handling post-battle cleanup. Most of its members were those without swordsmanship talent and many swordsmen who had lost their combat abilities but were unwilling to retire voluntarily joined this unit. The Kakushi primarily took on responsibilities such as medical care and evacuation within the Demon Slayer Corps. Although the combat abilities of its members were low, they made outstanding contributions to the hunt for demons in their own way. Without the efforts of the Kakushi members, the Demon Slayer Corps would not have been able to fight powerful demons so easily. The body of Kawachi was carefully placed on a stretcher by the Kakushi members, while the remains of other fallen demon slayers were respectfully and meticulously collected by them. Many innocent villagers who had been brutally slaughtered by the demon were also gathered by the Kakushi members. As one Kakushi member passed by a stretcher covered with a dark tarp, he suddenly heard faint breathing coming from beneath it. Noticing the blood seeping from the edges of the tarp, the Kakushi member immediately realized that there was a severely injured person inside. Driven by his instinctive duty, he quickly fetched his medical kit to treat the wounded. But just as the Kakushi member reached out to lift the tarp, a thin yet strong hand grabbed his wrist first. Old man, what are you doing? Please let go so I can treat this injured person. The Kakushi member asked, puzzled. The one who grabbed him was an elderly man named Moriki, who had some bandages wrapped around his body. In his arms, he held a weak Shiba Inu and a faint green glow emanated from his hand, though it was barely noticeable under the glaring sunlight. This is my disciple, not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. There's no need to trouble yourself. I've already treated his wounds, and now he needs rest. The Kakushi member grew agitated upon hearing this and raised his arm in protest. Old man, we don't just serve our own members. Helping other humans harmed by demons is also our duty. Please don't say that. However, Moriki didn't argue back. He simply smiled and shook his head. The Kakushi member wanted to say more, but a large hand patted his shoulder from behind. Young man, your help is needed more over there. Let me talk with this old man. Seeing that it was the Flame Hashira order, the Kakushi member had no choice but to leave and assist elsewhere, casting a frustrated glance at the silent elder Moriki before departing. Rengoku Shinjiro, with one hand resting on the hilt of his Nichiren blade, walked over to Elder Moriki. He first glanced at the old uniform Elder Moriki was wearing, then tried to strike up a conversation. Old man, were you once a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps? Elder Moriki looked down at his uniform, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, but ultimately, he shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I was just a cowardly deserter. You killed a lower moon demon, old man. That achievement alone is enough to surpass most of the younger generation in the Demon Slayer Corps today. Elder Moriki sighed with regret, and seeing the desolate expression on his face, Shinjiro decided not to press further and shifted the topic to the stretcher on the ground. Old man, what's in the stretcher? Is it a demon? Whoosh. Shinjiro clearly felt a fleeting, sharp aura. Elder Moriki hand, which had been stroking the little Shiba Inu in his arms, paused for a second. As expected of a powerful swordsman bearing the title of Hashira, your perception is quite sharp. However, Hashira-sama, why haven't you acted upon knowing that there's a demon beneath the stretcher? Shinjiro hand, resting on the hilt of his Nichiren blade, tightened slightly but eventually loosened. I received a message from Oyakata-sama via a Kazhigai crow. Although it's hard to believe, Oyakata-sama has agreed to your request and wishes for the breath of the forest to regain its former glory. At the mention of Oyakata-sama, a fleeting image passed through Elder Moriki's eyes. The kind Oyakata-sama from his memories had likely long since passed away, a victim of the Yabayashiki family curse. Though he didn't know which Yabayashiki currently led the Demon Slayer Corps, Elder Moriki wasn't surprised that Oyakata-sama had agreed to his request. Every master of the Demon Slayer Corps was equally benevolent and great. Rest assured, I, Moriki Mitsuyo, swear on my life that this child will inherit the breath of the forest and become a powerful demon slayer. Shinjiro didn't respond. In truth, he was merely following Oyakata-sama orders. At the same time, he might be one of the only 3 people who knew of Elder Moriki's request. To train a demon to become a demon slayer? It sounded like a joke. What kind of creatures were demons? Cruel, brutal, bloodthirsty, and man-eating. These were the inherent traits of demons. In the eyes of all demon slayer swordsmen, decapitation was the ultimate fate of every demon. However, out of respect for Oyakata-sama, even though Oyakata-sama was just a teenager, and the confirmation from the Kazhigai crow that the demon had helped the Demon Slayer Corps to kill Lower Moon 4, along with Elder Moriki Mitsuyo, the last inheritor of the breath of the forest, he swore on his life that he was willing to keep the secret. In that case, old man, I look forward to seeing a powerful swordsman rise within the Demon Slayer Corps. However, Oyakata-sama has one final question for you. Killing a lower moon is enough to earn the title of Hashira. Are you truly unwilling to accept the title of Hashira? Elder Moriki looked down at the green Nichiren blade in his hand and finally shook his head. No, I am unworthy of the title of Hashira. From the moment I abandoned my comrades, I became nothing but a shameful deserter. Understood, old man. Until we meet again. It hurts. My head feels like it's splitting in two. In the midst of the chaos, Shinichi felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone was hacking at it with an axe. As Shinichi struggled, a flash of green light suddenly appeared ahead, dazzling and blinding. When the green light gradually faded, Shinichi saw that figure again, the green Haori, the casually tied black hair and the long sheathed sword hanging from the simple leather belt at his waist. However, this time, the figure slowly turned around and Shinichi could clearly see the person's face. It was a very handsome and youthful face, with a pair of exceptionally vivid emerald green eyes. As Shinichi looked at this person, those emerald green eyes were also gazing at him. Who are you? Finally, it was Shinichi who couldn't hold back and shouted the question. But as soon as Shinichi's words fell, cracks suddenly appeared on the person's face. The handsome visage was instantly covered in fissures, like porcelain on the verge of shattering. The emerald green light in one of the eyes abruptly extinguished, and in a moment, a crimson-red glow ignited from within the pupil. Boom! It seemed as if an invisible wave of air surged around the person. Is this raging blood? 19, Chapter 19. It was noon in Takanagawa village. On the sparsely populated road, a slightly hunched old man was slowly pulling a wooden cart covered with a black tarp. The green haori he wore, now quite tattered after enduring a great battle, had not been discarded. Instead, Elder Moriki had carefully washed away the bloodstains and marks of combat. After all, to him, this haori carried far too much emotion and significance. Pulling the cart, Elder Moriki moved at a leisurely pace. Along the way, many villagers greeted him warmly, not for any particular reason, but simply because half the land in Takanagawa village belonged to the Moriki family. Though now, the family consisted of only him alone. Well, who would have thought that this ragged-looking old man pulling a cart was actually the wealthiest man in Takanagawa village? Creak, creak, creak. The wooden wheels let out a harsh screech with every step the old man took. Soon, Elder Moriki arrived in front of an apothecary. He looked up at the signboard that read Butterfly Medicine House. Inside the shop, the owner, a refined middle-aged pharmacist, was meticulously preparing medicine. Upon hearing the sound of cart wheels outside, the pharmacist seemed to recall something and quickly set down his work. He retrieved a large bundle of pre-prepared herbs from the medicine cabinet behind him before hurrying out. "Moriki-san, it really is you. Did your journey go smoothly?" the pharmacist asked with a smile, holding the bundle. Elder Moriki smiled in return. "Ran into a bit of trouble along the way, but nothing serious. It went well overall. It seems you've already prepared what I needed, Yakushin." The pharmacist, Yakushin Koko, shook his head sheepishly. "Actually, I didn't prepare this. It was Ryukawa-san who asked me to get it ready beforehand." "Oh, is that so? That child is too thoughtful." Elder Moriki sighed as he accepted the bundle from Yakushin. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs immediately filled his nostrils, invigorating his spirits. "As reliable as ever, Yakushin." "You flatter me." Just as the two exchanged pleasantries, a woman in a kimono carrying a basket of groceries approached from the street behind them. "Ah, Moriki-san. You're back." Elder Moriki turned. "Ah, Yuki. Just finished shopping." Yuki Koko, Yakushin wife, first bowed respectfully to Elder Moriki before warmly inviting him to join them for lunch. Naturally, the old man politely declined. Behind Yuki trailed two figures, one taller, one shorter, both dressed in floral-patterned kimonos. The two girls, having inherited their parents' good looks, were both strikingly lovely. "It's been so long. Connie has grown even more well-mannered, and Shinobu-chan has gotten taller." Upon being praised by their elder, Connie Koko and Shinobu Koko naturally bowed in gratitude. However, compared to her gentle older sister, 8-year-old Shinobu was far more lively and impulsive. After thanking Elder Moriki, her large violet eyes immediately wandered curiously toward the cart he was pulling. While Elder Moriki was chatting with the Koko couple, Shinobu crept over to the cart. She soon noticed a slight movement beneath the tarp covering it, as if something was stirring underneath. A child curiosity knows no bounds. Eager to discover what lay beneath the tarp, Shinobu reached out without hesitation, her small hand poised to lift the covering. Elder Moriki saw Shinobu's actions clearly but, for some reason, chose not to stop her. Instead, he continued discussing recent happenings in Takanagawa village with the Koko couple. "What could be under here?" Shinobu muttered to herself as she pinched the edge of the tarp. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a large, indistinct shape burst from beneath the tarp, lunging out with a wide-open mouth and letting out sharp barks. "Woof! Woof woof! Ah!" The sudden bark sent Shinobu tumbling onto her backside, her startled cry drawing the attention of the nearby adults. "Shinobu!" Connie was the first to react, rushing to help the frightened child up from the ground. The others quickly realized what had happened. There, on the cart, stood a small black and white Shiba Inu with glossy fur and bright, alert eyes, its tail wagging as it barked at Shinobu. Yakushin sighed in relief. It was just a little dog. Still, he sternly scolded his youngest daughter for rummaging through others' belongings without permission, insisting she apologize to Elder Moriki. The elder, of course, took no offense. In fact, he had deliberately not warned her, wanting to give the impulsive girl a little scare. As a frequent visitor to Koko Clinic, he knew Shinobu was a lively child, quite unlike her older sister Connie, though sometimes a bit too mischievous. After bidding farewell to the Koko family, Elder Moriki continued pulling his cart along the main road, the little Shiba Inu, Maru and I, trotting behind with a wagging tail. After turning at 2 crossroads and passing through a dense bamboo grove, he finally arrived home. Deep within the bamboo forest stood an old, unassuming estate. 2 large lanterns hung beside the gate, where a figure had been waiting for some time. Dressed in a green kimono adorned with bamboo leaf patterns, her brown hair tied up simply with 2 bamboo hairpins, the girl had delicate, youthful features that belied the maturity and composure in her expression. "Mitsuyo-sama, welcome back. You must be tired," the girl said with a formal bow. Elder Moriki sighed slightly. "Chinatsu, I've told you there's no need to be so formal. The estate has been well taken care of thanks to you, you've worked hard too." Ryukawa Chinatsu, the orphan Elder Moriki had taken in 5 years ago, was only 14 now. Yet she single-handedly managed the entire Moriki family affairs. In those 5 years, she had transformed the dwindling household, once consisting only of the elder, into one of the wealthiest families in Takanagawa village and even the northern Toshima district. The vast Moriki residence housed only Ryukawa Chinatsu and a few hired servants responsible for cleaning and cooking. In fact, before Ryukawa Chinatsu took over the Moriki family business, the entire estate had only 2 inhabitants, Elder Moriki and herself. Declining the servant's offer to pull the cart, Elder Moriki personally wheeled it into the mansion. Ryukawa Chinatsu led the way with a small lantern, though the usually unflappable woman kept glancing back at the adorable Shiba Inu. Well, perhaps no girl could resist such fluffy cuteness. The trio avoided the other servants and soon arrived at a prepared room. Upon opening the door, they were immediately enveloped by thick darkness, with Ryukawa lantern being the sole source of light. Without haste, she flipped a switch, whoosh. The darkness instantly dissipated as overhead bulbs bathed the entire room in orange-red illumination. Elder Moriki now turned to face the tarp-covered cart, while the excited Shiba Inu Maru and I barked eagerly beneath it. His master was about to awaken. Chapter 20. Who are you? Swish. Crimson eyes snapped open, immediately met with darkness and a stifling sense of confinement. Shinichi instinctively began to struggle. Rip. The black tarp was torn apart by a pair of sharp claws and under Ryukawa Chinatsu's horrified gaze, a demon emerged from within. The moment light returned to his vision, Shinichi's scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the 2 humans and 1 dog not far from him in the room. The old man from the Demon Slayer Corps, they'd cooperated before when dealing with the 12 Kazuki. The woman in the blue kimono, don't know her, but she seemed to be trembling. And that wagging tail defiantly Maru and I. Wait, Maru and I. The guarded look in Shinichi's eyes instantly gave way to joy when he saw Elder Moriki didn't do anything to Maru and I. Thank goodness. Maru and I was safe. Meanwhile, Ryukawa Chinatsu was indeed trembling uncontrollably, just as Shinichi had observed. Not that it was her fault, even though Elder Moriki had told her stories about demons before, this was her first time actually seeing one. Whether it was the faint aura of danger radiating from Shinichi or his fanged, clawed appearance, she couldn't help but feel waves of terror from the depths of her heart. But Shinichi paid no attention to her fear. Instead, he crouched down and eagerly played with Maru and I, rubbing the dog belly. Unlike Chinatsu's fear, Elder Moriki's gaze was more scrutinizing, as if he were pondering something. After interacting with Maru and I for a while and ignoring the 2 humans, Shinichi finally relaxed. He and Maru and I shared a deep bond, and from what he could sense, Maru was indeed healthy. The vague impressions Maru and I conveyed also told him these 2 weren't enemies, or like half-friends, and it was the old man who had saved Maru and I, using some strange, green light. With that settled, Shinichi had no intention of staying. Though the old man had saved Maru and I, Shinichi had also helped the Demon Slayer Corps kill one of the lower moons. They were even. What bothered Shinichi more was the poorly concealed fear in Ryukawa Chinatsu's eyes. It reminded him that no matter what he did, in the eyes of humans, his fanged, clawed, monstrous appearance would always mark him as a terrifying demon, just like the 2 demon slayers he'd encountered on Shirai Mountain, who'd drawn their swords without hesitation. Even if he understood their hatred for demons, understanding didn't make it any easier. From the moment he became a demon, an invisible line had been drawn between him and humanity. Maru and I, let's go, Shinichi called softly. The little dog immediately barked twice in delight, then effortlessly leaped over a meter into the air, landing neatly on Shinichi's shoulder. Without another word, Shinichi turned and headed for the door. Ryukawa Chinatsu stared in disbelief. From start to finish, the guy Elder Moriki had brought back hadn't exchanged a single word with them, and now he was just leaving. She quickly looked to Elder Moriki. But Elder Moriki remained perfectly calm, still studying Shinichi. Only when Shinichi reached the door and grasped the handle did the old man finally speak. Young man, wait. Outside is broad daylight, the sun is shining brightly. There's no shade beyond this house. Silence. Shinichi slowly released the doorknob and turned his head, his previously calm crimson eyes now glinting with a dangerous light. Old man, what do you mean by that? Shinichi bared his fangs slightly. Elder Moriki remained unruffled, smiling as he replied. Nothing much, just a friendly reminder. Judging by your appearance, young man, I assume you wouldn't want to go sunbathing either. Are you threatening me? Shinichi's expression darkened instantly. Being threatened didn't sit well with him. Old man, I'm grateful you saved Maru and I, but I also helped your Demon Slayer Corps kill a lower moon demon. We're even now. I've told your people before that my goal is also to exterminate demons, but it seems your Demon Slayer Corps doesn't appreciate it. If that's how it is, then let's stay out of each other's way from now on. I don't want to be enemies with the Demon Slayer Corps, but that doesn't mean you can threaten me at will. The displeasure in Shinichi's words was unmistakable. Elder Moriki responded, young man, don't misunderstand. This old man isn't threatening you. On the contrary, I have a request for you. Besides, I'm not actually part of the Demon Slayer Corps. Strictly speaking, I'm just a deserter. What? Shinichi was taken aback. A deserter? Ignoring Shinichi's surprise, Elder Moriki continued in a somber tone. It's the nightmare of my life. Because of my own cowardice, so many of my comrades died. I don't deserve the name of the Demon Slayer and I've tarnished this Nichiren blade. Young man, I truly have a request for you. I want you to inherit my breathing style, become a Demon Slayer and join the Demon Slayer Corps, to give this Nichiren blade the honor it deserves. As he spoke, Elder Moriki turned and grasped the emerald green Nichiren blade resting horizontally behind him. Shinichi's face was now a picture of utter confusion. Wait, what had he just heard? Inherit some breathing style and become a Demon Slayer? Who's becoming a Demon Slayer? Me. A demon become a Demon Slayer Corps member? Old man, you must be joking. Do you know what I am? I'm a demon. A demon. The very thing your Demon Slayer Corps wants to eradicate. And you're telling me, a demon, to join Demon Slayer Corps? Have you lost your mind? Shinichi didn't mean to mock him, but Elder Moriki's words were simply too absurd. A demon becoming a Demon Slayer? That's like asking a certain bear to be a lumberjack assistant for a certain bald man. Yet Elder Moriki's serious expression showed no sign of jest. Seeing Shinichi still scoffing at him, he turned and instructed Ryukawa Chinatsu beside him. Chinatsu, go tell the kitchen to prepare some sweets and tea. Oh, and remind them to include those pastries called dorayaki. Ryukawa Chinatsu gave a slight bow. Understood, Mitsuyo-sama. She then hurried out of the room in quick strides. As Ryukawa Chinatsu opened the door, a blinding ray of sunlight slipped into the room. Shinichi's crimson pupils contracted slightly as he suppressed his discomfort. It seemed the old man hadn't lied, outside was indeed high noon. Preparing tea. Old man, you're really pushing your luck. Do you realize you're provoking a demon here? After becoming a demon, I can't even drink water, let alone anything but human flesh. Shinichi chuckled dryly. Seeing that it was noon outside, he temporarily abandoned the idea of leaving with Maru and I and decided to stay a little longer, waiting until sunset to depart. Not necessarily. Speaking of which, young man, you still haven't answered this old man. Are you willing to help me pass down this Nichiren blade? Elder Moriki knelt formally on the tatami mat in the room, gesturing for Shinichi to sit as well. But Shinichi wasn't accustomed to such formal seating and simply plopped down cross-legged, placing Maru and I on his lap to play with. Wasn't my refusal clear enough? Asking me to become a swordsman, keep dreaming, old man. Speaking of which, it should be about time now. Young man, you must be starting to feel unwell, aren't you? What? Ugh, no. You. 21, Chapter 21. Shinichi suddenly clutched his chest as an intense suffocating sensation overwhelmed his chest. Something inside his chest seemed to churn violently and the sound of his heartbeat echoed clearly in his ears. Veins bulged across Shinichi's face, neck, and forehead. One hand braced against the ground while the other gripped his collar tightly as he gasped for air. His little Shiba Inu, Maruanai, startled by his master's sudden state, whined anxiously and circled around him. You, what did you do? Elder Moriki remained unhurried and began to recount a story slowly. Over 400 years ago, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, determined to eradicate demons, pioneered breathing techniques. With these powerful techniques, they successfully vanquished countless evil demons. During that early era of breathing techniques, many formidable swordsmen emerged, along with numerous powerful styles. The Moriki family inherited Breath of the Forest also originated from that time. However, centuries later, this old man has become the last inheritor of the Breath of the Forest. Young man, today I shall tell you about the ancestor who founded this breathing style. A trace of sorrow flickered in Elder Moriki's eyes as he recalled the first time he heard this story. It was also the happiest period of his life. Opposite him, Shinichi's suffocating sensation eased slightly, though a growing weakness spread through his body. That ancestor was not an outstanding swordsman at first. On the contrary, in his youth, he was more like a spoiled noble. But on the day he came of age, his personality underwent a drastic change. Within just a year, he amassed immense wealth, revitalized the family and elevated the Moriki clan to become one of Kyoto's most renowned families. By chance, the ancestor learned of the existence of demons in this world. Despite his success and comfortable life, he resolutely abandoned it all to become a swordsman. Within a year, he created the Breath of the Forest. At this point, a proud expression crossed Elder Moriki's face, but it soon darkened again. Yet, it was also at the height of the ancestor glory that disaster struck. On a stormy, snow-laden night, he vanished while on a demon-slaying mission. When he finally returned to the family, he had fallen and become a demon himself. What? Turned into a demon? Shinichi, who had been indifferent to the story until now, widened his eyes in shock, momentarily forgetting his weakness. Yes. The pride of the Moriki family, that genius ancestor, became a demon. On the night of his return, he slaughtered the entire clan. Only his 2 children, hidden in the cellar, survived. By then, the Moriki family teetered on the brink of extinction. Yet, that same night, the ancestor, now a demon, disappeared. When he reappeared over a decade later, his 2 children had grown up and managed to pull the Moriki family back from the edge of ruin. But one night, the ancestor who had fallen into a demon returned to the family once more. However, that night, the ancestor did not kill anyone. Instead, over the following year, he passed down the Breath of the Forest he had created in his lifetime to his descendants, urging them to ensure its inheritance through the generations. As for himself, the ancestor took his own life with this Nichiren blade one evening. His final words before death were an atonement for his sins. Elder Moriki sorrowfully drew the emerald green Nichiren blade from its sheath. Shinichi stared blankly at Elder Moriki. This story, how could it sound so absurd? An ancestor who had turned into a demon passed down a breathing technique to his descendants. Elder Moriki continued. The Moriki family has upheld our ancestor teachings for centuries. For generations, our entire clan has dedicated itself to slaying demons. Every Moriki descendant has joined the Demon Slayer Corps, and over hundreds of years, the blood of our family has stained its history. Yet, perhaps due to our own inadequacies, not a single Moriki descendant has ever truly inherited the Breath of the Forest. Even those skilled enough to become Hashira refused to bear the title of Forest Hashira. How unpredictable fate can be. The once prosperous demon-slaying family now has only this old man left. But destiny may have been predetermined. Young man, before this old man enters his coffin, I have finally met the one truly capable of inheriting the Breath of the Forest. You. Young man, you are the chosen one. Boom. A sharp pain suddenly pierced Shinichi's head. In his mind, the figure clad in a green haori flashed by. What? Could that person, no, that demon, be the Moriki family ancestor? How is that possible? Is this some kind of novel? Who would believe something so ridiculous? Shinichi's heart pounded violently. Though he didn't want to believe it, the inexplicable figure in his mind was no illusion. Elder Moriki stopped his storytelling, giving Shinichi time to process his thoughts. Just then, the room door was gently knocked and Ryukawa Chinatsu entered carrying a tray laden with fragrant, sweet dorayaki and a large pot of tea. Soon, she arranged the dorayaki and tea on the small table before Elder Moriki and Shinichi. Thoughtfully, Ryukawa Chinatsu had also prepared a small plate of aromatic meat rice for Maru and I, Shinichi pet. Seeing his master unharmed, Maru and I wagged its tail happily and began eating heartily from the plate. Watching the fluffy little head of Maru and I, Ryukawa Chinatsu swallowed hard but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation to give him a gentle pat. The tea exuded a faint, soothing fragrance. Elder Moriki lifted his cup, gesturing to Shinichi. "Young man, try it," he said before downing the tea in one go. Still lost in his inner turmoil, Shinichi absent-mindedly followed suit, raising his cup and drinking it all at once. The tea tasted slightly bitter with a hint of sourness, far from pleasant. Shinichi immediately frowned. "This is awful." But then he froze. He hadn't spat it out. He had just drunk an entire cup of tea. Shinichi stared at the teacup in his hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. How was this possible? It had been so very long since he had eaten or drunk anything. Becoming a demon meant he couldn't consume any food other than human flesh, yet now, he could actually drink tea. Overwhelmed by the sensation of being human again, Shinichi couldn't contain his excitement. He grabbed the entire teapot and gulped down the tea in large mouthfuls. Though it didn't taste good, the mere ability to drink something felt incredible. After draining the whole pot in one go, he wiped his mouth contentedly. "This is unbelievable. What kind of tea is this?" Elder Moriki held his teacup with a faint smile. "This is wisteria tea. For demons, wisteria is a deeply detestable thing. In fact, a certain concentration of wisteria toxin can even kill weaker demons." Clang! The copper teapot fell to the floor. Shinichi's satisfied expression froze. Wisteria tea. 22, Chapter 22. Shinichi stared at the teapot lying shattered on the ground, his expression darkening as waves of invisible fury radiated from him. "Old man, you'd better give me an explanation." Elder Moriki set down his teacup and rose to his feet, curling a finger at Shinichi with a mocking smile that dripped with provocation. "You bastard!" Shinichi exploded like a lit powder keg, his rage driving him to swing his fist straight at the old man. He had seen this geezer trade blows with lower moon demon Rokuro earlier, surely he wouldn't be killed by a single punch. But damn, this old man was infuriating. Thud! A withered, bony hand effortlessly caught Shinichi's punch. Shinichi froze. He was certain he had put enough force behind that strike to at least leave a dent in solid rock, yet the old man didn't even flinch, he looked completely unfazed. Before Shinichi could process it, Elder Moriki's fingers clamped down, locking onto his fist. The old man stepped back with his right foot and yanked hard. A tremendous force wrenched Shinichi forward, throwing him off balance. Elder Moriki's hunched frame twisted at an impossible angle, shifting his stance in an instant until his back was against Shinichi. Thud! Shinichi stumbled right into him, but it wasn't over. The old man lifted his right leg and kicked backward. Shinichi's feet left the ground and another brutal tug on his arm sent him spinning through the air. Before he knew it, he was sprawled flat on his back, utterly humiliated. The entire exchange, from punch to takedown, had taken mere seconds. As Shinichi scrambled back up, confusion and fury burned in his chest, his eyes blazing crimson. "Again!" he roared, charging at Elder Moriki once more. The old man merely smiled and beckoned him forward. Thud! 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 The dull thumps of flesh hitting the floor echoed relentlessly through the room. Eventually, even Ryukawa Chinatsu, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't take it anymore. It was too brutal. She quickly scooped up little Maru and I and hurried out of the room. Maru and I, blissfully oblivious and full from its meal, seemed to sense no malice from Elder Moriki. He cheerfully ignored his master being tossed around like a rag doll. Time blurred. Shinichi stood panting, his eyes bloodshot with frustration, while Elder Moriki remained as calm as ever. "Care for another round, young man? These old bones can still handle it." "It's you." Shinichi spat. "You did something to me, didn't you? Like that damn wisteria tea. I can feel it, my strength is gone. This is your doing." He wasn't stupid. During their exchanges, he had realized his speed and power had diminished drastically. His entire fighting style relied on his demon-enhanced abilities. Without them, he was just an ordinary, untrained kid in front of Elder Moriki. Elder Moriki looked at Shinichi's resentful expression and said, "Young man, tell me, why did you help us fight Lower Moon for that night on Shirai Mountain? Do you also despise demons?" Shinichi scoffed, "Of course. I hate demons just like you do. But in people's eyes, I'm probably no different from those man-eating monsters. Old man, why would you think the Demon Slayer Corps would accept a demon as one of their members? So don't bother trying to teach me any damn breathing techniques, my own strength is enough." Elder Moriki sighed deeply, his gaze profound as he studied Shinichi. "No matter how powerful you are, it still belongs to the power of the demons, not to you. I don't care what kind of power it is, as long as it's enough for my revenge. Then do you want to remain a demon forever? Young man, don't you want to experience being human again?" As Elder Moriki's words fell, the room plunged into silence. Shinichi's crimson eyes locked onto the elder. Can you turn me back into a human?" His voice trembled slightly. If possible, he didn't want to remain a demon despised and feared by humans. But in response to Shinichi's hopeful gaze, Elder Moriki slowly shook his head. "No, I cannot turn a demon back into a human." However, the sudden word made Shinichi's disappointed expression freeze. Was there still hope? "Though I cannot restore your humanity, I can help you experience human sensations once more." Boom! The elder word struck Shinichi like lightning. "How?" he demanded immediately. Elder Moriki smiled and pointed at the teapot on the floor. "Aren't you already doing so? Young man, you must understand, wisteria flowers can repel demons with just their scent. How could a demon possibly drink tea infused with their essence?" With that, he handed Shinichi a mirror. Looking down at the mirror, Shinichi saw a face both familiar and strange. He felt dazed. The reflection was far gentler than the monstrous visage he'd first seen in the stream reflection. The bulging veins had receded beneath his skin, his sharp fangs no longer appeared ferocious, merely slightly more pointed than a human. The terrifying aura of malice that had constantly shrouded his face had completely vanished and the bloodshot veins in his crimson eyes had faded, making them appear unexpectedly soft. Even the black claws on his fingertips had lightened. Now, at first glance, Shinichi no longer looked like a demon, but rather a coldly handsome young man. With complex emotions, Shinichi stared at his reflection until a sweet-smelling dorayaki blocked his view. "Try it. Experience being human again, then tell me your choice, young man." In the spacious shrine of the Moriki residence, Ryukawa Chinitsu approached Elder Moriki, who was kneeling quietly before rows of memorial tablets, carrying Maruenai in her arms. "Mitsuyo-sama," she asked softly. "Has Shinichi agreed?" Elder Moriki turned his gaze to one of the many memorial tablets before him. The tablet bore the inscription, "Moriki Shinike." "Our ancestor choice cannot be wrong," he said. "This child will truly carry on the legacy of Breath of the Forest." 23, Chapter 23. Mitsuyo-sama, I remember you once said that the Breath of the Forest is extremely difficult to master and that most Moriki descendants ultimately choose to practice other auxiliary breathing techniques instead. Why are you so certain that Lord Shinichi will succeed? Under the eaves, Ryukawa Chinitsu asked Elder Moriki with some confusion. Elder Moriki gazed into the distance and after a moment of silence, spoke slowly. "Because this boy Shinichi resembles our ancestor too much, yet he possesses even greater perseverance. Our ancestor admitted that after falling into demonhood, he committed countless atrocities, which was why he chose to end his own life. But Shinichi, even after becoming a demon, this child has never harmed a single human. That's why I firmly believe he will truly inherit our ancestor Breath of the Forest, perhaps even master its final form, which even our ancestor himself never achieved." After hearing this, Ryukawa Chinitsu nodded solemnly and said, "I understand." Elder Moriki seemed to recall something else. Turning back to look at Ryukawa Chinitsu with a trace of reluctance in his eyes, he said, "The Moriki family's century-old duty has been to slay evil demons. This means every member of the Moriki family may face danger. But you, Chinitsu, are different. You have your own name, you're not a Moriki descendant, nor do you bear any obligation to stake your life for this family. Child, my earlier promise still stands. The Moriki family current foundation exists entirely because of you. You may take all of our assets whenever you wish, this is the reward you deserve." Hearing this, Ryukawa Chinitsu's usually calm expression tensed instantly. She suddenly dropped to her knees and kowtowed fervently, exclaiming emotionally, "Mitsuyo-sama, please don't say such things. If not for you rescuing Chinatsu from Nigiramachi back then, I would have long become a wandering child in the wilderness. From the moment you brought me into the Moriki family, I, Chinatsu, have feared no sacrifice. I'm willing to dedicate everything to the Moriki family demon-slaying duty. Please, Mitsuyo-sama, don't drive Chinatsu away." Thud. The girl forcefully struck her forehead against the floorboards. Ah. Elder Moriki hurriedly helped Ryakawa Chinatsu up, his gaze complicated. He truly felt guilty toward this child. Though Chinatsu always carried herself as a servant, in Elder Moriki heart, she was like a granddaughter. If possible, he would gladly pass the Moriki legacy to her, making her Moriki Chinatsu. Yet neither the Moriki family demon-slaying duty nor Ryakawa Chinatsu herself would allow it. To Chinatsu, the surname Ryakawa held equal importance. It carried her memories of parents who had cherished her beyond measure. During those famine years, they would go days without food to save their last morsels for their child. Behind the door, a figure listened clearly to every word exchanged under the eaves. It was still daytime, so he couldn't step outside. Shinichi stroked Maru and I, who lay curled on his lap, while gripping a cooled dorayaki in his other hand. As the conversation outside reached him, his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he opened his mouth and took a large bite of the dorayaki, chewing vigorously. Though he didn't know how Elder Moriki had managed it, Shinichi could now eat again, though only dorayaki. Perhaps because he was still a demon, all other foods, whether meat or noodles, tasted like bland wall plaster to him. While he could swallow them, it was an excruciating ordeal. Dorayaki was different. Whether due to lingering effects from the past, Shinichi could detect a faint sweetness in them, just the slightest hint, but it was enough. It had been so long since he had tasted anything at all. So, at Shinichi's request, the dorayaki he held were specially made. A single bite would likely overwhelm an ordinary person with sweetness. The batter was mixed with high-concentration sugar water, the red bean paste was half sugar and it was drenched in a lethally sweet honey. Yet Shinichi devoured this sugary calorie bomb in large bites, even complaining it wasn't sweet enough as he prepared to sprinkle more sugar on top. Honestly, Shinichi found everything a bit surreal. He had actually agreed to learn Elder Moriki Breath of the Forest. It was unbelievable. He couldn't figure out why he had agreed. Was it because the old man had given him back the ability to eat? But Elder Moriki had made it clear he couldn't turn Shinichi back into a human. Though it was disappointing, Shinichi also felt a strange relief. If the old man had claimed he could restore his humanity, Shinichi might have hesitated. Becoming a demon was shameful, but he couldn't deny that it had granted him immense power. Both his enhanced physical abilities and formidable blood demon art had transformed Shinichi from a weak, ordinary beggar into someone capable of fighting the powerful 12 Kazuki. He wasn't sure if training in breath styles as a human would ever give him strength like this. He never considered himself a genius. This was fine for now. He'd give it a try. Even if he couldn't master the breath of the forest, at least it would repay Elder Moriki for saving Maru and I and letting him taste food again. With that thought, Shinichi stuffed the last large piece of dorayaki into his mouth, then clenched his fist, feeling the steadily reviving and strengthening power within him. After absorbing the life force of Lower Moon 4, Rokuro, he could clearly sense that both his body and strength had grown significantly. If he measured his progress based on the first demon he'd encountered, Karasuma, Shinichi's strength before fighting Rokuro, when using Raging Blood, had been equivalent to 8 or 9 Karasuma. Now, he was roughly as strong as over 20 Karasuma. But Shinichi didn't feel excited. Instead, he relaxed his fist, his expression turning grave. He had grown stronger, but in truth, he still wasn't a match for Rokuro at full power. Lower Moon 4, Rokuro, his strength was likely equal to 50 Karasuma. If not for Rokuro carelessness, along with Elder Moriki and the Demon Slayer's desperate efforts to wear him down, they might never have been able to kill him that night. If just a Lower Moon 4 possesses such strength, how much more powerful must 3, 2, and 1 above him be? And then there are the upper moons who stand above even the lower moons, their power is beyond imagination. And at the very top, the progenitor of all demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, just how far does his strength reach? Shinichi's mouth twisted open slightly, his once softened features visibly contorting into something vicious. Sharp fangs protruded from his lips, and his claws extended just a fraction longer. Muzan, I swear, I'll kill you. 24, Chapter 24. Night fell, a crescent moon hung on the horizon, casting its cold silver light across the land. Within the bamboo grove outside the Moriki estate, Shinichi, now dressed in training attire, stared wide-eyed at Elder Moriki across from him. "What? You want me to sit here holding a pot of weeds and just space out?" Shinichi pointed at the pot of green grass, in his right hand. Elder Moriki spoke with utmost seriousness. "No, not spacing out. Meditation. The breath of the forest originates from the breathing of the woods, or rather, the infinite breath of nature itself. To master the breath of the forest, the most essential step is learning to hear nature's voice. From the smallest blade of grass to the tallest tree, they too possess life. They too breathe ceaselessly. Quiet your mind in meditation, listen to their breathing, truly merge your own breath with theirs." Shinichi's lips twitched. "That sounds poetic and all, but don't you think sitting around hugging a pot of weeds makes me look ridiculous? These aren't weeds. They're the awakening grass passed down through generations of the Moriki family. Very effective. Every Moriki descendant has relied on it to comprehend the breath of the forest. Young man, take your time to understand." And so, Shinichi found himself sitting foolishly in the bamboo grove, clutching this pot of awakening grass, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the green blades. 1 hour passed. Shinichi felt nothing. 2 hours passed. Still nothing. 3 hours in, Shinichi felt his gums itch, his fangs unconsciously elongating. After 4 hours, he was convinced he'd been tricked. Anger simmered, he wanted to teach that old geezer a lesson. By the 5th hour, Ryukawa Chinatsu arrived bearing a large plate of dorayaki loaded with lethal amounts of sweeteners and a pot of wisteria tea. The treats slightly mollified Shinichi's resentment toward Elder Moriki. A full day passed with Shinichi holding that pot of awakening grass, gaining absolutely nothing. Time flowed steadily. 6 days later, Shinichi remained seated in the bamboo grove, still hugging his pot of awakening grass with vacant eye. Though by now, the grass had been replaced twice. Whenever the previous batch wilted, Elder Moriki would lead him to the family farm for fresh sprouts. Yet when Shinichi saw the awakening grass growing wild across the estate backyard, his gums itched again. What difference was there between these so-called awakening grasses and common weeds? They're literally just growing in your yard. Deep into the 7th night, under that same cold moonlight, amidst the silver-lit bamboo forest, even Maruenai becomes a traitor. Bought off with just a few meals, he's practically fat now. More pig than a reel at this point. Shinichi scowled at the awakening grass in his hands, face dark with irritation. A breeze stirred, causing the green blades to sway gently. A dewdrop, heralding the approaching dawn, slowly formed on a leaf surface. "Of course I know you plants breathe too. 9 years of compulsory education in my past life branded that scientific fact into my soul, photosynthesis or whatever you call it. But how does that help me?" Shinichi muttered to the grass in the pot. "In a world where even demons exist, what does science matter? I'm just an ordinary person, no genius." Both the power of demons and breathing techniques were merely things from stories and novels to me before. But when they truly became part of my reality, I didn't know how to respond. Seeking power for revenge isn't wrong. These past few days, I've come to understand that the power of demons and breathing techniques aren't mutually exclusive. What truly bothers me is the mountain of prejudice in people's hearts. Even if I master breathing techniques, it won't change my identity. To many, I'll always be an outcast, a demon. Once a demon, forever branded as one. Wait, why am I talking to a pot of grass? I must have stayed here too long, my mind corrupted by that old man. Shinichi muttered self-deprecatingly. Suddenly, a cool sensation spread across his palm. Looking down, he saw a dewdrop from the awakening grass leaf had fallen onto his hand. As the chill reached his mind, an inexplicable coolness surged through his entire body. A fleeting emerald glow seemed to pass before his eyes, followed by a strange sensation blooming in his heart. Everything felt surreal and unbelievable. With each breath, Shinichi could distinctly sense a different kind of energy, not a scent, but something unique, gentle yet resilient. This feeling. Shinichi froze, staring at the awakening grass swaying softly in the breeze. Was it you? I think. I really heard it. You're breathing. Far beyond the bamboo grove, by a clear stream under a sturdy willow tree, Elder Moriki, who had been hunched over, slowly straightened his back as a gentle breeze brushed past. A faint, satisfied smile appeared on his face. I knew this child could do it. The willow countless green tendrils swayed in the wind, as if sharing his joy. Before dawn broke, Shinichi returned to the sealed room where Elder Moriki was already waiting. Seeing Shinichi enter, the old man smiled and raised a cup of wisteria tea. Did you hear it? Shinichi carefully set down the awakening grass. Yes. It was incredible, miraculous. They seemed to guide me. I could faintly sense boundless vitality hidden within their breathing. Elder Moriki set down his teacup, sighing. Shinichi, you've surpassed my expectations. You're right, that was the call of forest breathing. Within it lies endless, overwhelming vitality. For the first time, Shinichi found Elder Moriki somewhat agreeable. So, will you teach me real breathing techniques and swordsmanship now? That's what I wanted to ask you. Are you truly prepared to train in forest breathing? Shinichi, tell me your honest thoughts, Elder Moriki countered. After a moment of contemplation, Shinichi nodded firmly. I am. Please teach me. Elder Moriki's smile faded, his expression turning solemn as he rose to his feet with great reverence. He reached for the Nichiren blade standing upright on the wooden table behind him and drew it from its sheath, the emerald green Nichiren blade that had been passed down for a century. Forest breathing has a new successor. 25, Chapter 25. Forest breathing focuses on listening to the sounds of nature, connecting every blood vessel and muscle in one body to the natural world, harnessing the immense vitality behind the breathing technique to fight. Within the bamboo grove, Elder Moriki held a wooden sword as he explained to Shinichi. Forest breathing consists of 11 forms, created by our Moriki family ancestor, Moriki Shinike. Apart from the final form which only exists in records, the remaining 10 sword techniques are all incredibly powerful. However, we his descendants are low in talent, even the most outstanding Moriki descendants can only comprehend the first 8 forms. Hearing this, Shinichi frowned slightly. What about you, Elder? At this question, a trace of melancholy and sorrow flashed across Elder Moriki's face. This old man comprehension is also lacking. I've only mastered 7 forms. What? Even you can only perform 7 sword techniques? Shinichi was genuinely shocked. He knew the elder's strength well. If not for his aging body, Elder Moriki's power wouldn't be inferior to Rokuro. Elder Moriki shook his head with a smile. Some things are fated, Shinichi. You're different from us. I believe you're the one who can truly elevate forest breathing. Now, let me demonstrate the first 7 forms for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Moriki took a deep breath and closed his eyes. An invisible wave of energy stirred the fallen bamboo leaves on the ground. Through Shinichi's crimson eyes, he could sense an immense surge of vitality rapidly gathering toward Elder Moriki's body. The withered muscles and aged blood vessels were washed over by the torrential vitality. Muscles regained fullness, blood vessels became plump again, and in mere moments, Elder Moriki's originally hunched posture gradually straightened. His pale hair swayed without wind and a faint green light flickered in his somewhat cloudy eyes. Taking a step forward with his right foot, he bent slightly, assuming the standard Iaido stance. Standing beside him, Shinichi suddenly felt an overwhelming fighting spirit, as if the clashing of metal echoed in his ears. Forest breathing first form iron birch slash. Elder Moriki shouted clearly, swinging the wooden sword horizontally in an instant. The blade was wrapped in a green glow and in a fleeting moment, the green sword light carried an indomitable momentum like an unstoppable force. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the sword light passed, countless bamboo branches shattered. First form iron birch slash, a horizontal slash infused with the power of vitality, carrying the essence of the world's hardest wood, the iron birch tree, unbreakable and unstoppable. Before Shinichi could react, Elder Moriki's figure flashed, appearing before a particularly thick bamboo stalk. The wooden sword spun and thrust diagonally. Forest breathing second form willow of life. Squelch, squelch. Where the wooden sword cut the thick bamboo, numerous illusory green branches suddenly sprouted, swaying gently like willow tendrils. In an instant, the bamboo lost all color as if withered, only to revive in the next moment, brimming with vitality once more. Second form willow of life, communing with the power of nature, using vitality as a guide, the blade infused with life force pierces the body. For enemies, it becomes a nightmare that drains vitality. For allies, it becomes a powerful aid capable of healing them. Swish. A flash of blade light and Elder Moriki body shot forward like a sharp sword. Forest breathing, third form, thorn stab. The brown wooden sword instantly transformed into a streak of emerald green light, piercing into a massive boulder in the blink of an eye. Stone fragments flew as dust settled, revealing the ordinary wooden sword deeply embedded in the rock, with only the hilt exposed. Third form, thorn stab, a straight thrust delivered at blinding speed, sharp as a thorn point, piercing through anything. Modified form, thorn stab, entanglement, a rapid series of thrusts encircling the enemy, making them feel as if wrapped in countless thorns. Pulling the wooden sword from the rock, Elder Moriki closed his eyes slightly and casually swung a slash, though not with much force. The surrounding bamboo trembled, shedding countless leaves in a rustling cascade. Then, Elder Moriki stomped the ground with force, propelling himself nearly 10 meters into the air. A flash of emerald green light, forest breathing, fourth form, dandelion dance. Midair, his body swayed like a dandelion caught in the wind, gentle yet leaving behind dozens of afterimages. When he landed, not a single bamboo leaf clung to him. Fourth form, dandelion dance, the user body sways like a scattered dandelion, evading even the fiercest attacks with impossible grace and speed. But it didn't end there. Suddenly, Elder Moriki surged forward, gripping the wooden sword in a reverse hold with the blade tilted upward, its tip grazing the ground, then with a swift upward flick. Forest breathing, fifth form, soaring bamboo slash. An emerald green slash arced upward, shearing off countless bamboo branches high above. Fifth form, soaring bamboo slash, an upward aerial slash, standing tall like bamboo piercing the sky. After delivering the slash, Elder Moriki flipped the wooden sword, gripping it with both hands as he bent his knees into a horse stance, standing firm. Forest breathing, sixth form, resilient grass, hurricane strike. Swish, 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 swish. Countless emerald green slashes erupted from Elder Moriki like a hurricane, violently expanding outward. The entire bamboo grove was engulfed in a storm of blade light, countless stalks shattering and snapping. Yet, Elder Moriki body, like resilient grass in the gale, swayed but remained unshaken. Sixth form, resilient grass, hurricane strike, innumerable slashes unleashed in all directions, as unyielding as tough grass. Having executed 6 forms in succession, Elder Moriki panted slightly, his wooden sword now riddled with cracks. After a moment, he raised the sword before him, gripping it tightly with both hands. Crackle. A dazzling, almost visible emerald green light burst forth from the blade. Forest breathing, 7th form, wooden dragon soaring, slash. As Elder Moriki voice rang out, he leaped into the air, delivering a single strike. The blinding emerald green light seemed to materialize into a roaring, clawed dragon of the forest. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, sending dust and debris flying. Shinichi stared intently as the dust gradually cleared, revealing a deep trench carved into the ground before him. 7th form, wooden dragon soaring, slash, a full-powered strike manifesting the legendary beast, the dragon, in a devastating blow. Modified forms, wooden dragon soaring, flash. Wooden dragon soaring, rising dragon. Crack. The wooden sword in Elder Moriki hand finally gave way, shattering into pieces. Panting heavily, Elder Moriki looked at Shinichi and said, "This is forest breathing. Child, are you ready?" 26, Chapter 26. Under the moonlight, Shinichi stood bare-chested, bent over with great difficulty, supporting a massive boulder on his back that was easily 10 times his size. Huff, huff. His labored breathing sounded like the wheezing of a broken bellows. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled continuously down his body. Shinichi's demonized physique had reached its peak in both proportion and appearance, perfectly defined six-pack abs, solid and sculpted arms and veins faintly bulging beneath his skin. It was a flawless figure that would drive most women wild. Yet, Shinichi's face was twisted into a ferocious grimace. His eyes burned crimson, veins throbbed on his forehead and his teeth were clenched tightly. His black hair was completely drenched in sweat. The boulder on his back was unbearably heavy, he was nearing his limit. Grr! From sheer exertion, a low growl escaped Shinichi's throat. The crimson in his eyes deepened, his fangs and claws threatening to extend uncontrollably. Just as Shinichi was on the verge of losing himself, Elder Moriki's voice suddenly rang out from atop the boulder. "Shinichi, hold on. Don't be seduced by the power of your demonization. Only by enduring with your own strength can you truly master forest breathing. Just half an hour more, don't give up. It turned out Elder Moriki was standing on the boulder, shouting encouragement to Shinichi. His voice brought a sliver of clarity to Shinichi's increasingly frenzied gaze. Ah! The growl in his throat transformed back into the furious cry of a human youth. Finally, after another half hour, boom! With a deafening crash, the boulder slammed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Thud! Shinichi collapsed onto his backside, chest heaving violently. Elder Moriki leaped down from the boulder and retrieved a prepared pot from a wooden box nearby. He handed it to Shinichi, who accepted it without hesitation and gulped down the tea inside. Indeed, the pot contained wisteria tea. But Shinichi wasn't drinking it to rehydrate after intense training, it was to suppress his demonic power. The wisteria toxin, deadly to ordinary demons, had become Shinichi's tool to temporarily restrain his own demonic transformation. In fact, when Elder Moriki first suggested Shinichi drink more wisteria tea, Shinichi had suspected the old man regretted teaching him breathing techniques and was trying to poison him. However, after testing it, Shinichi discovered the tea caused him no harm, it merely suppressed the immense demonic power within him. By forcibly restraining his strength with wisteria tea, Shinichi could finally train in forest breathing under Elder Moriki guidance. But this was destined to be an arduous path. Though his power was suppressed, Shinichi's demonized physique and endurance were still far beyond any ordinary human. To challenge him, Elder Moriki increased the training regimen 100-fold over what a normal human could endure. Of course, Shinichi knew none of this. He believed the Moriki family had always trained at this intensity, and a deep respect for Elder Moriki and his ancestors welled up in his heart. Breathing techniques. The most important aspect is, of course, breathing. Practicing forest breathing not only requires one to sense the breath of nature but also to integrate the vast vitality behind that natural breath into every blood vessel, every muscle, and every cell of one body, filling oneself with immense life force. Thus began a training regimen that even Shinichi, a demon, would consider hellish. Carrying a boulder weighing nearly 20 tons for 2 hours was just one part of it. Running 100,000 meters back and forth in the Moriki family former underground mine, where oxygen was extremely scarce, dragging the Moriki family 20-meter-long wooden grain barge back and forth along the river near the village, and enduring countless slashes from Elder Moriki forest breathing, albeit weakened versions. And of course, there were countless other torturous exercises that sounded like punishments from the deepest pits of hell. An ordinary human would likely collapse and die within days under such intensity. But Shinichi wouldn't, because he was a demon. He couldn't die from exhaustion. If Shinichi, with his current physique, were to return to his original world, he would never starve to death. After all, the undying body of a demon was practically the perfect vessel for endless labor. Joking aside, under Elder Moriki's brutal training regimen, so harsh that even the old man himself found it terrifying, Shinichi underwent a staggering transformation in just over half a year. A gentle breeze brushed against the stray hairs by his ears. A slender, pale hand rested on the hilt of the wooden sword at his waist. His eyes were lightly closed, his handsome face serene and unreadable. Suddenly, a piercing shriek tore through the sky, as if something were hurtling toward him like a cannonball. The sound grew louder, yet those lightly shut eyes showed no sign of opening. Soon, a dark shadow became clearly visible, rushing toward him. Finally, those pale, slender hands moved. Forest breathing, fifth form, soaring bamboo slash. The ordinary wooden sword flicked upward in an instant, and a verdant slash sliced through the air. Crack! Stone fragments scattered as a boulder the size of a human head was reduced to dust. His lightly closed eyes slowly opened. Those once crimson irises, which had always carried a trace of savagery, had now softened into a tranquil peach hue. Without even glancing behind him, Shinichi calmly sheathed his wooden sword. Sure enough, crisp applause rang out from behind him the next second. Elder Moriki stood there with a proud smile, clapping as he spoke. As I expected, Shinichi. You've surpassed every Moriki descendant before you. The current you is far stronger than I ever was in my prime. There's nothing more I can teach you about the first 7 forms of forest breathing. Only then did Shinichi slowly turn around. Now, no one who saw him would ever believe this coldly handsome youth was a demon. What kind of joke was this? How could someone so beautiful possibly be a demon? Where's the signs? Did he have fangs? That just slightly pointed canines. No terrifying claws on his fingertips, either, and his body even carried the rich fragrance of wisteria flowers. What kind of demon would willingly drench themselves in such a scent? Old man, if you keep praising me like this, I might get a big head, Shinichi said with a smile. His tone was no longer as brash and impulsive as it had been at the beginning. With forest breathing constantly active in full concentration, Shinichi's body and mind seemed bathed in a gentle yet vast natural vitality, giving off an unconsciously soothing aura that naturally drew people to him. 27, Chapter 27. Aside from the first 7 forms of forest breathing, there's nothing more this old man can teach you. Over this past year, Shinichi, your progress has far exceeded my expectations. On the country path, Elder Moriki and Shinichi walked under the moonlight. The old man chattered incessantly along the way, like any ordinary elderly man, repeating over and over how outstanding Shinichi was. Fortunately, Shinichi was used to it by now, his ears automatically filtering out the elder's rambling. And so, Elder Moriki talked the entire way, while Shinichi remained passively silent, listening until they arrived at their destination, Butterfly Mansion. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door was gently tapped. After a brief wait, it creaked open, revealing a petite figure with violet eyes that widened the moment they landed on the 2 visitors. The girl immediately turned and dashed back inside. "Nei-san, Elder Moriki and that cold-faced guy are here again." Shinobu Koko panted as she gestured to her sister. Connie Koko sighed and lightly tapped her sister's forehead with a finger. "Shinobu, it's rude to call Shinichi-kun like that. Go find father. I'll greet Elder Moriki and Shinichi-kun." Soon, the lights in the Butterfly Mansion sitting room flickered on. On the tatami, Elder Moriki and the Koko family knelt formally, except for Shinichi, who sat cross-legged without a care. From her corner, Shinobu glared at him and muttered under her breath. "Rude, cold-faced man." Whoosh. For some reason, Shinichi seemed to have heard her. His head snapped toward her, peach-red eyes locking onto Shinobu. In a split second unnoticed by the others, his lips parted slightly, his canine teeth seemingly elongating, while his eyes flashed crimson. For a brief moment, he looked utterly terrifying. "Eek!" Shinobu shrieked, startled by his sudden transformation. Her cry interrupted the adults' conversation. Her father frowned and scolded his youngest daughter sternly. "Shinobu, such a rude outburst is unacceptable. Connie, take her to bed." Shinobu's violet eyes widened as she pointed at Shinichi. "No, it was him. Huh. But he just..." Before she could finish, Connie took her hand and bowed apologetically to Elder Moriki and Shinichi. "I'm so sorry, Elder Moriki, Shinichi-kun. Shinobu is just being mischievous, she didn't mean any harm. Please don't take it to heart." With that, she tried to lead Shinobu away. But Shinobu resisted, still trying to explain what she had seen. "No, sister, he really changed just now. You have to believe me." Meanwhile, Shinichi sat there, expression unchanged, nothing like the monstrous transformation Shinobu had described. Watching the sisters leave the room from the corner of his eye, he let out an imperceptible scoff. He had deliberately scared that stubborn little girl. Did she really think he didn't know what she called him behind his back? Cold-faced man? But the most unforgivable thing was that this brat had the nerve to say his beloved Shiba Inu, Maru-and wasn't cute at all. Ridiculous. What did some impolite little brat know? Over the past year, Shinichi had frequently accompanied Elder Moriki to Butterfly Mansion at night, not for any other reason but to obtain wisteria herbs. To train forest breathing, Shinichi consumed large amounts of wisteria tea daily to suppress the powerful demonic transformation within him. Thanks to the wisteria, Shinichi now looked nothing like a demon. As Shinobu Koko had remarked, he simply appeared to be a cold-faced young man. "Will Yakushin-kun mind us disturbing him so often at night?" Elder Moriki said with a chuckle. Yakushin also smiled. "Not at all. If anything, I should be thanking you, Elder Moriki. You're one of our most valued patrons. By the way, I've prepared the wisteria pills you mentioned before, though they'll taste quite bitter." "Is that so? Wonderful. The taste isn't an issue, we don't mind," Elder Moriki replied, casting a glance at Shinichi beside him. After all, this boy couldn't taste anything beyond sweetness. Bitter or not, it didn't matter. It wasn't like the old man himself had to take them. "That's good to hear. But Elder Moriki, why are you so fond of wisteria?" "Truthfully, Many other medicines here are more effective and cheaper than wisteria. Yakushin seized the moment to voice his curiosity. Elder Moriki stroked his graying hair. Because legend says wisteria is a blessed flower that wards off evil spirits and brings good fortune. It's not just medicinal, it symbolizes protection against demons. That's why I prefer using this flower in medicine. Yakushin was slightly surprised by this answer. Is that so? I hadn't realized you were so traditional, Elder Moriki. I've learned something new. Though he said this, he didn't take the elder words seriously. After all, demons? They were just old tales to frighten children. After receiving the prepared wisteria herbs and the specially made wisteria pills, Elder Moriki and Shinichi prepared to take their leave. Yakushin escorted them out of the mansion with a lantern in hand. When Yakushin returned inside, the lights in his daughter's rooms were still on. Inside, Shinobu Koko was insisting stubbornly. It's true. That cold-faced guy teeth suddenly grew so long and his eyes turned a scary red. Connie Koko sighed helplessly at her sister, resorting to a coaxing tone. All right, I believe you, Shinobu. Now, how about going to bed early? We have to wake up tomorrow to help mother sort the herbs. You're treating me like a kid. I'm not lying. Shinobu's defiant voice persisted. Outside the room, Yakushin shook his head in equal resignation upon hearing the sisters' exchange. Such a stubborn child. On the country path, Elder Moriki and Shinichi, each carrying a large bag, began their journey home. Shinichi, did you really scare that child from the Koko family earlier? What does it matter? Nothing much, but frightening children isn't exactly honorable. I felt like it. Elder Moriki looked at Shinichi, who was occasionally being stubborn. It was in moments like these that he could sense the childishness of a teenager in Shinichi. After all, in Elder Moriki's eyes, Shinichi was just a boy in his teens. This old man is truly getting old. The future belongs to you young ones. 28, Chapter 28. In the bright room, Elder Moriki knelt upright in seiza. Beside him, Ryukawa Chinatsu, dressed in a beautiful kimono, held a piece of dried meat in her hand, happily teasing the fluffy meatball in front of her. Over the past 6 months, under Ryukawa Chinatsu's unrestrained feeding, the little Shiba Inu had ballooned at an alarming rate, like an inflating balloon. Now, without a closer look, who would have guessed that the large, furry meatball next to Ryukawa Chinatsu was actually a Shiba Inu? Elder Moriki wore a serious expression. Since arriving in the room an hour ago, he hadn't spoken a single word, merely sitting quietly in seiza. Dawn was approaching. Shinichi, who had been training all night, pushed open the door with a wooden sword on his shoulder. As soon as he entered, he saw Elder Moriki, Ryukawa Chinatsu, and Maruenai kneeling there. He paused for a moment, then casually set down the wooden sword and plopped onto the floor without a care for appearances. Elder, did you come to see me for something? But the only response was silence. Elder Moriki wasn't even looking at Shinichi, his gaze was fixed absently in some direction. It wasn't until Shinichi asked again that the elder finally snapped out of his daze. A strange smile appeared on his face. Ah, Shinichi, you're back from training. Isn't it obvious? Elder, if you're really getting old, you should rest more. At your age, you shouldn't be fussing over trivial things. Shinichi spoke without much thought, then turned to Maruenai. Maruenai, here, boy, come to me. At his master call, the meatball Maruenai hesitated for a moment before reluctantly licking Ryukawa Chinatsu's hand one last time and then waddling over to Shinichi. Seeing this, Shinichi couldn't help but flare up. He flicked Maruenai hard on the head. You gluttonous mutt. All you do is eat, eat, eat. Look at you now, you're more like a Shiba pig than a Shiba Inu. With his tail drooping and ears flopped down, Maruenai whimpered pitifully. Oh, now you're acting all hurt. Asking for another smack. Ryukawa Chinatsu quickly intervened. Lord Shinichi, please don't blame Maruenai. It's my fault for feeding him too much. If you must scold someone, scold me. What? This is my dog. Why does it sound like I'm the one in the wrong here? Shinichi was speechless. Ahem. Elder Moriki light cough interrupted the little commotion and Shinichi turned his attention back to the elder. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Moriki spoke. Shinichi, it has been over 8 months since you began training in forest breathing. Mastering the first 7 forms in such a short time is truly exceptional, and now, apart from the ancient texts containing the remaining sword techniques, I have nothing left to teach you. So. His gaze sharpened. So, Shinichi, it is time for you to graduate. Shinichi froze. Graduate? His time at the Moriki estate had been the most peaceful and fulfilling since arriving in this world. Every day, he trained in forest breathing, played with Maru and I in his free time and occasionally sneaked out to explore the night markets of Takanagawa village. Unbeknownst to himself, Shinichi had already come to regard the Moriki estate as his first home in this world. But now, Elder Moriki words about completing his training left Shinichi stunned, and he realized what he must do. He was not just a demon now, but also a swordsman who had mastered the breathing style. His mission and purpose were to slay the demons that plagued this world. Taking a deep breath, Shinichi raised his head, his peach-colored eyes filled with determination. Elder, I understand. Don't worry, I won't forget my promise to you. I'll use forest breathing to exterminate demons properly. Good. Elder Moriki nodded in satisfaction before standing up. Carefully, he retrieved the emerald green Nichiren blade that had always been enshrined in its scabbard behind him. Walking over to Shinichi, he spoke solemnly. This sword, Forest Dragon, is the legacy left behind by our ancestor Shinike. Today, I pass it on to you, Shinichi. From now on, you are the new successor of forest breathing. You must ensure its continuation. Shinichi accepted the Nichiren blade named Forest Dragon. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, not just from the sword weight, but because it carried the legacy of forest breathing. Don't worry, Elder. I will. Shinichi made his vow with equal solemnity. Elder Moriki nodded again, pleased and relieved, before returning to his seated position. There's one last thing. At that moment, Shinichi was unsheathing the emerald green Nichiren blade, admiring the intricate engravings on its surface. What last thing? He asked casually. Splash. Splash. Two strange sounds echoed and an overwhelming metallic scent of blood instantly filled the room. Scarlet liquid, from nowhere, splashed all over Elder Moriki, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected this. Meanwhile, Ryukawa Chinatsu's face visibly tensed with anxiety. Shinichi froze. What was happening? Before he could react, an intoxicatingly rich scent of blood assaulted his nostrils. The sensation was euphoric, utterly irresistible. The aroma was like the finest wine, as alluring as divine nectar from the heavens. Swish. Shinichi's eyes instantly turned blood red. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and black claws sprouted from his fingers. The once handsome youth had transformed into a ravenous demon in an instant. A low growl rumbled in his throat as Shinichi's crimson eyes locked onto Elder Moriki. Delicious. So delicious. The scent of blood on the elder was irresistible. Damn it. He couldn't control himself. He wanted to feast right now. Elder Moriki calmly observed Shinichi's sudden demonization. This was Shinichi's final trial. If he could resist the temptation of this rare blood, then his training would truly be complete. Demons fed on human flesh and blood, but among thousands of humans, only one might possess rare blood, a fatal attraction for demons. A single rare-blooded human could outweigh 100 ordinary ones. In fact, over the centuries, there had been members of the Moriki family who chose to follow their ancestors' path and turn into demons in order to master the complete forest breathing. However, the unwavering resolve they believed they possessed vanished without a trace the moment they became demons. Without exception, every Moriki descendant who attempted to learn forest breathing after demonization ended up degenerating into true fiends. Whenever such incidents occurred, the Moriki family would spare no effort to eliminate these fallen kin. Shinichi, you're more outstanding than anyone else. You must hold on. Don't let your desires defeat you. Elder Moriki muttered anxiously, but Shinichi was already on the verge of losing himself to madness. Damn it. Why does it smell so irresistible? No. I swore I absolutely will never eat humans. Shinichi clutched his head in agony, letting out eerie howls as he writhed on the ground. 29, Chapter 29. Arf arf arf. The little Shiba Inu Maruenai whined anxiously as he saw his master in pain, circling Shinichi and barking incessantly, trying to rouse his master consciousness. Roar. But Shinichi suddenly lunged forward, charging toward Elder Moriki before either the old man or Ryukawa Chinatsu could react. Ryukawa Chinatsu's eyes widened, her hand hidden in her sleeve instantly gripping a rope. She remembered Mitsuyo-sama instructions clearly: if Lord Shinichi failed to suppress his bloodlust, she must pull the rope immediately. Boom! The wooden table before Elder Moriki shattered into pieces. Shinichi's sharp black claws stopped mere inches from the old man's face. Yet, at the critical moment, Shinichi's body froze abruptly. His fangs bared, crimson eyes bloodshot, veins bulging across his forehead and face, one arm trembling uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, Shinichi panted heavily, his chest heaving violently, while his other arm had pierced through his own chest. To suppress his bloodlust, Shinichi had ruthlessly impaled himself. Slowly withdrawing his arm, a torrent of blood gushed forth. As the wound regenerated with writhing flesh, the savage crimson in Shinichi's eyes gradually faded. Thud. Forcibly subduing his desires, Shinichi dropped to one knee, weakly lifting his head. "Oh old man, aren't you going to explain?" Though his face was splattered with blood, when Elder Moriki saw clarity return to Shinichi's eyes, turbid tears finally streamed down his cheeks, his voice choked with emotion. "You did it, child." Beside them, Ryukawa Chinatsu, who had been holding her breath, exhaled heavily in relief. Lord Shinichi had truly succeeded. Elder Moriki immediately produced a prepared wooden box. Ignoring his disheveled state, he carefully opened it and retrieved a small jade vial. "Child, this is your graduation gift. Take it. Dawn has arrived." "Chinatsu, pull the rope," Elder Moriki instructed. Ryukawa Chinatsu complied instantly, yanking the cord hidden in her sleeve. The moment she did, click click click, the smooth walls of the room erupted with the sound of turning gears. Within seconds, large windows appeared on all four walls, flooding the once sealed, lightless chamber with the radiant warmth of the rising dawn. Approaching the window, Elder Moriki gazed at the ascending sun. He had a premonition this child Shinichi would one day shine as brilliantly as the breaking dawn, while someone like himself was already the setting sun. "So, old man, if I'd truly lost control, you were planning to burn me to death with sunlight, weren't you?" Shinichi's playful voice suddenly rang out behind him. Elder Moriki didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled. "That was this old man's choice. Had you failed, we would have perished together and the forest breathing would have lost its last successor." Was it really that serious? Elder Moriki finally turned his head and the first thing he saw was Shinichi standing bathed in sunlight. Shinichi, who hadn't seen the sun in nearly a year, squinted and raised a hand to shield his eyes, trying to feel its warmth and light. When he opened his eyes again, one of his originally peach-colored irises had turned blue-green. If Muzan were here and saw Shinichi's condition, he would surely be driven mad with envy. Why could this demon stand freely under the sun, while he, the Demon King, could barely survive in its rays? However, Shinichi knew his current state wasn't truly standing freely in the sunlight. Right now, it was more like he was wearing a coat woven from life energy, a barrier shielding him from the sun's lethal touch. The secret lay in the jade vial Elder Moriki had given him. Within that diluted blood, Shinichi had learned an entirely new blood demon art. Blood demon art, mimicry Rashomon. A unique technique fused with forest breathing. By maintaining total concentration, forest breathing, Shinichi could cloak his body in an invisible garment of life energy. Thanks to this mimicry Rashomon state, he witnessed his first sunrise since becoming a demon. "How does it feel to see the sun again?" Elder Moriki asked. Shinichi replied, "Like being reborn." Though the garment of life energy blocked all sensation of the sun's warmth and light, simply standing beneath it was enough to exhilarate him. Of course, there was a price. In this mimicry Rashomon state, Shinichi couldn't use any demonic powers, only his physical strength or trained breathing techniques. Even his formidable regenerative abilities were weakened, wounds would heal far slower. Most crucially, if his stamina ran out and he could no longer maintain total concentration, forest breathing, the mimicry Rashomon protection would vanish instantly, exposing him to the sun. At that point, no matter how strong he was, he would turn to ash. So Elder Moriki's advice was clear: conserve energy during the day and avoid all combat. At noon, in front of the Moriki estate gates, Shinichi's eye twitched as he refused Elder Moriki's gift, a tattered, blue-green battle robe. Yes, the very same one the old man had been wearing. According to Elder Moriki, this robe had been left behind by their ancestor, Moriki Shinike. The elder expressed deep regret at Shinichi's refusal and even tried to persuade him. But Shinichi was adamant. Having spent 3 years as a beggar in this world, he had no intention of wearing rags again. Dressed properly, with a sack of provisions, mostly dorayaki and wisteria pellets, slung over his shoulder and the Moriki family ancestral Nichiren blade at his waist, Shinichi formally bid Elder Moriki farewell. Behind him waddled the fat Maruenai. Leading the reluctant Maruenai, who was still pining for Ryukawa Chinatsu away from the estate, Shinichi paused at a street corner. He turned for one last look at the Moriki residence. That place had been his first home in this world. On the country path, a pair of deerskin boots kicked aside the obstructing deadwood. Shinichi, carrying Maruenai in his arms, spotted a familiar face by the small stream. "It's you." Shinobu Koko, dressed in a patterned kimono, immediately recognized Shinichi's stern face. Holding a basket of medicinal herbs in one hand, she pointed at him with the other. "You cold-faced jerk. Because of you, I got scolded by my father. You owe me an apology." Shinobu huffed angrily, jabbing her finger toward Shinichi. Shinichi remained silent, glancing around. No one in sight, good. While Shinobu was still fuming and pointing accusingly, Shinichi suddenly appeared right in front of her in the blink of an eye, so fast she didn't even have time to react. A tall figure materialized before her in a blur. Looking up at Shinichi chest-level height and then at the long sword hanging from his waist buckle, Shinobu's beautiful violet eyes trembled slightly. "You." Before she could finish, Shinichi abruptly raised his hand, curled his fingers, and, flick. "Ow." Shinobu clutched her forehead, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. "Rude child. Goodbye." With that, Shinichi turned and strode away without a backward glance. He'd wanted to do this for a long time, give this impolite little girl a flick on the forehead to teach her a lesson. Still holding her throbbing forehead, Shinobu didn't quite catch Shinichi's words. By the time she recovered, he was already far away. Dressed in a kimono, she had no hope of catching up. With her forehead reddening, Shinobu could only grit her teeth and kick the basket of herbs in frustration. Chapter 30. In an ordinary small pavilion, Shinichi unfolded a slip of paper with an address written on it. Elder Moriki had told him that it led to Mount Fujikazan, the location for the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection. However, having been away from the Corps for too many years, Elder Moriki couldn't recall the exact timing of the selection. He suggested that Shinichi try seeking out members of the Demon Slayer Corps nearby to join their ranks. Looking at the branch in his hand, Shinichi curled his lips and casually tore the note to shreds. "Sorry, old man, but I'm not ready to join the Demon Slayer Corps just yet." Perhaps still harboring resentment over the incident on Shirai Mountain, Shinichi then took a path leading in the opposite direction of Mount Fujikazan. After walking for an unknown length of time, dusk gradually fell and Shinichi arrived at an unnamed village. Strangely, even though it was only early evening and the sun hadn't fully set, every household in the village had tightly shut their doors and not a single soul could be seen on the streets. Holding Maruenai in his arms, Shinichi's heterochromatic eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. Behind those closed doors, he sensed numerous hidden, wary gazes. "Interesting. There's something odd about this village," Shinichi murmured to himself. He then bent down to set Maruenai on the ground, lightly tapping the creature rear with his toe. "Move around a bit. Look how fat you've gotten, Chisato has spoiled you way too much." With a reluctant "awwa," Maruenai shifted slightly. Through their telepathic link, Shinichi received the message. "Mean master. Unfair." But Shinichi paid no mind, ignoring the sulking Maruenai as he strode boldly into the peculiar village. One hand resting on the hilt of the Nichiren blade at his waist, Shinichi wandered through the small village. Most of the villagers hid inside their homes, eyeing the sudden stranger with suspicion. Even when Shinichi occasionally spotted a villager who hadn't retreated indoors, they would scurry away the moment they saw the outsider. Knocking on doors yielded no responses either. Behind a wooden door, a pair of bright eyes peered through the crack at Shinichi outside. "Grandpa, shouldn't we tell that big brother to leave quickly? Our village has MMM. Before the little girl could finish, an aged hand covered her mouth, followed by her grandfather hushed scolding. "Shuh. This outsider arrival is perfect. Otherwise, tonight might have been our turn to offer tribute to Lord Jinkan. Now we don't have to worry." Time passed minute by minute and the sun finally dipped below the horizon, draping the sky in darkness. Yet, eerily, not a single household in the village lit a lamp, plunging the entire settlement into an unsettling silence. Shinichi, still gripping his sword hilt, suddenly halted. His ears twitched slightly before he turned thoughtfully toward a particular direction. Then, creak. The faint sound of a door opening reached his ears. From a nearby wooden house, a nervous face peeked out. The man who had opened the door cautiously glanced around and upon confirming no one else was nearby, urgently gestured for Shinichi to come inside. After a brief pause, Shinichi didn't overthink it. Scooping up Maru and I, he stepped into the wooden house. Click. The moment Shinichi stepped inside, the wooden door slammed shut behind him, accompanied by the relieved sigh of a man. The cabin was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. Yet Shinichi remained completely calm. Through his sharp eyes and steady breathing, every detail within the cabin was laid bare to his senses. Sorry for the inconvenience, young man. Please follow me. A man's apologetic voice suddenly sounded before Shinichi. As he spoke, Shinichi watched as the man crouched down, groped a chain and gave it a hard tug. A wooden plank was pulled up, revealing a narrow entrance to a basement. The two descended into the basement. The man struck a match and proceeded to light several oil lamps scattered around the room. In the blink of an eye, the entire basement was illuminated. A few oil lamps alone couldn't achieve this, but coincidentally, the basement walls were lined with copper mirrors of various shapes and sizes. Together, they reflected the lamplight, brightening the entire space. After lighting the lamps, the man brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup, offering it to Shinichi. Would you like some tea, young man? Shinichi shook his head, declining the cup. From the moment he entered the cabin, he hadn't spoken a word, instead carefully observing his surroundings. Has something happened in your village? This place feels eerie. Hearing Shinichi question, the man's expression darkened as he sighed and set down the teacup. Yes, to be honest with you, young man, there's a monster in our village. Seeing that Shinichi showed no surprise, the man knew his guess was correct. You're a demon slayer, aren't you? Shinichi looked at the man slightly surprised. Oh, how could you tell? The man pointed to the Nichiren blade at Shinichi's waist. Not long ago, 2 other demon slayers came to our village. They carried the same long sword as you and called themselves members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Our village is called Taranishi Village. Long ago, there was a famous temple to the east, so travelers began calling our village Taranishi, meaning west of the temple. The name stuck. My name is Komiyai Kaisuk. My ancestors were mirror craftsmen, forging copper mirrors for generations, and the skill has been passed down to me. Life in our village was normal until one day a year ago, when that monster appeared. Komiyai Kaisuk recounted the drastic changes that had befallen Taranishi village years earlier, his expression grave. One night, a child from one of the village households suddenly disappeared. The villagers searched for a full day and night but found no trace. Even more terrifying, from that moment on, children began vanishing at regular intervals. To this day, over a dozen children have disappeared. The villagers whisper that it's the ancient demon Jinkan, come to seek vengeance. An ancient demon. Shinichi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Komiyai Kaisuk gave a bitter smile and said helplessly. To tell the truth, this matter is somewhat related to my ancestor. Over 100 years ago, the most famous mirror craftsman in Taranishi village wasn't my ancestor, but one named Jinkan. However, one night, Jinkan's entire family died inexplicably in their home. At that time, the villagers believed my ancestor was the murderer because he was Jinkan's only apprentice. 31, Chapter 31. But on the day Master Jinkan and his family were murdered, my ancestor wasn't even in the village. He had gone to another prefecture to purchase tools. The authorities at the time confirmed this. Despite the villagers' suspicions, my ancestor didn't leave. Instead, he chose to stay and continue Master Jinkan's craft, passing it down to this very day. Komiyai Kaisuk explained to Shinichi. Shinichi sat on a wooden stool, resting his chin on one hand as if listening to a story. He pressed further. Then what? So why do people now think the suddenly appearing monster is Jinkan from 100 years ago? Komiyai's face showed hesitation, but he continued because every family that lost a child found numerous ornately decorated silver mirrors appearing in their homes at night. The method to craft such mirrors was known only to Master Jinkan himself. My ancestor only learned how to make bronze mirrors from him. Shinichi looked surprised. Leaving silver mirrors after kidnapping children? What the hell? Does this bastard think he's shopping? Komiyai gritted his teeth in frustration. Exactly. But what's most chilling isn't that. Some families, despite losing children, took those mirrors to the city to sell it. Unexpectedly, the mirrors became extremely popular, each fetching a high price. One even sold for thousands of yen. Now, instead of wanting to kill the demon, the villagers want to profit from it. Hearing this, Shinichi was genuinely shocked. No matter how greedy these villagers were, they couldn't possibly do such a thing. Have they gone mad? For money, would they really abandon their own children? Komayai was equally furious. He slammed the wooden table hard, then with trembling hands, took out a package from a box. Unwrapping it, he revealed two exquisitely crafted silver mirrors before Shinichi. Tears welled up in Komayai's eyes as he said in a shaking voice, "My younger brother, Eiji, he's disappeared too. I've always wanted to kill that damn demon. But the villagers keep obstructing me, intentionally or not. I went to the police station, but the villagers insisted I was lying, that no demon existed. The police didn't believe me either. Alone, I couldn't possibly catch that monster. Then not long ago, two demon slayers around your age appeared. They said they were members of the Demon Slayer Corps and came here to eliminate the demon. I told them everything. They promised they'd destroy the demon, but several days have passed now, and those two demon slayers have vanished. Then 2 nights ago, another family lost their child. I fear those two demon slayers may have already." Komayai's voice was filled with despair. Beside him, Shinichi seemed deep in thought. The Demon Slayer Corps has been here too. But judging from what this guy said, those two obviously failed and are probably dead now. However, this guy's words can't be fully trusted either. A demon that can create mirrors, it definitely feels related to this mirror craftsman before me. A missing younger brother? That seems plausible. Shinichi pondered silently to himself, though he was now certain there was a demon in this village. On those two silver mirrors, he had detected the faint scent of his own kind. "Don't worry, I'll take care of that demon. Thank you for your help tonight. Farewell." Shinichi left Komayai's wooden hut with Maru and I in tow, despite the latter persistent urging for them to wait until daylight or seek more help from demon slayers. But Shinichi had no such plans. Aside from his suspicions about Komayai himself, it wasn't as if he could call on the Demon Slayer Corps for assistance. If anything, running into their members would likely end with him getting slashed at. Under the pale moonlight, Shinichi quickened his pace, took a slight running start then leaped into the air, swiftly scaling a large tree until he reached the very top, overlooking the entire Teranishi village. Woof! Woof! Little Maru and I let out urgent barks at the base of the tree. His round, stubby body couldn't climb up. Shinichi sighed and rubbed his forehead, using telepathy to instruct Maru and I to track the scent from the silver mirrors in the village. Obeying his master's command, Maru and I stopped barking, shook his chubby head and wobbled off into the darkness. At the treetop, Shinichi closed his eyes and parted his lips slightly. A peculiar, rhythmic breathing pattern began as invisible currents of life force gathered toward him. The tree beneath him trembled faintly, as if stirred by wind. Forest breathing, 8th form, whispering forest eye. Whoosh! When Shinichi reopened his eyes, his left eye, emerald green, gleamed with flowing light. Everything in his vision had transformed. He could now see streams of life force in motion, the vitality of plants, various small animals, even the minuscule organisms underground. All of it appeared before him as clearly as a thermal image. The life force of every villager in Teranishi village was laid bare before Shinichi's gaze. Human vitality was immense and unmistakable. This was the first form of forest breathing Shinichi had mastered beyond the 7 forms taught by Elder Moriki, the 8th form, whispering forest eye. By channeling vast life force into his eyes, saturating every nerve and blood vessel and coating his retinas with a membrane of vitality, he gained the ability to perceive all living energy. With this power, no demon could hide from Shinichi's sight. Though the 8th form might sound simple to train, the eyes are among the most complex human organs. The slightest mistake during training could result in blindness. Over centuries, only a handful of Moriki descendants had succeeded in mastering it. But for Shinichi, blindness? He could just pluck out the damaged eye and grow a new one. Thus, the first forest breathing technique Shinichi perfected wasn't among the initial 7 forms, it was the 8th form, whispering forest eye. Within the emerald green eyes, the life force of all living beings in the Teranishi village was laid bare. Soon, Shinichi noticed something amiss. An abnormally massive surge of vitality was moving rapidly in the northern part of the village. Such immense vitality was beyond the capacity of an ordinary human, nor could it belong to the long-lived trees, as trees don't run. That left only one possibility: a demon. Found you. A faint smile curled on Shinichi's stern face. At the same time, Maruenai's telepathic warning reached him. That little meatball isn't slacking off. I'm pleased. Then, let's go. Whoosh. In an instant, Shinichi's figure shot forward like an arrow, leaping down from the treetop and charging straight toward the demon location. 32, Chapter 32. In the darkness of night, a silver figure darted like a ghost between the wooden houses, swiftly coming to a stop atop one of the roofs. Under the faint moonlight, the eerie figure could be seen clearly, bare-chested, its exposed muscles smooth and gleaming as if coated in silver powder. Its fingers ended in long, sharp crimson claws, but the most grotesque feature was its deformed face. A mouth stretched wide to the ears revealed sharp fangs and a scarlet tongue, while the eye sockets, where eyeballs should have been, were instead crammed with two small silver mirrors. Without a doubt, this was a demon, the one the villagers of Teranishi called the Silver Mirror Demon, Jinkan. Crouched on the rooftop, the Silver Mirror Demon twitched its pale nose, its gaping mouth already drooling. Fragrant. So fragrant. Such tender flesh and blood, worth 5 silver mirrors. No sooner had it spoken than it raised its claws and slashed downward, effortlessly tearing through the roof. Whoosh! The demon burst into the house, its sudden intrusion eliciting a scream from the occupants, a little girl terrified shriek. Under the dim moonlight, the Silver Mirror Demon appearance was especially monstrous. Before it stood the very same girl who had tried to warn Shinichi during the day, only to be stopped by her grandfather. Now, clad in a traditional skirt, she trembled in fear, shrinking behind her grandfather, who was equally terrified but still managed to stammer. Jiginkan-sama, today, a stranger came to the village. I saw him. He went to Komayai house. Couldn't you feast on him first? Schlick. The demon licked its lips, the silver mirrors in its eye sockets reflecting the terrified faces of the girl and her grandfather. Normally, yes. But not tonight. This little one flesh is too enticing. I'll have her tonight, she's worth 5 silver mirrors. With that, it opened its maw wide and one by one, it spat out 5 exquisitely crafted silver mirrors. Though slick with saliva, their quality made the grandfather's eyes widen. Each was as fine as the one previously sold for 3,000 yen. While the old man stood frozen, the demon could wait no longer. The mirror in its right eye suddenly gleamed and an immense force yanked the trembling girl forward. Grandpa, help me! She wailed, desperately reaching for him. Yuko! The grandfather cried out, yet his feet remained rooted in place. Though his voice was thick with grief, the 5 silver mirrors on the floor were too tempting. Whoosh! The girl vanished in an instant, leaving her grandfather to collapse to his knees in vain. Gahahaha! The Silver Mirror Demon seemed to relish this ugly test of human nature. Licking its lips once more, it thought to itself, it only craved tender young children. That old man was too withered to be of interest. But wait, hadn't the old man mentioned an outsider? A change of taste might be nice. Jinkan crouched down, gathering strength before leaping onto the rooftop in a single bound, locking onto a direction, the home of Komayai Kaisuk. So that's where it is. Ha ha. The demon Jinkan let out a sinister chuckle. Perfect timing, he could feast on the 2 demon slayer brats he'd captured a couple of days ago, then have the girl for dessert. Just as Jinkan was fantasizing about the delectable taste of human flesh, an intense sense of danger suddenly struck. Whoosh! In less than a second, his body instinctively launched itself off the roof. Clang! A flash of emerald green blade light sliced through the air, instantly shattering half of the wooden rooftop where Jinkan had just stood. The sudden attack not only startled the demon but also roused many nearby villagers, who scrambled out of their homes to investigate. The shattered roof sent up a cloud of dust. As it gradually settled, Jinkan hunched his back, baring his fangs as he roared at the figure emerging from the haze. Who the hell are you? With a single hand gripping his emerald green Nichiren blade, Shinichi stepped forward, his expression cold. After just one glance at Jinkan, his brow furrowed slightly. What an ugly bastard. Jinkan sensed the aura of Shinichi Nichiren blade and let out a grotesque laugh. I was wondering who it could be, another demon slayer brat. You fools just keep throwing yourselves at me. I should thank you, your meat is so tender and delicious. Wait, that scent on you. Ugh, such a strong wisteria stench. Disgusting. Shinichi raised his Nichiren blade, gripping the hilt with both hands as he coolly addressed the demon before him. Spare me the rambling, you hideous freak. How the hell did a blind idiot with ugly mirrors for eyes like you even mistake me for one of those straight-laced demon slayers? Crack. Like a bolt of lightning, Jinken didn't quite catch everything Shinichi said, but the insult about his mirrors being ugly rang loud and clear. You damned human brat. You've pissed me off. With his maw gaping wide, Jinken lunged straight for Shinichi. A hint of seriousness flickered in Shinichi's eyes. Bring it on. His Nichiren blade pointed directly at his opponent. No fancy techniques, just a straightforward, vertical slash. Clang, clang. Crimson claws clashed against the emerald blade, sending sparks flying in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The demon claws and the slayer's blade collided repeatedly. Shinichi stood firm, his feet planted steadily as his Nichiren blade danced around him, waves of emerald green blade light enveloping his body. After just the initial exchange, Shinichi was completely at ease. Whether it was strength, speed, or even combat skill, this demon was nothing special, and that was without even factoring in the overwhelming advantage of his forest breathing, enhanced by his keen perception. Every ounce of life force the demon gathered before attacking was clearly reflected in the emerald glow of Shinichi's left eye. Unlike the composed Shinichi, it was Jinken who was now drenched in sweat. This human brat was nothing like those two weak demon slayer swordsmen from before. His swordsmanship and strength were monstrous. Could it be, had he run into one of the demon slayer core's Hashira today? With a subtle step back, Shinichi dodged Jinken's tearing strike. His Nichiren blade spun once in his grip before he crouched slightly, angling the blade to gather power. A wisp of steam escaped his lips as the emerald light in his left eye flared brighter. Forest breathing, fifth form, soaring bamboo slash. The emerald Nichiren blade instantly swung upward, unleashing a dazzling emerald slash. Splat. The smooth body of the demon was instantly cleaved open, its form sent flying backward. As Jinken flew through the air, shattered organs and bloody chunks of flesh scattered in all directions. Watching Jinken that had been nearly bisected by his single strike, Shinichi disdainfully flicked the demon blood from his blade. Pathetic. 33, Chapter 33. Crack. The sound of grinding bones echoed as the demon Jinken slowly twisted its body like a stiff puppet, rising from the ground once more. Countless fleshy tendrils squirmed within the enormous diagonal gash across its chest. A fissure split the silver mirror embedded in its right eye socket. Damn you, you wretched human brat. You're not even worth a single silver mirror. Jinken roared furiously at the sky. But Shinichi had already lost all interest in Jinken. This weak demon couldn't even compare to the likes of the demon Karasuma from before. Gripping his Nichiren blade tightly, Shinichi slid his foot back and leaned forward, poised for action. Final strike, forest breathing, first form, iron birch slash. Boom. The moment Shinichi took his first step, the ground beneath him cracked instantly. His body shot forward like an emerald lightning bolt, his blade delivering an unstoppable horizontal slash. Yet faced with this terrifying attack, the demon Jinken stood its ground without any intention to dodge. Instead, its mouth stretched into a grin that reached its ears, revealing a cruel smile. Clap. Suddenly, Jinken brought its hands together and let out a maddened scream. Blood demon art, demon mirror. Instantly, the air before it rippled. Crackle, crackle. Something seemed to be materializing. In the blink of an eye, a pane of transparent glass appeared before Jinken. At the same time, the silver mirror in its left eye emitted a dazzling light that reflected onto the glass, and just like that, a massive silver mirror manifested before the demon. Shinichi, carrying the overwhelming force of his first form, arrived before Jinken in an instant. The silver mirror clearly reflected his image, his face, his Nichiren blade, even his first form, iron birch slash. It was like looking into a mirror. But suddenly, a faint sense of danger prickled at Shinichi's instincts. Whoosh! A shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. The reflection in the silver mirror seemed to step out of the glass, a shadow identical to Shinichi, gripping its Nichiren blade with an expressionless face, slashing toward him with the same forest breathing, first form. The abrupt development stunned Shinichi for a split second, but soon his attack clashed with the shadow. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, shaking the earth beneath them. The collision of nearly identical forces sent a numbing tremor through Shinichi palm, forcing him back several steps uncontrollably. By the time he steadied himself and tightened his grip on his blade, the shadow that mirrored him had already vanished. Only the demon Jinken remained, clutching the silver mirror as it let out a shrill, deranged laugh. Kakik. Human brat, don't even think of struggling. No matter how strong you are, you can't surpass yourself. Under my blood demon art, you'll eventually die by your own hand. Frowning, Shinichi barely had time to question before Jinken demonstrated its meaning with action. The demon slammed the silver mirror violently. Blood demon art, mirror shadow kill. The surface of the mirror instantly rippled like water. Then, 3 blurred figures emerged from the glass, 3 expressionless shadows. One was identical to Shinichi, unmistakably the same shadow he had just fought. The other 2 wore identical black uniforms. They were the 2 demon slayers who had come here earlier to exterminate the demon. 3 shadows simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. Shinichi's shadow declared, forest breathing, first form, iron birch slash. The other 2 shadows of demon slayer core members also executed the first and 7th forms of water breathing. To think it can mimic techniques? I underestimated this ugly demon. Such a bizarre and formidable blood demon art rivals that of 10 Karasuma. A hint of caution flickered across Shinichi's face. Clang! The emerald green Nichiren blade vibrated, producing a melodious ring. Forest breathing, 6th form, resilient grass, hurricane strike. A gale erupted from the ground as countless verdant slashes radiated outward in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 shadows collided with the hurricane of slashes. After neutralizing some attacks, the 3 powerful strikes dissipated abruptly and the shadows were effortlessly torn apart. As the blade stilled and the hurricane ceased, Shinichi's heterochromatic eyes locked onto the demon Jinken. This grotesque creature seemed to have limits. While he couldn't gauge the strength of the 2 demon slayer shadows, his own shadow first form had less than 30% of his true power. Just a hollow imitation, then? Jinken exaggerated maw twisted into a grin. Of course they were hollow, but they were hollow in overwhelming numbers. With a vicious slap to the silver mirror, it roared, blood demon art, mirror shadow kill, chain slaughter. BZZZT. The mirror surface rippled like water as dozens, no, hundreds, of indistinct, writhing shadows gradually emerged. TCH, this is getting troublesome. Shinichi watched expressionless shadows step out of the mirror one after another. Though he knew their strength was lacking, the sheer volume made his scalp prickle. Attack! Jinken shrieked. Instantly, dozens of shadows lunged at Shinichi, unleashing a dense barrage of water-breathing and forest-breathing slashes. Facing this inescapable net of attacks, Shinichi forcibly cleared his mind, attuning to the vitality of all things in the air as he channeled forest breathing. At the last possible moment, forest breathing, 4th form, dandelion dance. His body floated like a drifting dandelion seed, weaving through the onslaught with surreal grace. What appeared to be an inescapable cage of strikes became a leisurely garden stroll as Shinichi dodged effortlessly. What? Jinken gaped. Had it possessed eyes, they'd have bulged. How could this human brat evade such an overwhelming assault? No matter. If dozens of shadows weren't enough, it'd summon 100 more. The demon resolved to slaughter this human at any cost. But just as Jinken prepared to activate its blood demon art again, a shadow, swift as lightning, shot forth like an arrow loosed from its bow, streaking straight for the demon's face. Too fast to react, Jinken was slammed down. A massive black dog with crimson eyes threw back its head in a savage howl before, crunch, its razor fangs effortlessly crushed half of Jinken's skull, tearing away the small silver mirror embedded in its right eye socket, now cracked. Ah! My mirror! Jinken let out a heart-wrenching scream. Suddenly, the surface of the towering silver mirror rippled and a shadow of a demon slayer core member burst forth, swinging a Nichiren blade at the black dog. But in the eyes of the black dog, its speed was far too slow, utterly insignificant. With just a casual flick of its forepaws, the dog effortlessly dodged the shadow's attack. Clutching its empty right eye socket, Jinken staggered to its feet and let out a piercing howl at the black dog. Give it back! Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, shadows surged out of the silver mirror, charging toward the black dog, with the first one being a shadow of Shinichi. The black dog bared its fangs. How dare this thing impersonate its master before it? It slightly opened its massive maw toward Jinkan, and in the next moment, endless currents of air began to gather. 34, Chapter 34. Invisible ripples surged within the black dog maw. Bang. Its claws dug into the ground, followed by a thunderous blood demon art, shadow wolf howl. Hum. A nearly tangible wolf roar erupted from the black dog throat, distorting the very air. The oncoming shadows disintegrated instantly upon contact with the hull. Crack, crack, crack. The silver mirrors surrounding the demon Jinkan fractured with countless fissures and its chest exploded violently, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. How is this possible? Jinkan collapsed to its knees, its grotesque mouth muttering in disbelief. But the moment the howl ended, an emerald-green Nicaran blade sliced toward its neck at blinding speed. Forest breathing, first form, iron birch slash. Clang. A piercing metallic clash rang out as an expressionless shadow wielding an identical Nicaran blade blocked Shinichi with the same technique. Cough. Useless. Under my blood demon art, demon mirror, no matter how strong you are, you can't defeat yourself. Jinkan spat blood, sneering. Shinichi felt the identical force transmitted through his blade. The shadow indeed possessed the same strength as him. Yet the weaker shadows had already vanished, proving this demon's power had limits. Oh, then can this fake do this? Shinichi smirked coldly. Instantly, his peach-colored right eye ignited, shifting visibly into a crimson hue. His composed features twisted slightly with ferocity as two sharp fangs protruded unconsciously from his lips. The mockery on Jinken's face vanished, replaced by boundless terror and confusion. Why you're also. Before it could finish, Shinichi, fangs bared, let out a guttural snarl. Blood demon art, raging blood. Boiling blood surged beneath his skin, flooding every vein and muscle. The hand gripping his Nicaran blade bulged with veins, his strength multiplying several-fold in an instant. Die. Noooo. Crack. Boom. The silver mirror, riddled with fractures, shattered completely. Amid Jinken's desperate, fear-laden scream, the emerald blade flashed, schlick, a silver head soared into the air. Shinichi cast a frigid glance at the twitching body. Trash. Striding toward the severed head, still frozen in horror, he raised his Nicaran blade. Wait. No. You're one of us too. I can sense it. You're a demon. Why do this? We're the same. Jinken howled its final, furious plea. Shinichi's demonic traits faded gradually as he casually retrieved 2 wisteria pills from his pocket and swallowed them. His crimson eyes softened back to peach. No, I'm nothing like you wretched things. I'm Shinichi, the demon-slaying swordsman, Shinichi. Schlick. The razor-sharp Nicaran blade plunged into Jinken's skull. A slender vine coiled along the blade, burrowing deep. Blood demon art, life drain. A crushing suction devoured Jinken's vitality. With one last agonized roar, its head crumbled to ash. Shinichi's eyes reflected the life of Jinken, or more accurately, it wasn't the original Jinken but a descendant of the mirror craftsman Jinken. A good-for-nothing rogue who, upon stumbling a family letter passed down through generations, learned of his ancestor identity. With shameless audacity, he sought out the Teranishi village and the Komayai family, attempting to reclaim the mirror-forging techniques passed down by Jinken. But why would the Komayai family entertain a sudden rogue? So, the scheming rogue set his sights on the youngest child of the Komayai family, Komayai Aiki, deceiving the innocent boy with lies. He obtained the mirror-forging techniques passed down by the Komayai family and a small silver mirror from their ancestors. But before the rogue could revel in his success, that very night, the unlucky fellow encountered a gang of bandits. Not only was he robbed of his last penny, but his throat was also slit by a sharp blade. In his dying moments, the rogue seemed to touch something smooth, perhaps a pair of leather shoes, and a deep voice whispered in his ear. How ugly. A struggling insect in its last breath. The resentment in your eyes intrigues me, but I dislike such unsightly eyes. That very night, a demon was born. The eyes despised by that man were replaced with a pair of silver mirrors. This demon, with its hazy memories, took on the name of its ancestor and targeted the humans of Teranishi village. In just a year, it brutally slaughtered and devoured over a dozen children. The tragedy of humanity, Shinichi murmured softly as he sheathed his Nicaran blade. It was unclear whether he was lamenting the despicable nature of the demon Jinken or the greed of the villagers. In Jinken memories, he had seen some villagers even willingly offering their children as tribute in exchange for those exquisite silver mirrors. Meanwhile, the owners of the pairs of eyes hidden in the shadows observed and whispered among themselves. Ginkan-sama is dead, killed by that outsider. It seems so. Does that mean our children are safe now? But, won't we have no more silver mirrors to sell? At these words, the villagers fell into a heavy silence. Shinichi paid no mind to these scheming villagers. He raised his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. Soon, a black dog, as large as a calf, dashed toward him with lightning speed, as if its feet were electrified. Arf arf. The excited dog let out 2 howls before its body began to transform. Its robust frame shrank, soon turning into a chubby, round ball. Its long snout shortened into the signature smiling face of a Shiba Inu. Maru-an-I, now picked up by his master, yipped excitedly. Shinichi ruffled Maru-an-I's head, sensing the proud emotions transmitted through their mental link. Good job, Maru-an-I. You didn't let me down. Tomorrow, I'll reward you with extra food, no more dieting, he praised. While praising Maru-an-I, Shinichi noticed the tattered silver mirror Maru-an-I had brought. His brow furrowed. Why hadn't this mirror disappeared along with Jinkan? Even stranger, he sensed a faint trace of life emanating from it. Could it be? Shinichi set Maru-an-I down and picked up the silver mirror from the ground. Staring at the crack on its surface, he pondered for a moment. Then, extending a finger, the nail at its tip suddenly began to darken and elongate, swiftly forming a sharp black claw. Without hesitation, he drove the claw into the crack. In the darkness of night, a blinding flash of light erupted. Shinichi felt his vision blur momentarily, and when it cleared, 2 unconscious adults and a small unconscious girl had materialized before him. Observing the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms on the 2 figures and the faint traces of life within them, Shinichi was stunned. They're still alive. He had assumed these swordsmen had long met their demise. Though not particularly fond of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinichi had no intention of watching their life force continue to drain. Drawing his Nichiren blade, its sharp edge effortlessly made small incisions on their bodies. Forest breathing, second form, willow of life. Illusory willow branches brimming with life force swiftly emerged from the wounds, channeling vast amounts of vitality into their bodies and nourishing their forms. Soon, one of the demon slayers showed signs of movement. His tightly shut eyelids trembled slightly before slowly opening, revealing dark eyes filled with confusion. 35, Chapter 35. Grandpa. The little girl, her face streaked with tears, rushed into her grandfather's embrace. Yet, faced with his granddaughter who had returned from the dead, the old man holding several exquisite silver mirrors wore an unnatural expression. Many villagers shared the same strange look as the girl grandfather. The demonic silver mirror had been reduced to ashes, yet only a few villagers smiled at Shinichi who had slain the demon, while some of them harbored a faint hostility toward him. Shinichi, observing everything, couldn't care less about the greedy villagers' thoughts. However, not everyone was so rotten. With tears in his eyes, Komiyai Kaisuke grasped Shinichi's hands and thanked him sincerely. Shinichi-san. I truly thank you. With that monster slain, Eiji's soul can finally rest in peace. Faced with Komiyai's fervent gratitude, Shinichi felt slightly awkward. After all, he had once suspected the man of colluding with the demon. But aside from the villagers of Teranishi, 2 figures now approached Shinichi. 2 young Demon Slayer Corps members, seemingly around Shinichi's age, wore expressions of shame as they stiffly thanked him for saving their lives. These 2 had only recently joined the Corps and were still Mizunoto-ranked swordsmen. Never did they expect to stumble so badly on their 3rd mission, nearly losing their lives, and worse, losing their Nichiren blades in the process. Shinichi-san, are you also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Why aren't you wearing the uniform? One of them, Teiji, couldn't help but ask, pointing at the Nichiren blade at Shinichi's waist. Upon receiving Shinichi's denial, Teiji looked disappointed and urged. It's such a waste for an outstanding swordsman like you not to join the Corps. We desperately need talents like you. You could. Shinichi cut him off. Someone like me joining the Demon Slayer Corps? No thanks. I'd rather not cause trouble for your esteemed organization. But, that's enough, Shinichi said firmly. By the way, do you have a way to contact the Corps? I recall the old man mentioning that your organization has a dedicated department for handling aftermaths, right? Teiji exchanged a glance with his companion. Though they couldn't reach their Kashagi crow at the moment, demon slayers naturally had backup methods of communication. In fact, families bearing the Wisteria crest were scattered across the nation, making it easy to relay messages to headquarters. Yes, we'll contact headquarters at dawn. Members of the Kakushi should come to assist with the aftermath. It's just, this is really embarrassing, Teiji admitted shamefully. Shinichi nodded. Then I'll leave this place to you. As he turned to leave, he paused, hesitating briefly before adding, some people in this village are consumed by greed. I don't know if the Demon Slayer Corps deals with morally corrupt humans, but I'll say it anyway, some humans don't deserve sympathy. With that, Shinichi strode toward the village entrance with Maru and I in tow, leaving Teiji standing there, stunned. Time flew, and before long, the first light of dawn peeked over the horizon, its golden hues heralding the overture of the retreating night. On the narrow path, Shinichi squinted at the gradually rising sun, his thoughts momentarily adrift. Just then, a faint call came from behind him. Shinichi-san. Shinichi-san. Please wait, Shinichi-san. Turning around, Shinichi saw Komiai Kaisuke waving as he ran toward him. Shinichi raised an eyebrow. What could this person want with him? Soon, the panting Komiai Kaisuke reached Shinichi, gasping for breath before finally speaking. Shinichi-san, this silver mirror has been passed down through generations in our family. You retrieved it from that demon grasp, and though it was damaged, I managed to restore much of it. Please accept it as a gift. With that, Komiai Kaisuke pulled out the exquisite silver mirror from his robe, the very one Maru and I had bitten off the face of the demon Jinkan. At the time, the mirror had seemed to contain a strange space where a little girl and two demon slayers had been trapped. After destroying Jinkan blood demon art space to free them, Shinichi had casually discarded the mirror. He hadn't expected Komiai Kaisuke to retrieve it, nor that its cracks would be repaired. This is your family heirloom, I can't accept it. It was just a small effort on my part. Slaying demons is my duty. Shinichi tried to refuse, but Komiai Kaisuke was adamant. He insisted that Shinichi take the mirror, believing that Shinichi's defeat of the demon Jinkan was something to be grateful for, both for his deceased younger brother and for the entire Teranishi village. If he didn't express his gratitude, his conscience would trouble him. He even threatened to kneel and kowtow if Shinichi refused. Among humans, there are many greedy and corrupt individuals, but far more are kind-hearted and virtuous. This is one of the beliefs that countless demon slayers fight for with their lives. Unable to sway Komiai Kaisuke, Shinichi reluctantly accepted the mirror. In return, he gifted him a pouch of wisteria pills and a few Shinichi special dorayaki, advising him to plant more wisteria at home and when the time was right, to leave the morally complex Teranishi village. With his mirror-making skills, he could find better opportunities in the city. After bidding farewell to Komiai Kaisuke, Shinichi officially concluded his visit to Teranishi village. Where to go next? He wasn't sure. He'd take it one step at a time. After all, the road lay beneath his feet. As dawn broke, Komiai Kaisuke watched Shinichi figure gradually disappear at the end of the path and sighed. Shinichi-san is truly a great man. He opened the pack of dorayaki Shinichi had given him, inhaling the sweet aroma, and chuckled. But in some ways, Shinichi-san is still a young boy at heart, liking such sweet treats. Komiai Kaisuke picked up a piece of dorayaki and took a bite. Crunch! A sound like stone hardening echoed. His smiling face instantly froze, his entire body becoming as still as a statue. Soon, his facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably, his expression twisting grotesquely. This taste. Uik. On the road, Shinichi patted Maru and I plump head and muttered. That delicious dorayaki, Komiai Kaisuke must be overjoyed to have it. I didn't bring much, so he really got a bargain. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. In a farmland, the massive body of a demon gradually turned to ashes, its shape vaguely resembling that of an ox-like demon. Standing before the demon corpse, Shinichi, covered in mud, wore an extremely grave expression. Because Shinichi realized something might have gone terribly wrong. His gaze shifted to his hand, where the Nichiren blade of the Moriki family, forest dragon, now bore a clear crack on its emerald green blade. And as Shinichi watched, snap! The blade shattered. 36, Chapter 36. Shinichi stared at the broken Nichiren blade in his hand, swallowing hard. This was completely unexpected. Over the past 6 months, he had relied on this blade to slay more than 20 demons. Never once had he imagined it would break. It wasn't until he had just finished beheading a bull-like demon with hardened skin, a blood demon art that had given him considerable trouble, that a crack appeared on his Nichiren blade, Forest Dragon. Then, in an instant, the blade shattered. Damn it, what now? The old man definitely going to be pissed when he finds out, Shinichi muttered, his expression troubled. At his feet, the bull demon head hadn't fully disintegrated yet, still screaming in disbelief. Annoyed by the noise, Shinichi violently kicked the massive head away. Shut up. Get lost. Arf arf. Maru and I trotted up to Shinichi, wagging his little tail excitedly, his big, shiny eyes fixed on his master as if expecting something. After half a year of battling demons, Maru and I once chubby figure had slimmed down, making him even cuter. TCH. Sighing, Shinichi collected the broken shards of his Nichiren blade, sheathed the remains, and crouched down to pat Maru and I head. Alright, guess we'll head back then. It's been over half a year, hope the old man's still in good shape. Arf. Maru and I seemed to understand, barking even more happily. He missed Chinitsu, the big sister who spoiled him rotten. Though he never went hungry with Shinichi, his taste buds had suffered terribly. An ordinary day by the creek. A small figure in a patterned kimono carried a basket of freshly washed medicinal herbs, wiping a thin layer of sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Her violet eyes glanced down the country road. Soon, Shinobu Koko on her way home with the herbs ran into her older sister, Connie Koko, who was also carrying a basket. You did great today, Shinobu. I heard Dad praising you earlier, said you have a real talent for being an apothecary, Connie said with a smile, gently ruffling her sister's hair. Though Shinobu was secretly delighted, she kept a straight face, as if to say, it's not that impressive. Connie's basket held freshly picked wisteria flowers. Curious, Shinobu asked, Sis, is this for old man Moriki order? Connie nodded, holding her sister's hand. Yes, he came by the butterfly mansion yesterday to place the order. Is that cold-faced guy back? Shinobu, that's so rude. Shinichi-kun would be upset if he heard you say that, Connie chided gently. Shinobu just snorted. She was a competitive little girl, and a bit of a grudge holder. She hadn't forgotten how that cold-faced guy had flicked her forehead hard. The two sisters chatted and laughed as they walked home together. Inside the butterfly mansion, a villager was purchasing medicine in the apothecary hall. Butterfly mansion master, Shinobu Koko father, carefully prepared the prescription in his hands. At the counter, bored villagers began gossiping about the recent happenings in Takanagawa village. Speaking of which, Yakushin-kun, did you hear? Aitsa has been missing for several days now. The police at the station hasn't found him, and last night, Obara didn't return home either. His family has been searching all day today. Yakushin, while mixing medicines, wasn't particularly interested in village gossip but casually asked. Is that so? Has Obara been found yet? No, not yet. I heard his family is planning to go to the police station, but with those sluggish officers, there's probably little hope. I think, could they have encountered some wild beast? After all, those two always like to go hunting in the mountains. Yakushin shook his head. Let's hope nothing like that happened. Obara's wife just gave birth to a child last month. I pray for both Obara and Aitsa's safety. He handed the prepared medicine to the villager, who thanked him and left. After seeing off the customer, Yakushin began cleaning the used utensils, giving no further thought to the earlier conversation. Dad, we're back. The voice of Connie rang from outside the door. Seeing his two sensible daughters return with medicinal herbs, Yakushin smiled. Good work, Connie, and you too, Shinobu. Go find your mother, lunch should be ready soon. The two girls set down the herbs and went to the backyard to find their mother, Yuki. Meanwhile, in a small grove behind Takanagawa village, within a dark and damp cave, a pair of sinister, glowing green eyes slowly opened. A low growl echoed through the cavern. So, hungry. Night fell. On the country road leading to Takanagawa village, Shinichi strode briskly, a Nichiren blade at his waist. His clothes were no longer the same as when he had first left, those made of ordinary fabric were easily damaged in battles with demons. Compared to his initial appearance, laden with bundles, Shinichi now traveled much lighter. All thanks to the silver mirror tied to his belt. Yes, the very one obtained from the demon Jinkan he had encountered at the beginning. This mirror, altered by Jinkan blood demon art, had undergone a strange transformation, granting access to a spatial space. Jinkan had once trapped children and demon slayers within this mirror space. Though Shinichi had slain Jinkan, the mirror retained its spatial ability, proving incredibly convenient. Shinichi had stuffed all his miscellaneous belongings into the mirror space and even purchased a large stock of supplies to store there. Of course, using the mirror spatial space came with conditions. Each activation required Shinichi's own blood or the lingering traces of his blood demon art within his blood to trigger the mirror power. To an ordinary person, cutting oneself to draw blood every time might sound cruel. But for Shinichi's immortal body, it was no trouble at all. What was a little blood? He'd gladly carve out a chunk of flesh if needed. As Shinichi walked along the road, he parted his lips and willed his fangs to extend. Pressing his thumb against the sharp fangs, blood immediately welled up. He casually smeared the blood onto the silver mirror at his waist, and in the next instant, a flash appeared in his hand, revealing a still-warm dorayaki exuding a cloyingly sweet aroma and a large slab of meat. Tossing the meat into the air, whoosh! A nimble figure lunged forward. Maru and I caught the meat slab, which was half the size of his own body, and began tearing into it voraciously. Shinichi himself took a bite of the dorayaki in his hand. Still not quite the right flavor. Oh well, it'll do, Shinichi muttered, dissatisfied with the taste of the dorayaki, even though its sweetness could overwhelm an ordinary person. The man and his dog soon arrived at Takanagawa village. But the moment they stepped past the village entrance, Shinichi halted. Wait, what's that smell? Blood. 37, Chapter 37. The scent of blood. And, the presence of a demon. Shinichi's pupils instantly contracted. In the next moment, his body shot forward like an arrow, leaving behind an afterimage where he had stood. The half-eaten dorayaki fell to the ground with a splat. Butterfly Mansion, half an hour earlier. Night had long since fallen. After a busy day, Yakushin was tidying up some tools at the counter. Feeling slightly weary, he turned to his wife and said, "Yuki, could you make me some tea? I'm a bit tired." His dutiful wife naturally didn't refuse and immediately stood up to head toward the backyard. Yakushin added, "Oh, and make sure the children go to bed early. It's already late." "Alright, I understand. But Yakushin, you've worked hard today too. Don't forget to rest early as well," Yuki replied. Yakushin smiled and nodded. A while later, seeing that the area outside the medicine shop was pitch black and eerily silent, he assumed no more customers would come. So, he stood up from behind the counter and moved to close the shop's large wooden door. But just as Yakushin shut the door, a forceful knocking erupted from outside. The wooden door rattled violently under the pounding. Yakushin frowned. Whoever was knocking had no manners. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps the person outside had an urgent medical emergency. As he reopened the door, he called out, "Just a moment. I'm opening now. Is there an urgent?" There was no response from outside. When Yakushin finally swung the door open, all he saw was a shadowy figure standing in the darkness, disheveled, with wild, unkempt hair obscuring its face. Without scrutinizing the visitor appearance, Yakushin hastily invited them inside, turning to gesture toward the seating area. "Please, have a seat over there. Can you describe your symptoms to me?" He didn't see it. The figure outside lifted its head. Under the light from inside the shop, a grotesque, greenish face was revealed. Savage, emerald eyes radiated pure brutality and hunger. Black veins crawled across its face, and its slightly parted mouth was filled with razor-sharp fangs, glistening with drool. It was the visage of a monstrous demon. Hungry. So hungry. Meat. A guttural growl tore from the demon throat. "Pardon? What did you, ahhh?" Yakushin had just turned back in confusion when, in the next instant, a gaping maw clamped onto his neck. Warm blood sprayed out, instantly drenching the entire medicine hall. Yakushin's agonized scream startled Yuki, who had been carrying a teapot in the backyard. When she rushed into the hall in panic, she was met with the most horrifying sight of her life. A terrifying, green-faced demon had her husband, Yakushin, in its grasp, savagely tearing into his neck. Blood splattered across the hall, soaking the floor. Thud. The copper teapot crashed to the ground, scalding tea spilling everywhere as Yuki let out a piercing wail. "Yakushin!" The sudden commotion drew the attention of the green-faced demon, who had been feasting ravenously on flesh. It jerked its head up from Yakushin's mangled neck, its bloodthirsty emerald eyes locking onto the wailing woman. The commotion in the front yard had long since alerted the two girls in the back, and their mother's screams filled the children's eyes with terror. Connie Coco, trembling with overwhelming fear, cautiously cracked open the door just a sliver, only to witness a scene that would haunt her nightmares for life. A monstrous creature was tearing into their mother body with ravenous bites, while their father corpse lay sprawled in the medicine hall. The thick scent of blood was unmistakable even from over 10 meters away. Without hesitation, Connie immediately withdrew into the room, wrapping her younger sister Shinobu tightly in a blanket and clutching her close. Her body shook uncontrollably, her voice wavering unsteadily. It's okay, it's okay. Don't be afraid, Shinobu. It's okay. Big sister is here, big sister is here. Shinobu Coco was clever, and the heavy scent of blood in the air quickly led her to guess what had happened. Yet for a child not yet 10 years old, the sheer brutality of the scene was unimaginable. Sister, what happened to father and mother? Sister, I'm scared. Shinobu's violet eyes shimmered with tears as she huddled beneath the blanket. Connie's own pale purple eyes brimmed with tears as well. But tears were no weapon against a demon. The scent of living humans was an easy lure for the long-starved green-faced demon, especially the tender, delectable flesh of children. The green-faced demon, its mouth clamped around a half-eaten, bloodied arm, suddenly lifted its head. Its grotesque nose twitched violently before locking onto a direction. There. That way. A far more fragrant scent, more tender flesh. Without a moment hesitation, the demon discarded the arm in its jaws and charged toward the room where the Coco sisters hid. Inside, Connie held Shinobu tightly, praying with unprecedented fervor. In that moment, Connie wished with all her heart that the gods truly existed, that they might protect her family. How she wished this were all just a nightmare. That she would wake to her mother gently rousing her, her father's stern yet loving voice, and the familiar routine of washing herbs by the stream with Shinobu. But the sound of the sliding door being violently torn apart shattered that hope. A clawed hand ripped through the paper door, followed by a grotesque head, far more terrifying than any stage monster, thrusting into the room. Staring at the horrifying demon, Connie's breath caught in her throat. Shinobu, still wrapped in the blanket, also saw the dreadful green-faced creature. Alongside her paralyzing fear, an indescribable rage surged within the little girl's heart. The green-faced demon, upon seeing the sisters, grew equally frenzied. Saliva dripped uncontrollably from its jaws. So fragrant. Just as the demon lunged, Connie screamed "No!" Instinctively, she shielded Shinobu beneath her, turning her own back toward the monster. Shinobu, voice trembling with tears, cried out "Sister." Yet the expected pain and bloodshed never came. As the sisters braced for death in their terror, a cold, sharp voice suddenly cut through the air. "You bastard! What have you done?" The voice, both familiar and unfamiliar, made the sisters turn, their faces numb with fear. The green-faced demon froze in place, its body still locked in a charging stance. A broken emerald blade had plunged deep into the back of its neck, emerging through its grotesque, foul-smelling maw. Demon blood dripped continuously from the fractured edge of the blade. Behind the demon, a figure stood bathed in moonlight, radiating waves of seething fury. Eyes of peach pink and jade green shimmered under the moonlight like mesmerizing gemstones. With a forceful twist of the Nichiren blade gripped tightly in hand, the green-faced demon let out a scream of unbearable agony. "Damn it!" Shinichi's furious roar echoed through the blood-scented halls of the Butterfly Mansion. 38, Chapter 38. Under the tearful gazes of the Coco sisters, Shinichi fiercely pulled out the broken Nichiren blade that had pierced through the green-faced demon neck. The tremendous momentum sent the demon body flying backward. A flash of emerald blade light, the green-faced demon head separated from its body in an instant. But Shinichi wasn't finished. His sword swung like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the demon head was cleaved into pieces midair. From Shinichi's sudden appearance to the demon demise, the entire process took mere seconds. By the time the Coco sisters stepped out of the room, arms wrapped around each other, they saw the remnants of the green-faced demon turning to ashes beneath Shinichi's feet. Shinichi's heterochromatic eyes met theirs, and a faint trace of guilt flickered in his gaze. If only he had arrived sooner, perhaps their parents might still be alive. The tears, fear and confusion in the little girl's eyes were all too familiar to Shinichi. Over the past half-year, he had seen those same expressions on the faces of countless people who had lost loved ones to demons. Yet, his heart had never been so deeply moved before. The Koko family was one of the few households in this world that Shinichi had grown close to, even considered friendly. Unsure of what to say, Shinichi remained silent for a moment before sheathing his Nichiren blade and stepping toward the sisters. Staring at their tear-streaked faces, he hesitated, then reached for the silver mirror at his waist. A glimmer of light and a handkerchief and a piece of dorayaki appeared in his hand. He handed the handkerchief to the older sister, Connie, then split the dorayaki in half, giving each sister a piece. Gathering his words, he spoke as gently as he could to Connie. "Take care of your sister. Leave the demons outside to me. Hide in the room with her, stay strong." Connie's eyes brimmed with tears as she glanced at their father and mother lying in blood. Though her heart was shattered, Shinichi-kun was right, she had to protect her little sister. Swallowing her sobs, she nodded firmly. "I understand, Shinichi-kun. Please be careful, and thank you." Shinichi gave a brief nod and turned to leave, but suddenly, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Surprised, he looked back to see Shinobu Koko, her face etched with sorrow, still trembling with quiet sobs. Her violet eyes burned with traces of hatred and fury. Did demons kill father and mother? For once, Shinichi didn't retort at the stubborn little girl. Instead, he crouched down and patted her slender shoulder. "Yes. Those were the man-eating demons of legend. But don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, I'll hunt down every last one of those vile creatures and wipe them from this world. I promise. Stay with your sister for now, I'll be back soon." Rising to his feet, Shinichi gently stroked Shinobu's dark hair before turning away. Gathering his strength, he leapt from the Koko residence, dashing toward the presence of another demon. Not just one demon attacked Takanagawa village. Thanks to Maru and I's extraordinary perception, another demon had just infiltrated the western side of the village. To hasten their pace and prevent the demon massacre as quickly as possible, Shinichi fully activated forest breathing while simultaneously unleashing his blood demon art, Raging Blood. The demon had barely entered the village, not yet having the chance to kill, when a figure clad in emerald green charged toward it at blinding speed. Unlike the previous green-faced demon driven mad by hunger, this two-horned demon was cautious. It had followed its starving companion, waiting until the latter had begun its slaughter without encountering threats before daring to advance. However, this time, the two-horned demon miscalculated. By the time it realized Shinichi was charging toward it, it was too late, its retreat was already tightly sealed by a black blur. With a powerful, agile frame and razor-sharp fangs, Maru and I in his demonized state moved at an extreme speed. How is this possible? Where did these two come from? The two-horned demon panicked, trapped between the two assailants with no escape route. Shinichi's grip on his sword tightened, veins bulging as his crimson right eye locked onto the demon. His fangs uncontrollably elongated. Forest breathing, first form. He swung his Nichiren blade horizontally, a verdant glow igniting along its edge. Yet before Shinichi could complete his strike, a deafening sonic boom erupted. In an instant, before the two-horned demon, demonized Maru and I, or even Shinichi himself could react, the demon had exploded like a watermelon, flesh and bone fragments scattering like petals in a storm. Boom! Dust billowed as a massive crater formed in the ground. What? Shinichi halted mid-charge in shock. Maru and I, still in his demonized form, skidded to a stop on all fours, his body tense defensively as he bared his fangs and growled low in his throat, facing the dark alleyway. Simultaneously, Shinichi sensed Maru and I heightened alertness through their telepathic link. Within that alleyway lurked an overwhelmingly powerful presence. Even without Maru and I warning, Shinichi could feel the oppressive pressure emanating from the shadows. As the dust around the crater gradually settled, Shinichi caught a glimpse of a human-sized, pure metal meteor hammer resting in the pit. A thick iron chain extended from its end. But what truly unsettled him was the familiar aura radiating from that weapon, the same as a Nichiren blade. Sure enough, the demon whose head had been crushed by the hammer had already disintegrated into ashes. Clank, clank. The sound of dragging chains echoed from the alley. Shinichi and Maru and I immediately tensed as a towering figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Seeing the familiar black demon slayer uniform, Shinichi froze momentarily. The slayer stepped into view, a face far younger than expected, yet his imposing 2-meter-tall frame exuded sheer intimidation. Around his neck hung a string of crimson prayer beads. The young demon slayer still held a massive axe in his left hand, its blade gleaming coldly. At the end of the axe handle, another iron chain was connected. Upon closer inspection, it seemed both the meteor hammer and the great axe were linked to the same chain. The demon slayer appearance was striking, his face exuded both unyielding determination and a bodhisattva-like compassion. A long scar across his forehead added an air of indomitable dignity, but what drew the most attention were his milky white eyes. This demon slayer was blind? Shinichi instinctively took a step back. What kind of joke was this? The pressure emanating from this young demon slayer was even more overwhelming than that of lower rank 4 back then. Again, what kind of monster was this? 39, Chapter 39. Swish. With just a light tug from the blind demon slayer, the meteor hammer lying quietly in the pit was instantly retrieved with a whoosh, landing steadily in his hand. Then, those unfocused white eyes turned toward Shinichi and Maruenai direction. A deep, soothing voice emerged, a swordsman enveloped in vibrant life energy, accompanied by a combat partner radiating demonic aura. So you must be the successor of forest breathing that our leader mentioned. Namo Amida Butsu. A pleasure. The pressure on Shinichi's shoulders abruptly vanished. This demon slayer, who seemed to recognize him, must have withdrawn his hostility, making Shinichi sigh in relief. It wasn't surprising that a demon slayer knew of him. Over the past several months of slaying demons, Shinichi had encountered fellow demon slayers multiple times. Though their initial meetings had been far from pleasant, subsequent interactions forced him to acknowledge that many who joined the demon slayer corps were fearless warriors, possessing remarkable guts. In Kawanishi, Shinichi had even witnessed a young Mizunato rank swordsman, after having both arms torn off by a demon, stubbornly clenching his Nichiren blade between his teeth, determined to fight to the last breath to protect civilians. Faced with such a scene, Shinichi couldn't help but feel deep respect. Demon Slayer, who are you? Why have you come here? Shinichi lowered his guard and asked the towering figure. He thought he'd heard the man say something like Namo Amida Butsu earlier, and with those prayer beads around his neck, was he a monk? Sure enough, the next moment, the demon slayer clasped his hands together. Namo Amida Butsu. I am Heinjima Gyomei, the Kino rank swordsman of the demon slayer corps. Dawn broke. Inside the butterfly mansion, uniformed members of the Kakushi were handling the aftermath. Kani Koko and her younger sister huddled together, watching as these Kakushi marked with the character 4 hidden on their backs collected their parents' remains and swiftly cleaned the bloodstains that had splattered everywhere. Gyomei-san is truly incredible, over 50 demons, right? Does that mean he'll be promoted to Hashira when he returns? One Kakushi member said in admiration to his companion. His companion replied with equal reverence, yes, with Gyomei-san becoming a Hashira, our demon slayer corps grows even stronger. Their gazes simultaneously turned toward the towering figure standing in the courtyard. Gyomei, hands still clasped, stood silently beside Shinichi. Seeing Shinobu Koko standing alone with her sister, Shinichi couldn't help but ask Gyomei, what will happen to them now? After a moment of silence, Gyomei answered, the Kakushi will take them to their relatives, so they may grow up like normal children. For those who have lost their family, this is the best path. Children are fragile, yet the world is cruel. Namo Amida Butsu. As if recalling something painful, 2 clear tears trailed down from his clouded eyes. Shinichi opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. As Gyomei had said, sending these 2 children to their relatives might indeed be the best choice. Not long after, Elder Moriki arrived at the butterfly mansion, leaning heavily on his cane. In the half-year since they'd last met, the old man had aged dramatically. When Shinichi had left, Elder Moriki had still been a sly old fellow, but now when they reunited, he was hunched over, relying on his cane to walk steadily. You've gotten old, old man, Shinichi said, his gaze complicated as he looked at Elder Moriki. But the old man only smiled and shook his head. You've grown, Shinichi. Now, you are truly a worthy successor of forest breathing. I can see that in these past 6 months, you've improved greatly and learned much. But, old man, I've failed your expectations. I didn't join the Demon Slayer Corps, I even avoided them deliberately. And, I broke your ancestral Nichiren blade, Mori no Ryua, Forest Dragon. Shinichi spoke with guilt as he drew the shattered sword from its sheath. Elder Moriki took the broken Nichiren blade with trembling hands. Though his eyes held regret as he examined the fractured edge, there was even more pride in his gaze. Shinichi, whether or not you join the Demon Slayer Corps, as long as you wield forest breathing correctly and pass it on, you will always be my most accomplished disciple. As for Mori no Ryu, it was merely a tool. If our ancestors could see you now, they would praise your bravery in slaying demons, not blame you for breaking a blade in the process. Old man. Shinichi's heart trembled, unsure how to put his emotions into words. At that moment, Gyomei Haimjima also approached, bowing respectfully. Namo Amida Butsu. Greetings, Elder Moriki. The master sends his regards and wishes you all the best. Elder Moriki returned the gesture. Moriki Mitsuyo is ashamed. I have failed the Demon Slayer Corps. The master has said that the Moriki family has been valiant for generations. The Corps will never forget their contributions. Hearing this, Elder Moriki clouded eyes grew slightly moist. Time passed slowly. Watching the figure in the distance, the young Shinobu Koko clenched her fists, gritted her teeth and mustered her courage before finally stepping forward and tugging at his sleeve. Feeling the pull on his clothes, Shinichi turned and found his heterochromatic eyes meeting a pair of violet ones. An inexplicable pressure made Shinobu feel as though speaking had become difficult. "Can you teach me? I want to be like you, to kill demons." Though her words were halting, her final declaration was firm. Shinichi understood her meaning clearly. Shinobu had just made a vow with her sister. They, too, would become people like Shinichi, capable of slaying demons. They would eradicate demons and ensure that the tragedy of last night would never befall another innocent soul. Shinichi could understand Shinobu's feelings. He glanced at Elder Moriki, but the old man slowly shook his head. Having known the Koko family for years, whether out of personal sentiment or the objective frailty of Shinobu's small frame, Elder Moriki did not believe she was suited to become a swordsman. Understanding Elder Moriki meaning, Shinichi had no choice but to crouch down and speak to Shinobu Koko with sincerity and a hint of apology. "Shinobu, I understand how you feel, but demon hunting isn't an easy task. It means constantly risking injury or even death, living with danger at every moment. Such responsibility shouldn't fall upon your shoulders. Promise me you'll live well with your sister. Entrust your will to me instead. I vow to carry your will forward and slay more demons in the future." It was the first time Shinichi had ever called Shinobu Koko by her name so gently, yet his tender tone carried unmistakable refusal. Shinobu bit her lip without speaking, but her tightly clenched fists revealed her inner turmoil. Nearby, Kani Koko stood behind Gyomei Haimjima with similarly dejected expression, clearly having been refused as well. Shinichi sighed and was about to stand up to leave when Shinobu grabbed his sleeve again. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you, cold-faced man, before. I'm truly sorry. And, thank you." Shinichi paused slightly. "It's all right." Chapter 40. The Moriki residence, usually somewhat desolate, had grown even more so in the half-month since Ryukawa Chinatsu left for Kyoto to manage the family business. With Elder Moriki having dismissed all the servants who handled chores like heating water, the deep, quiet mansion now resembled a gloomy, oversized coffin. As the old man put it, he had long grown accustomed to living alone. The residence had only regained a faint semblance of life after Chinatsu's arrival, and this solitude suited him just fine. Still, Shinichi couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy watching the elder leaning on his cane. Yet the old man remained unbothered. Without servants, he personally brewed a steaming pot of wisteria tea for Shinichi, and the two sat facing each other across a small table, just like when they had first met. Elder Moriki knelt with perfect posture, while Shinichi sat cross-legged in his usual casual manner. "So, how was your journey? What did you experience? Tell this old man all about it," Elder Moriki said, sliding a cup of still-steaming wisteria tea toward Shinichi. Gazing at the wisteria petals floating in the cup, Shinichi fell into a brief trance before lifting the tea and slowly recounting everything he had been through over the past 6 months. He began with his first encounter with the demon Jinkan in Teranishi village and continued until his recent return to the Moriki residence after his sword, Mori no Ryu, had shattered during his battle with the ox demon. What a truly remarkable journey, Shinichi. I'm certain you've learned much in such a short time. Tell me, do you still harbor the same hatred for demons as before? Elder Moriki asked with a faint smile. Shinichi pondered for a moment before answering calmly. At first, yes. I slaughtered every demon I encountered with nothing but hatred. I never cared to learn their stories, I only saw them as stepping stones to strengthen myself. My sole motivation was my own vengeance. But over time, I met too many people who had lost loved ones to demons. Their hatred resonated deeply with me, and I gradually realized that many of them carried far deeper grudges than I ever could. And then there were the demons themselves. As much as I despise them, I can't deny that some were pitiable in life. Some humans harbor darkness far worse than any demon. That's when I understood my obsession had blinded me. I shouldn't let my hatred chain me. What I must become is someone who can truly reduce, or even eradicate, the root of all this suffering. Silence followed his words. Elder Moriki held a cup of now cold wisteria tea, his cloudy eyes no longer merely pleased but filled with profound astonishment. I see, Shinichi. You've grown well. And I can sense it, your forest breathing has advanced. You've mastered the sword forms beyond the seventh, haven't you? The old man mused. Shinichi nodded. Yes. The eighth and ninth forms, I've grasped them both. Good. Elder Moriki's face lit up with excitement. The fact that forest breathing had not only been passed down but could also be revived was undoubtedly the best news for him. The greatest regret of his life had finally been resolved. After saying this, Elder Moriki brought up one last matter with Shinichi. Do you still hold any grudges against the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinichi didn't speak, but he shook his head. Over the past 6 months, his interactions with the Demon Slayer Corps had already changed his perspective. He simply couldn't bring himself to resent those brave swordsmen because of the conflicts that had occurred back at Shirai Mountain. Then, would you be willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinichi's head snapped up as he stared at Elder Moriki. The old man's serious expression didn't seem like a joke. Old man, are you serious? The Moriki family's greatest regret has always been that no descendant has ever truly inherited forest breathing. Throughout history, none of the Moriki descendants have been worthy of the title, Forest Hashira. But you, Shinichi, you are the most promising candidate I have ever seen. So, for the sake of this old man's final wish, Shinichi, would you be willing to take on the Moriki name and become the true, Forest Hashira? Boom. Shinichi's heart trembled violently. A surname? Ever since arriving in this world, he had never had one. What kind of surname could an orphan beggar possibly have? Shinichi himself had never even considered it. But now, looking at the aged Elder Moriki, seeing the hope shining in his eyes and reflecting on everything he had experienced, in this world, Elder Moriki was truly the person who had treated him the best. Shinichi knew very well that Elder Moriki's rapid decline over the past 6 months was no coincidence. Half a year ago, in order to pass down forest breathing to Shinichi in its entirety, the old man had forced himself to use the technique day after day, draining his own vitality just to demonstrate its most perfect form. Shinichi had witnessed all of this with his own eyes. In truth, he had always felt that some inexplicable bond tied him to the Moriki family, the ghostly ancestor of the Moriki lineage in his mind, his own blood demon art intrinsically linked to forest breathing. It all seemed fated. After a moment of silence, Shinichi made up his mind and raised his head. Old man, arf. Maru and I's sudden barking cut Shinichi off. Turning his head, he saw the little Shiba Inu with drooping ears, looking utterly pitiful. Indeed, without Ryukawa Chinatsu around, no one paid attention to the adorable pup. Even when he was hungry, no one cared. The poor little dog missed big sister Chinatsu dearly, the one who loved spinning him around in her arms. Just 2 days after returning to the Moriki estate, Shinichi was already packing his bags again. Well, not exactly packing, most of the bulky items were stuffed into the silver mirror hanging at his waist. The broken Mori no Ryua still hung at Shinichi's waist, while the severed portion had been taken back by the old man. The old man said it was the ancestors' will. After all, Mori no Ryua was not Shinichi's own blade. Shinichi ought to have a Nichiren blade that truly belonged to him. The broken state of Mori no Ryua now signified a fresh start for Shinichi, so the shattered sword remained in his hands as a symbol. With the noticeably shorter Nichiren blade fastened to his waist, Shinichi stood before the gates of the Moriki residence with Maru and I, bidding farewell to Elder Moriki. Old man, we're off now. Take care of yourself. I'll bring back the glory of Moriki family and become the Forest Hashira. Shinichi shouted toward Elder Moriki after walking some distance away. Leaning on his cane, Elder Moriki smiled and waved. This old man believes in you, Shinichi. You will surely become the pillar of the forest. With a new goal in mind, Shinichi, no, rather, Moriki Shinichi, set out once more on his journey. 41, Chapter 41. Mount Fujikazan, a not particularly tall mountain, or rather, a small stretch of winding mountain range, was surrounded by pale purple wisteria flowers, exuding a breathtaking beauty as dusk approached. Yet beneath this stunning scenery lay the most brutal final selection for those seeking to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Mount Fujikazan, blanketed in wisteria, housed an astonishing number of demons. Trapped within the mountain by the endless sea of wisteria, they endured extreme hunger day after day, driving them all to the brink of madness. For flesh and blood, the demons here would launch the most vicious attacks on any human who entered Mount Fujikazan. To join the Demon Slayer Corps, this was the final trial: survive for 7 days on a mountain teeming with frenzied demons, using any means necessary. It sounded cruel, and indeed, it was. With each final selection, only a handful succeeded, while most who failed lost their lives on Mount Fujikazan. This was why nearly every demon slayer fought demons fearlessly, risking their lives without hesitation, because they had already endured hell once during the final selection. Stepping steadily toward the entrance of Mount Fujikazan, beneath the shrine-like torii gate, stood a lone figure. Clad in the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, a white haori with flame-patterned edges and wild yet strikingly upright golden hair tinged with vivid red at the tips, the man had thick eyebrows and a face brimming with righteousness. His large orange eyes gave the impression of staring into an owl's gaze. Most importantly, an overwhelming presence radiated from him, like a roaring blaze. Rengoku Shinjiro rested a hand on the hilt of his Nichiren blade, watching as Shinichi approached, carrying the Shiba Inu Maruenai in his arms. "Are you, a Hashira?" Shinichi asked, puzzled. Shinjiro studied the boy with heterochromatic eyes, inwardly surprised. He sensed no trace of a demon presence on him, and even under the lingering sunlight, Shinichi showed no discomfort. It seemed everything Elder Moriki had said was coming true. Shinjiro felt a faint stirring in his chest. "Indeed. I am Rengoku Shinjiro, the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. By the orders of Oyakata-sama, I am overseeing this final selection," Shinjiro declared, his voice booming with conviction. Shinichi glanced around before pointing at himself with a grin. "So, am I the only one taking the final selection this time? To mobilize the strongest fighters of the Demon Slayer Corps just for me, should I be grateful for Oyakata-sama special consideration?" Shinjiro's thick brows furrowed slightly. The boy's words were somewhat off-putting, bordering on disrespectful. But recalling Oyakata-sama instructions before his departure, he patiently explained the process to Shinichi. However, Shinichi had already heard about the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection from the old man. Tilting his head toward the mountains slowly swallowed by darkness, he narrowed his eyes slightly. "So, do I have to kill all the demons on the mountain?" Shinjiro was taken aback. "No, Shinichi Moriki, your deeds have long been circulating among some of the members, and Oyakata-sama is well aware of your strength. In fact, the final selection holds no meaning for you. However, Oyakata-sama insists on your participation because he promised Elder Moriki that he would formally reinstate the Moriki family into the Demon Slayer Corps. This was also Elder Moriki's request." Hearing it was the old man, Shinichi didn't say anything more. He patted Maruenai's head in his arms and asked, "So, what do you need me to do?" Shinjiro stepped closer to Shinichi and pointed at Mount Fujikazan. The demons on this mountain were captured by past and current Hashira from various regions. They are confined here like livestock, and none of them are particularly strong. The most powerful among them wouldn't have eaten more than 3 people. However, we periodically cleanse the mountain of demons to ensure none grow too powerful and disrupt the final selection. So, Shinichi, we'd like to ask you, this time, your final selection will be to eliminate any overly strong demons on this mountain." Hearing Shinjiro's words, Shinichi stared at a certain spot on the mountain and muttered under his breath. "So, I'm playing the janitor, huh? Can you specify what counts as overly strong?" Shinjiro replied, "Any demon stronger than those who've eaten 3 people, kill them all. Those with blood demon arts or abnormal forms, kill them too." Shinichi nodded. "Understood." Suddenly, he handed Maruenai over to Shinjiro, whose eyes widened in surprise as he awkwardly held the Shiba Inu, unsure what to do. Shinichi didn't pay it any mind and walked off without looking back. "Take care of Maruenai for me these few days. He eats a lot, 5 meals a day. If possible, let him exercise after eating." Before Shinjiro could even say wait, Shinichi had already dashed into the entrance of Mount Fushikazan like an arrow. Left behind, Shinjiro could only stare at the cheerful, tail-wagging dog, his thick brows furrowing in displeasure. He wasn't fond of small animals. A Kashigai crow with a red feather in its tail landed on Shinjiro's shoulder. After whispering instructions to the crow, the intelligent bird nodded, flapped its wide wings and swiftly flew off into the sky toward a certain destination. Meanwhile, Shinichi ventured deeper into Mount Fushikazan. As he progressed, he could feel wave after wave of sinister, violent auras locking onto him. The further he went, the more ravenous gazes and bloodthirsty presences surrounded him. Screech! Shinichi came to an abrupt stop, his deerskin boots carving 2 long trails in the dirt. He lifted his head, his heterochromatic eyes scanning the surroundings as if confirming something. By now, the sky was completely shrouded in night. The domain of demons had officially begun. Too weak. Too weak. All of them are too weak. Even this deep in, is this all there is? Shinichi muttered in dissatisfaction. The aura of these surrounding demons was far too feeble for him. To put it bluntly, even the demon Karasuma from back then could easily sweep through these pathetic creatures. Having lost interest, Shinichi decided not to waste any more time here and lifted his foot to move to another area. But just then, something unexpected happened. From within the bushes, a demon with blood-red eyes suddenly lunged out, charging straight at Shinichi. Its gaping maw revealed jagged fangs, saliva spraying wildly. Meat. I want flesh and blood. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 42, Chapter 42. The sudden appearance of a demon made Shinichi halt in his tracks. Instinctively, his hand reached for the hilt of his Nichiren blade as forest breathing activated, gathering the power of vitality. But then, the words of Shinjiro admonition echoed in his ears and Shinichi forcibly stopped himself from drawing the blade. The demons in Mount Fushikazan were targets left for the final selection of the other Demon's Lair candidate. His mission wasn't to exterminate these weak demons but to eliminate those that exceeded the standard. However, Shinichi couldn't simply ignore the demon charging straight at him. Now, the dilemma of whether to kill or not weighed on him. But while Shinichi hesitated, the demon, driven mad by hunger, showed no such restraint. It lunged at him, jaws wide open to bite. Bam! What happened next was utterly shocking. The ravenous demon suddenly froze in place, its claws dropping limply. Torrents of blood gushed from its body, quickly soaking the ground beneath it. A glance at the demon head revealed nothing above its neck, no trace of a head remained. A large hand with black talons gripped the remnants of the demon neck, covered in fragments of its shattered skull. Shinichi's right eye, once peach-colored, was now replaced by a crimson orb with a black vertical pupil, radiating icy, terrifying killing intent. Veins bulged faintly beneath his skin and his lips parted slightly, revealing 4 sharp fangs gleaming with a sinister chill. If he couldn't use his Nichiren blade to slay these weak demons, then he might as well unleash his demon power to crush their foolish skulls. Squelch. He casually released the headless demon corpse, which twitched sporadically as blood continued to spurt from its neck. Faint tendrils of flesh wriggled at the severed stump. Clearly, this demon wasn't dead yet. Whether it could recover in this state was its own problem. Shinichi had no interest in the fate of a mere demon. His crimson gaze turned toward the depths of the forest, where more lurking demons hid. At that moment, countless hidden demons witnessed Shinichi's sudden outburst, how he crushed a demon's skull in an instant. The horde was horrified. Just a second ago, he had seemed like an ordinary, handsome human boy. How could he now exude such terrifying demon energy? He seemed more like a demon than they did. But for the demons of Mount Fushikazan, this was only the beginning of their nightmare. Run, run, run. What kind of monster is that? Where did it come from? Damn it, damn it, damn it. In the forest, a one-eyed demon fled in terror as if it had seen a ghost. An enlarged eyeball on the back of its head, bloodshot with fear, frantically scanned its surroundings. Under the pale moonlight, the sight of the fleeing demon was especially eerie. Despite its desperate prayers to avoid encountering that monster, the eyeball on the back of its head suddenly bulged. It had spotted a figure in turquoise green rushing toward it at incredible speed. Impossible. How is he so fast? The one-eyed demon screamed in despair. Realizing escape was futile, it steeled itself and turned to face the approaching figure. I'll fight you to the death. Blood demon art, exploding eye. The one-eyed demon roared, then gouged out its own eyeball and hurled it violently at the turquoise-green figure. Boom! The moment the eyeball collided with the green figure, a deafening explosion erupted, followed by a fireball and billowing smoke. Meanwhile, the one-eyed demon had already grown a new eyeball in its socket. It nervously stared into the swirling dust, unaware of the age-old rule that smoke without injury is just for show. When it saw a pair of glowing eyes, one crimson and the other turquoise, emerge from the smoke, despair set in. Before the demon could pluck out another eyeball, crack! Its body was folded in half like a stack of blocks, its legs collapsing to its knees as its face was pinned down by a clawed black hand. Shinichi licked his fangs, a little habit after demonization, with his tongue, his crimson right eye examining the bisected demon with mild interest. I didn't expect to find a demon in Fujikazan Mountain capable of using a blood demon art. Judging by your appearance, you must have eaten over a dozen people, huh? The pinned demon had long lost its initial ferocity, now begging like a beaten dog. Master! Spare me, Master. It wasn't easy for me to get this far. I don't want to die. Please, have mercy. Let me be your slave. Don't kill me. I beg you. Shinichi chuckled, baring his fangs as he coldly refused. Sorry, but you're too ugly. I have no interest in keeping an eyesore like you as a slave. Besides, after searching for half the night, you're the only one I've found who knows a blood demon art, and since I'm hungry, I won't hold back. With a darkly playful itadakamesu, Shinichi activated his blood demon art, Life Drain. A green vine instantly sprouted from his palm, piercing the demon's skull with ease. A powerful suction force drained the creature dry in an instant. Crunch! With a casual squeeze, the desiccated head and body crumbled into ash. Shinichi's crimson gaze turned toward the depths of Fujikazan Mountain. This efficiency is still too low. Half a night and I've only cleared a small section of the mountain, eliminating just 5 overqualified demons. At this rate, 7 days won't be enough. Still, the sheer number of demons on Fujikazan Mountain surprised him. There were far too many, though most were weak, their numbers were excessive. Even an experienced Demon Slayer Corps swordsman wouldn't be guaranteed to survive 7 days here unscathed, let alone the fresh recruits undergoing final selection. As Shinichi hunted down the stronger demons, he couldn't help but question the fairness of this selection process. Was it too extreme? No wonder Elder Moriki had told him that while dozens or even hundreds might participate in final selection, only a handful ever walked out alive after 7 days. The mortality rate was far too high. Shinichi shook his head. When he met the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, he'd have to bring up the absurdity of this final selection. But that was a matter for later. For now, his task was to keep hunting down those hidden, overqualified demons. Shinichi raised his head, locking onto a certain direction. In his crimson eyes, the aura of his kind was unusually distinct. Among dozens of weak auras, 2 exceptionally powerful ones quietly hid within. Got you. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 43, Chapter 43. In the shadowy mountain forest, a massive figure lurked silently in the darkness. Creak, creak, creak. With every movement, the enormous form emitted a bone-chilling sound of grinding flesh and bone. Urokadake, 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 damn Urokadake. The colossal figure repeated the name like a curse, its voice thick with rage and resentment, as if it harbored an immense hatred for the name it kept uttering. Boom! When the massive figure finally stepped out of the darkness, illuminated by the moonlight, what kind of monstrous visage could possibly describe it? No trace of human form remained, it looked more like a grotesque lump of clay haphazardly molded by a 3-year-old. Dozens of sickly green, twisted arms coiled together, forming the revolting demon now bathed in the moonlight, the Hand Demon. As the enormous Hand Demon continued chanting Urokadake, it lashed out several thick arms in a fit of fury, smashing dozens of sturdy trees in its path. The name the Hand Demon kept repeating belonged to none other than the water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Urokadake Seikanji, the man who had captured and imprisoned it on this accursed Mount Fujikazan over 30 years ago. 30 years. It had been trapped on this mountain for over 3 decades, treated like livestock raised by humans. All of it was because of that damned Urokadake Seikanji. Every time the Hand Demon thought of that name, it was driven to madness. The image of that Tengu mask was seared into its mind, and it swore, absolutely, without fail, it would make Urokadake Seikanji pay. After venting its rage, the hand demon finally calmed down slightly. Having survived on Mount Fujikazan for over 30 years and evaded multiple purges by the Demon Slayer Corps' Hashira, the hand demon had developed its own unique methods. First, it was extremely cautious. Unlike other starving demons that would recklessly charge at any human swordsman who set foot on the mountain, the cunning hand demon preferred to hide, ambushing only isolated swordsmen. It never overindulged. After devouring one or two humans, it would retreat into hiding once more. Thanks to its shrewdness and prudence, the hand demon had, over the decades, consumed over 30 human swordsmen who had come to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection. From a weak, insignificant demon, it had transformed into the terrifying, monstrous abomination it was now, and the Demon Slayer Corps remained completely unaware that such a powerful and horrifying aberration lurked within Mount Fujikazan. To the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the hand demon might have been nothing more than an insect. But for the young, inexperienced swordsman undergoing the final selection, facing the hand demon was akin to stepping straight into hell. Dozens of sickly green, thick arms, each tipped with crimson claws, formed the hand demon body. These arms not only replaced its torso but also served as its organs and weapons. Beneath the writhing mass of limbs, the thickest arms acted as legs, supporting its grotesque form as it moved. Aside from its countless arms, the hand demon had only a sickly green head. Two bloodshot, monstrous eyes glared from its face, their pale yellow pupils brimming with cruel, cunning malice. One day, there will come a day, Urokadake, I will make you pay. That damned Tengu mask. I'll crush every last one of them. The hand demon rambled on, its shrill, piercing voice grating enough to cause physical discomfort. Shinichi in the tree felt the same way. So, Shinichi decided he'd had enough of this disgusting creature incessant muttering. Just as the hand demon was about to retreat to its lair, a figure suddenly descended from above with a thunderous boom. The impact left a deep crater in the ground. Under the demon-horrified gaze, Shinichi, eyes still closed, slowly straightened from his crouched position. His cold, expressionless face showed no emotion as he cracked his neck and back, producing a series of sharp pops and snaps from his joints. Testing the strength in his fists, Shinichi finally opened his eyes, his right eye crimson, his left eye emerald green, both locking onto the hand demon with an eerie intensity. Well, it's been a while since I've seen something as ugly as you. Compared to you, even Karasuma could be considered handsome. Tell me, is this some twisted aesthetic you demons have? Or is it that the uglier you are, the stronger you get? Shinichi bared his fangs, taunting the creature before him. Squelch. Veins bulged beneath the hand demon's sickly green skin. Clearly, Shinichi's words had struck a nerve. But the demon couldn't help but feel wary. The aura radiating from Shinichi was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing its own, despite having devoured over 30 humans. Since when had such a formidable demon appeared on Mount Fujikazan? Yet what unsettled the hand demon most wasn't just Shinichi's strength, it was the anomaly in his presence. Despite being a demon, his eyes held none of the usual bloodlust or savagery. Even more terrifying was the rhythm of his breathing, an unmistakable sign of breathing techniques. Only humans used breathing techniques. Like Urokadake Seikanji, the man who had captured and imprisoned it on this mountain. The memory of his water breathing was still fresh, just one strike had nearly ended its life. So how could this creature before it, clearly a demon, be using such a technique? What the hell was he? Who are you? The hand demon shrieked. Shinichi dug a finger in his ear, grimacing. Ugh, not only are you hideous, but your voice is downright unbearable. The demon seethed. This bastard had the gall to mock it so brazenly. Fine, it would teach him a lesson. With that thought, the hand demon body squelched grotesquely as over a dozen thick, putrid green arms shot toward Shinichi at terrifying speed. To the demon, its attack was blindingly fast. It wanted to see how this arrogant fool would dodge. But to Shinichi, the hand demon movements were sluggish compared to even Karasuma tongue. He could evade them blindfolded. And so, under the demon's stunned gaze, Shinichi weaved through the onslaught like a phantom, effortlessly slipping between the gaps in the flailing limbs, closing in on the hand demon's true body with terrifying ease. Impossible! 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 The utterly horrified hand demon screamed 3 times in disbelief. As Shinichi drew closer, all the shit-green arms on the hand demon body simultaneously lashed out, enveloping Shinichi like an overwhelming tide. Squeak. The sound of deerskin boots scraping against the ground echoed as Shinichi abruptly halted his steps at that precise moment. A flash of excitement passed through his crimson right eye, and his usually stern face broke into a rare smile. Perfect timing. Blood Demon Art, Raging Blood. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 44, Chapter 44. Blood Demon Art, Raging Blood. Within Shinichi's body, invisible to the naked eye, every single blood vessel that once flowed peacefully now boiled violently. The seething blood radiated astonishingly high temperatures like molten lava. This terrifying heat activated every muscle, nerve and cell in Shinichi's body, dramatically enhancing his speed and strength to their utmost limits. Facing the hand demon putrid green arm hurtling toward him, Shinichi didn't evade. Instead, he raised his fist and struck head-on. His slightly reddened knuckles collided violently with the palm, large enough to engulf Shinichi's entire head, in a brutal clash. Bam! Crack! Arg! After the dull thud of fist meeting palm came the distinct sound of shattering bone, followed by the hand demon agonized scream. The putrid green arm that had clashed with Shinichi's fist now twisted at a grotesque 180-degree angle, its pale bone fragments piercing through torn flesh as blood gushed freely from the wound. Shinichi bared his fangs in a smirk. This was only the beginning. He hoped this ugly demon would prove entertaining enough. Bam! 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 Shinichi stood firm as an unyielding cliff against the tide, his reddened fist striking relentlessly, leaving after images in the air as the hand demon countless arms lashed out in vain. The hand demon now understood true torment. Its opponent treated it like nothing more than a punching bag. Each devastating blow shattered bones and splattered the ground with its dismembered limbs and black blood. Damn you! Eat this! The hand demon shrieked. Its last intact arm abandoned brute force, coiling like a serpent around Shinichi's legs the instant he threw another punch. Caught off guard mid-strike, Shinichi realized too late, his legs were already ensnared by the revolting green limb. The hell! Get this disgusting thing off me! Disgust twisted his expression, the mere thought of that vile appendage touching him turned his stomach. The hand demon only cackled in triumph, its bulbous yellow eyes narrowing into slits above its sickly green head, a sight so repulsive it sent chills down Shinichi's spine. Kahaha! No way I'm letting you go, brat. Dunno how you survived this long on Fujikazen Mountain or learned human breathing styles, but remember, I'm the strongest demon here. Keh haha. It jeered. Seizing the moment as Shinichi struggled, a dozen more putrid arms swarmed over him, layer upon layer, until his entire body disappeared beneath their suffocating grasp. Take this, arrogant runt. Keh haha. The hand demon laughter turned manic as every muscle in its arms tensed to crush its prey. Shinichi, trapped by countless arms, immediately felt the terrifying force pressing in from all directions, a force that sought to crush him alive. At this moment, he had no space left to exert his strength. Even the mightiest lion, once coiled by a powerful python, would lose all leverage and eventually be strangled to death. Shinichi's current predicament was akin to that of a lion tightly constricted by a python, seemingly cornered with no room to fight back. Yet, his expression showed no panic. Instead, a faint trace of excitement flickered across his face. Now this is getting interesting. Didn't expect this ugly freak to have some brains. Too bad it's not much. Even as Shinichi resisted the overwhelming pressure from all sides, he still found the time to mock the hand demon. His words clearly reached the demon ears. Rip! Countless blood vessels burst across the hand demon yellow eyeballs and the filthy green arms bulged with veins. Clearly, the demon was furious, more enraged than ever before, nearly matching its hatred for Seikanji Urokodake. Arrogant, insolent, conceited, reckless little brat. You really, really deserve to die. You're just as disgusting, revolting, and hateful as that damned Seikanji Urokodake. I'll crush you. The hand demon shrieked in a piercing voice, its wrath unprecedented. Whoosh! All the filthy green arms erupted with their most terrifying strength. Even two lions stuffed inside would have been reduced to a pulp in mere seconds. But the enraged hand demon was horrified to discover that beneath its arms, it felt as though flames were burning. A terrifying heat scorched its limbs and the temperature kept rising. As the heat intensified, the fury in the demon eyes gradually faded, replaced by deepening terror and confusion. No, this can't be. It shouldn't be. Just some random brat. How can he be this strong? Impossible. Who the hell are you? Boom! The moment the hand demon finished speaking, the mass of tangled green arms exploded. Sticky flesh and shattered bones splattered in all directions as a bare-chested, muscular figure stood firm. Between his perfectly defined muscles, crimson blood vessels pulsed, glowing like molten lava beneath his flushed skin. His once pale complexion had turned fiery red, the veins resembling flowing flame patterns. His right eye, already blood-red, now gleamed with an orange-red radiance akin to magma. Blood Demon Art, Raging Blood, Second Stage. His black-clawed fist clenched slightly as he raised his head, locking eyes with the hand demon. Shinichi tongue instinctively flicked over his fangs. The hand demon, meanwhile, looked utterly pitiful. Its once fearsome, monstrous body was now in tatters, littered with severed limbs and mangled flesh. Faced with Shinichi's ever-growing aura, the demon was afraid, truly afraid. All traces of anger had vanished from its mind, replaced by boundless fear and cowardice. LL Lord. Before the cowering hand demon could even beg for mercy, Shinichi stomped the ground violently. Using the recoil force, his body shot forward like a crimson flash, smashing into the demon with tremendous force. Boom! The hand demon massive frame was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crushing several thick trees in its path. Ha ha ha! This is it! This is what I've been craving! Shinichi roared, his entire body radiating terrifying heat as he stomped on the demon's torso. His fists rained down in a frenzied barrage, each blow splattering gore in all directions. Even as he brutally pummeled the demon, Shinichi kept screaming in exhilaration, his manic expression resembling someone high on drugs. Ugly freak! Show me what else you've got. Come on. Use your tricks now. Use them now. Or you'll die. You'll really die. Ha ha ha. Shinichi laughed hysterically. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 45, Chapter 45. Crack. The sound of a dry branch snapping underfoot drew the attention of a pair of eyes hidden in the dense foliage above. Eyelids lifted, revealing brown pupils that fixed on the source of the noise. Beneath the tree, a massive figure had appeared unnoticed, its presence saturating the air with the thick stench of blood. Hand demon. A hoarse voice called down from the tree. Clearly, the owner of those brown eyes recognized the hulking figure below. After a rustling sound, a centipede-like demon with elongated limbs slowly emerged from the branches. Hand demon, why have you come to my territory? Trying to steal my hunting grounds? The centipede demon demanded harshly. On Mount Fujikazan, Hand demon wasn't the only demon who had survived this long. Besides the newly emerged centipede demon, several other powerful demons who had each devoured dozens of humans lurked in these mountains. These demons of similar strength had reached an unspoken agreement, dividing Mount Fujikazan into territories. While the Demon Slayer Corps considered this mountain their final selection grounds, for these demons, Fujikazan was both their prison and their hunting grounds. Yet Hand Demon didn't answer the challenge. As the centipede demon descended, moonlight revealed Hand Demon's pitiful state, countless putrid green arms covering its body, none intact, with severed flesh and gaping wounds everywhere. Though the wounds showed signs of slow regeneration, recovering from such severe injuries wouldn't be easy, even for demons. What happened to you? The centipede demon gasped in shock. It knew Hand Demon's strength well, it surpassed its own and most other demons on the mountain. In theory, nothing on Fujikazan should have been capable of wounding Hand Demon so badly. A terrifying possibility occurred to the centipede demon, its voice trembling as it asked. Has a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps returned? The Hashira were the shared nightmare of all demons on Mount Fujikazan. Every demon captured and brought here had faced a Hashira before, their terrifying power burned into the demons' very souls. Even the strongest demon on Fujikazan couldn't withstand more than a few strikes from a Hashira. Realizing this, the centipede demon instinctively prepared to flee and hide. The demons who survived long enough to eat dozens of human swordsmen here might not have other skills, but their ability to escape and hide was unmatched. Just as the centipede demon was about to bolt, Hand Demon moved. One relatively intact putrid green arm suddenly lashed out, catching the centipede demon completely off guard as it wrapped tightly around the long limbs on the demon's back, its primary weapons for both combat and escape. Hand Demon, what are you doing? The centipede demon roared in terror. Hand Demon merely grinned hideously, its shrill voice now dripping with fawning servitude. My lord, I've restrained it. Please make your move. My lord. What lord? Hand Demon, you!" The centipede demon eyes bulged in rage, but before it could finish, a flash of turquoise light sliced through its neck. In the next instant, the world spun violently in the centipede demon vision. With a soft thud, it saw its own headless body collapse to the ground. "My head." The emerald Nicaran blade slid smoothly into its sheath as the head of the insect demon crumbled into ashes beneath Shinichi's feet. This demon, who had lurked on Mount Fujikazan for 20 years, perished completely without even getting the chance to activate its blood demon art. Third one. Shinichi silently counted in his mind. Thanks to the hand demon betrayal, those long-hidden demons on Mount Fujikazan were being rooted out one after another by Shinichi, each swiftly dispatched with a single decisive slash. Indeed, to save its own life, the hand demon had shamelessly sold out all the overpowered demons lurking on the mountain, better them than itself. If it hadn't immediately knelt and betrayed its kin, that Nicaran blade halfway through its neck would certainly not have stopped. For Shinichi, having the hand demon as a demon traitor saved him a lot of effort, sparing him the need to use the eighth form, Whispering Forest Eye, to scan the area inch by inch. However, as he purged these overpowered demons, Shinichi couldn't help but feel a chill. Now he understood why the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection had such a high mortality rate. In just one night, he had already eliminated so many overpowered demons, yet the participating swordsmen had to survive on Mount Fujikazan for a full 7 days. No wonder the death toll was so high. At this thought, Shinichi raised his head to gaze at the night sky. The Demon Slayer Corps' only countermeasure was relying on Kashagi crows to circle overhead and scout, but even they couldn't keep watch over the entire mountain at all times. Shinichi shook his head. This wasn't something he should be worrying about now. His only task was to eliminate as many overpowered demons on Mount Fujikazan as possible. As time passed, Shinichi, who had previously ruined his clothes by activating Raging Blood, now sat cross-legged on a massive boulder, dressed in fresh attire. In one hand, he held a sickly sweet dorayaki, chewing heartily. These supplies, of course, were all carried in the silver mirror at his waist. Beside him, the once battered hand demon had mostly regenerated, though its aura was several times weaker than before. Its newly grown arms bore an unhealthy, putrid green hue, and its massive body now cowered fearfully in Shinichi's presence. Its pale yellow demon eyes kept stealing glances at Shinichi as he devoured the dorayaki, then darting toward the dense forest nearby. An overwhelming urge to flee surged through the hand demon, but the moment it twitched ever so slightly, a sharp blade sliced through the air with a whistle. The emerald Nicaran blade instantly pierced one of the hand demon arms, pinning it mercilessly to the ground. A cold voice rang out behind it. "Ugly demon, I suggest you don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you straight to hell right now." Beads of cold sweat instantly formed on the hand demon's sickly green scalp. It hurriedly stammered in a fawning tone. "And no, my lord, how could I dare? My lord, dawn is approaching. I merely wished to find you a proper resting place." Unaware that Shinichi had no fear of sunlight, the hand demon still subconsciously regarded him as a powerful demon who wielded human breathing techniques. Of course, Shinichi wouldn't explain anything either. He had no intention of continuing to search for demons on Fujikazan Mountain during the day. After all, maintaining the blood demon art, Raging Blood consumed energy. It was more reliable to rely on the traitor demon, hand demon at night. "Is that so? Then I must have misunderstood you. But I don't think you'd mind, would you?" Shinichi slowly revealed a nuclear-friendly smile. Meanwhile, the hand demon, enduring the excruciating pain from its shit-green arm pinned to the ground by the Nicaran blade, forced its pale yellow demon eyes into a squint and flattered with a fawning smile. "Oh, of course not, my lord. I don't mind at all. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 46, Chapter 46. Caw. Shinichi Moriki has eliminated 11 demons. Shinichi Moriki has eliminated 11 demons. The large-winged crow flapped its wings and deftly landed on Rengoku Shinjiro's arm. Hearing that Shinichi had already slain 11 demons, Shinjiro's expression grew solemn. In the past, when the Hashira were cleansing Mount Fujikazan, the most they had ever uncovered in one sweep was 2 or 3 demons exceeding the standard. Yet this time, in just 6 nights, Shinichi Moriki had eliminated 11 strong demons. This indicated 2 serious problems. The first was that the number of demons hidden on Mount Fushikazan far exceeded the Demon Slayer Corps' expectations. If this continued, the future harm these demons could inflict on the Corps would be immeasurable. The second issue was the safety of the final selection. For centuries, the Demon Slayer Corps had relied on Kashagi crows to monitor the selection process, but they had paid little attention to the swordsmen participating in the trial itself. After a moment of contemplation, Shinjiro finally gave the crow a few instructions, and it immediately took flight into the sky. Just then, a youthful voice sounded behind him. "Father, when can I join the Demon Slayer Corps?" "Not yet, Kyojuro. Right now, your task is to catch that Shiba Inu and keep it away from me." "Hand demon. You bastard. I'll curse you even in hell." A demon roared with venomous hatred in its dying breath. But the hand demon remained unmoved. Survival was what mattered most, otherwise, if he provoked the executioner before him, the one heading to hell would be himself. Between sending himself to hell or sending his peers there, it wasn't a choice, it was a freebie. Blood demon art, life drain. Verdant branches instantly pierced the demon's skull and a tremendous suction force drained its life force in moments. As Shinichi retracted the branches, a breeze swept past and the demon body crumbled into ashes. Shinichi took a deep breath, eyes closed, savoring the surge of power within him. These past few nights of slaying demons had not only been for his trial but had also greatly enhanced his own strength. The power of life drain was overwhelming. Each time he drained a demon, Shinichi's strength grew by leaps and bounds, far too quickly. In 7 nights, his power had increased by 4 or 5 times. Opening his eyes, he stared at his palm and realized he was becoming slightly addicted to this rapid growth. That wasn't a good sign. No matter how strong the blood demon art made him, it was still a demon power. If he relied on it too much, his goal of destroying Muzan might remain forever out of reach. "I can't rely too much on life drain. Forest breathing is my greatest trump card," Shinichi murmured. Relying solely on demon power, Shinichi's strength was roughly 35 karasuma. With forest breathing, it could surpass 40, and if he went all out, disregarding everything, his power could briefly reach unimaginable level. Just enough to contend with the former lower rank 4, Rokuro whom he had once encountered. Of course, comparing to Karasuma was just a playful analogy Shinichi used for his own amusement. In reality, even 50 Karasuma wouldn't stand a chance against Rokuro. As Shinichi was lost in thought, the hand demon nearby watched in terror as the demon, far stronger than itself, turned to ashes beneath Shinichi's feet. Great One, all the demons on Mount Fushikazan who have eaten more than 10 humans have been exterminated by you. Countless other slightly stronger ones have also been wiped out. Congratulations on achieving your goal. From now on, you are the strongest demon on Mount Fushikazan, he. The hand demon fawned and congratulated him. Shinichi withdrew his hand, snapped out of his thoughts, and looked at the hand demon with an amused expression. His tone carried a hidden meaning as he said, "Oh, have all the strong demons really been eliminated?" "I don't think so. It seems there's still a powerful one left, isn't there?" The hand demon froze. "What? There's more?" "No way." It had been a very competent traitor, making sure to betray all its fellow demons. Where could there possibly be another strong one? Baffled, the hand demon was utterly confused, until it noticed Shinichi's gaze lingering on it. Instantly, its grin stiffened. "Oh no. He means me. Great One, this isn't funny." Shinichi's usually stern face broke into a rare smile. But while humans might find his handsome grin charming, to the hand demon, it was no different from the grin of a devil from hell, a smile like death itself beckoning. "Hey, ugly. Didn't I tell you from the start? My goal was to eliminate all the demons on this mountain who surpassed the human swordsmen coming here to train, right? And now, it seems you're the only strong one left. What should I do about that?" Shinichi tilted his head, still smiling as he stared at the hand demon. The hand demon was now caught in its own turmoil. Its sickly green skin flickered with an unhealthy glow as it internally screamed, "What do I do?" In terms of strength, after witnessing Shinichi's power firsthand, the hand demon knew fighting was suicide. Escape? Mount Fujisasan wasn't that big. Unless it could withstand an overwhelming amount of wisteria poison, fleeing was impossible. Too weak to fight, too slow to run, the hand demon could already see the devil of hell waving at it. Fuck. It cursed inwardly, though outwardly, its voice was full of groveling desperation. Great One. Great One. You can't do this to me. I've done everything you asked. I don't want to die. Please, have mercy. I swear I'll be your most loyal slave forever. Thud. Dozens of sickly green arms slumped to the ground. At this moment, the hand demon had never been more pathetic. Shinichi looked at it, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. Can you trust a demon words? Don't be ridiculous. He didn't believe a single word the hand demon said. However, there was one thing he would grant it, for now, he wasn't planning to kill it. A useful, traitor demon like this was too good to waste after just one use. Relax, ugly. I promise to spare your life, and I'll keep that promise. But how much of that life you get to keep, well, that's up to me. Hand demon widened its eyes, barely having time to rejoice at escaping death when Shinichi suddenly rushed in front of it. Blood demon art, life drain. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream from hand demon echoed across Mount Fujikazan. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 47, Chapter 47. Thud. A limp arm, about the thickness of a child, fell weakly to the ground. The once massive bulk of the hand demon had now shriveled into a small, pitiful lump. Dozens of sickly green, muscular arms had turned into pale, feeble, elongated limbs. If the hand demon's strength had once rivaled 2 Karasuma, then now, drained dry by Shinichi and left with barely a breath, it might barely equal 2 of Karasuma, fingers. With a casual glance at the hand demon, Shinichi retracted the vine-like tendrils emerging from his palm. A faint glimmer flashed at his waist, and a bamboo canteen appeared in his hand. Pulling out the stopper, the rich fragrance of wisteria immediately wafted out. Gulping down the entire canteen of wisteria tea, Shinichi's twisted expression gradually softened. The crimson hue in his right eye faded back into a gentle peach pink and his sharp fangs and claws slowly retracted to their normal state. Looking up at the countless stars twinkling in the night sky and the moon gradually sinking westward, he murmured, "Seems like dawn is approaching." On the 8th morning of Shinichi Mountain Trial, at the entrance of Mount Fujikazan, the flame Hashira, Rengoku Shinjiro, stood with his arms crossed, rigidly positioned before a table draped in red cloth. The morning sun cast a radiant glow on the flame-patterned haori draped over his shoulders, making it shimmer with an extraordinary brilliance. Behind Shinjiro stood a much shorter boy, also standing upright. Though young, the boy's striking resemblance to Shinjiro, his spirited expression, fiery golden hair, red-tipped strands, wide orange eyes and bold eyebrows, made him unforgettable at first glance. In his arms, the boy cradled an adorable black Shiba Inu. As time passed, movement stirred from the shadowy path leading deep into Mount Fujikazan. Gradually, Shinjiro discerned the sound, footsteps. From within the wisteria-lined path, a figure slowly came into view. The moment Shinichi, with his sword at his side, stepped out of the wisteria-covered trail, a sense of vast openness washed over him. The morning sunlight was soft yet warm, evoking a feeling of nature revival. However, for Shinichi the warmth of the sun was something he could no longer perceive. Exiting Mount Fujikazan, Shinichi immediately spotted Rengoku Shinjiro standing with his arms crossed. He was surprised. Had the flame Hashira been waiting here at the mountain for 7 whole days? A sense of being valued washed over him, stirring a flicker of satisfaction in his heart. Actually, Shinichi was overthinking it. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps all had crucial demon-slaying duties. Shinjiro just happened to be on a mission near Mount Fujikazan during this time. But what caught Shinichi's attention even more was the boy behind Shinjiro. He looked to be only 11 or 12, yet his striking resemblance to Shinjiro, right down to the fiery hair, bold eyebrows, and intense gaze, made him look like a miniaturized, enhanced version of the flame Hashira. The mini Shinjiro was even holding Shinichi's own Maruenai in his arms. The ungrateful little dog showed no reaction to his master's return, lounging comfortably in the boy embrace. It seemed high time to put Maruenai on a diet. Shinichi walked up to Shinjiro and before the Hashira could speak, pointed at the mini Shinjiro behind him and asked, "Is this your kid?" Shinjiro blinked, then replied bluntly, "How did you know?" A big owl standing next to a small owl, it was obvious at a glance. Shinichi was speechless, but Rengoku quickly introduced the youth behind him who looked exactly like him. "Rengoku Kyujuro, my eldest son," he said with a trace of barely detectable pride in his voice. Kyujuro, holding Maruenai, also looked at Shinichi with curiosity, particularly at the Nichiren blade at his waist. He had already heard Shinichi's story from his father and greatly admired this older brother who was 3 years his senior. For the eldest son of the Rengoku family, a lineage of demon slayers, someone so young yet having already slain dozens of demons was truly fascinating. Kyujuro, a fine name, Shinichi remarked without surprise. It was only natural. Not only did they look alike, but even their names were similar. Rengoku estimated the time and then lowered his hands, speaking solemnly. All right, Shinichi, to avoid wasting time, let's proceed quickly. First, congratulations on passing the final selection and welcome to the Demon Slayer Corps. We also thank you for everything you did on Mount Fujikazan. As he spoke, Rengoku actually bowed deeply to Shinichi. This was quite a gesture, considering Rengoku's status as the Flame Hashira and his age. A man nearing 30 bowing to a teenager was somewhat inappropriate. However, Rengoku saw no issue with it, as he wasn't just thanking Shinichi on his own behalf but also on behalf of the Demon Slayer Corps and future swordsmen who would participate in the final selection. This bow was not excessive. Seeing Rengoku bow to him, Shinichi was momentarily flustered. Awkwardly scratching his nose, he said, this is what I should do. Rengoku straightened up and walked to a table covered with a red cloth behind him. Lifting the cloth, he revealed a neatly folded Demon Slayer Corps uniform alongside several large chunks of or resembling honeycomb coal. Picking up the uniform, Rengoku personally handed it to Shinichi. Shinichi Moriki, the Demon Slayer Corps welcomes you. Shinichi accepted the uniform and asked curiously, how did you know my measurements? Elder Moriki Mitsuyo gave us a detailed account of your living habits. Rest assured, the Demon Slayer Corps can become the most trustworthy family for you. Shinichi, old man, how did he know? Wait. After handing Shinichi the uniform, Rengoku added, within our Demon Slayer Corps, swordsmen are divided into 10 ranks: Kino, Kainato, Hano, Hinoto, Tsuchino, Tsuchinoto, Kano, Kanoto, Mizuno, and Mizunoto. Given your achievements, the Master and the Hashira unanimously agreed to promote you to Kainato rank. Shinichi murmured to himself, Kainato, directly to the 2nd rank, that's not bad at all. He recalled the Kino-ranked swordsman Himejima Jiome he had encountered in Takanagawa village. The man's formidable strength left a deep impression on Shinichi. Being ranked just below Jiome didn't feel unfair, so he accepted the arrangement without hesitation. Shinjiro helped Shinichi imprint the symbol representing a Kainato rank on the back of his hand. With this mark, Shinichi could receive full assistance from the Wisteria crest families across the nation. After explaining some of the Demon Slayer Corps' regulations, Shinjiro clapped his hands. Suddenly, a loud caw echoed above Shinichi's head. A pitch-black Kashagi crow with large wings flapped nimbly, circling above Shinichi. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 48, Chapter 48. Caw, caw. A rather large Kashagi crow landed precisely on Shinichi's shoulder and began grooming its feathers. The Kashagi crow is the most important partner for us demon slayers, aiding in communication between members and with headquarters. Our demon hunting missions are also assigned through them. Shinichi, give your Kashagi crow a name. It doesn't have one yet, it just completed its training, just like you, Rengoku said seriously, eyeing the crow perched on Shinichi's shoulder. A partner. Shinichi extended a finger and the crow obediently leaned in, rubbing its small head against his hand. With a faint smile, Shinichi tapped the crow's tiny head. All right then. My name is Shinichi, that fat dog is Maruanai, so you'll be Izo. Caw, caw, Izo, Izo. The crow, now Izo, flapped its wings excitedly, cawing its new name with obvious delight. But just then, an unwelcome sound interrupted. The little Shiba Inu, Maruanai, wriggled out of Kyojiro's arms and began barking frantically at Izo, looking every bit like a neglected, pitiful creature whose home had been stolen. Shinichi smirked inwardly. Serves you right, you ungrateful little chubster. Deliberately ignoring Maruanai, he playfully teased Izo on his shoulder, making the dog paw desperately at his pants. Setting aside these small antics, Shinjiro led Shinichi to a table and pointed at the lumpy, honeycomb-like ore pieces laid out. This is scarlet ore, the ore used to forge Nichiren blades. Shinichi, pick one. Shinichi instinctively glanced at the Nichiren blade at his waist, Mori no Ryuo. The old man had said that since Mori no Ryuo wasn't originally his, he should have a sword of his own. Faced with the varying sizes of ores, Shinichi hesitated, unsure how to choose. Shinjiro didn't rush him, letting him decide on his own, while beside them Kyojiro's eyes flickered with a hint of envy. After a moment's thought, Shinichi picked the largest piece. This one. But I have a request, my current Nichiren blade is broken. I'd like it repaired. It doesn't need to be fully restored, just the broken section fixed. Drawing Mori no Ryuo from his waist, the jagged break in the blade remained clearly visible. Shinjiro took the sword, examined it briefly, then nodded in agreement. Forging a Nichiren blade will take about 10 days. In the meantime, Shinichi, Oyakata-sama wishes to meet you. Shinichi froze. Oyakata-sama? Me? When? Shinjiro nodded solemnly. The Kashigai Crow will guide you to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Oyakata-sama awaits you there. Is that so? Shinichi pondered briefly before deciding to go. Truthfully, he was deeply curious about the enigmatic leader of the Demon Slayers, a family that had guided the Corps in their centuries-long battle against demons. Sounded like something out of legend. Then, I look forward to our next meeting. May we fight side by side then, Shinichi Moriki, Shinjiro said with a touch of emotion. Before Shinjiro took Kyojuro away, Kyojuro ran over alone and reluctantly patted Maru and I's head. Father doesn't like small animals. The only reason he let me come this time was to help Shinichi-senpai take care of Maru and I. Shinichi-senpai, you're really amazing. I want to become a strong swordsman like you someday. Kyojuro said with slight admiration in his eyes as he looked at Shinichi. Truth be told, being admired by a boy around his own age made Shinichi both proud and somewhat embarrassed. He replied, Kyojuro, your father is very strong. With his guidance, I'm sure you'll become a powerful swordsman soon. Also, you don't need to call me senpai. If you'd like, just call me big brother. Hearing this, Kyojuro immediately nodded happily and loudly called out, Shinichi and I. Newly promoted to big brother status, Shinichi was delighted and gave Kyojuro an extra special dorayaki as a gift. Without any suspicion, Kyojuro took a big bite of the treat. Instantly, Kyojiro's bright and cheerful expression darkened. Though his stomach was already churning, faced with Shinichi's expectant look, he forced himself not to show any discomfort and tremblingly exclaimed, Umei ni, delicious. This made Shinichi appreciate his new little brother even more. At the Moriki residence, Elder Moriki sat alone under the eaves, eyes closed, enjoying the warm sunlight on his skin. At some point, a Kashigai crow with red feathers on its tail cawed loudly as it landed before the old man. After generously feeding the crow a handful of roasted rice, Elder Moriki opened the letter it had delivered. Soon, a genuine smile appeared on his aged face. Shinichi, my good boy. You still have a long future ahead of you. Spread your wings and soar high. Nei-san, that's Hajime-san residence. The black-haired little girl excitedly pointed at the gate before them. Yet her older sister's eyes held traces of hesitation. After much effort, they'd learned Hajime-san address from the Kakushi members, but couldn't be certain he would agree to their request. These were none other than Kani Koko and Shinobu Koko. After handling their parents' funeral arrangements, the sisters had resolved to become Demon Slayer swordsmen like Hajime Gyomei. They'd learned about the Demon Slayer Corps from the Kakushi who assisted them. Upon discovering that the Corps had fought demons for centuries to protect humanity, both Kani and Shinobu were astonished, both by the swordsman's greatness and the demon's terrifying power. Determined to prevent tragedies like what befell their family, both sisters vowed to join the Demon Slayers. However, back at the Butterfly Mansion, Gyomei had already rejected them. This time, success wasn't guaranteed either, but how would they know without trying? No matter what, the determination of the Koko sisters wouldn't waver. With a hint of excitement on her face, Shinobu Koko looked at the large gate before her, her heart filled with fighting spirit. She and her sister would definitely join the Demon Slayer Corps. They would become swordsmen capable of slaying demons and take revenge on those who killed their father and mother. At this thought, Shinobu's mind flashed with a cold, stern face and the words, I will carry your will and slay even more demons. I can do it too. Little Shinobu cheered herself on in her heart. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 49, Chapter 49. Dressed in a black uniform resembling a student's outfit, the large Destroy character emblazoned on his back gleamed conspicuously under the sunlight. His legs were clad in matching black Hakama-style pants, with white bandages wrapped around his calves to ensure swift movement. His sturdy deerskin boots were even reinforced with steel. The Demon Slayer Corps uniform was crafted using special fabric technology. Not only was it lightweight and breathable, but it also provided remarkable defensive capabilities. Even the claws and fangs of lower-level demons couldn't tear through this black attire. After tightening his white belt and fastening each silver button on his uniform one by one, he raised the high collar and draped over the brand-new blue-green battle robe that Elder Moriki had prepared for him. Thus, Shinichi Moriki, a Kainato swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, made his official debut. Gazing at his familiar yet unfamiliar reflection in the silver mirror, Shinichi took a deep breath. From this day forward, he was embarking on a different path. Amidst the mountains, the roads twisted and turned, dense forests sprawling everywhere. No one would ever suspect that the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, which had battled demons for centuries, was hidden within these vast, rugged peaks. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears as his Kashagi crow, Izo, deftly landed on his shoulder and squawked. Southeast by east. Continue forward for 500 meters. Seeing Izo, the small creature nestled in Shinichi's arms, Maruenai bared its teeth in displeasure, only for Shinichi to slap its mouth shut. Since entering the mountains, Shinichi had been walking for over 2 hours. While marveling at the secrecy of the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters, he also understood why the organization had managed to fight against the formidable demons for centuries. It was thanks to the countless swordsmen's blood-soaked battles and their cautious, concealed operations. Shinichi was certain that unless thousands of demons conducted a thorough, carpet-like search across the mountains, there was no way they could ever locate the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters. Guided by the Kashagi crow Izo, Shinichi and his small companion spent most of the day finally arriving at their destination. Staring at the rather magnificent complex of buildings before him, Shinichi was deeply awed. Hidden within these seemingly desolate mountains was such an expansive architectural marvel. Shinichi clicked his tongue in amazement. What struck him most was that this place was far from deserted. Every now and then, Shinichi spotted fellow Demon Slayer Corps members, dressed identically to him, with swords at their waists, hurrying past. Some even carried the thick scent of blood on them. There were also many members of the Kakushi unit, clad in uniforms marked with the character hidden, bustling about as they handled various logistical tasks for the Corps. In the sky, numerous Kashagi crows flitted back and forth, delivering reports of demon sightings and battle updates from across the nation. Everything appeared orderly and efficient. Truly impressive for an organization that's existed for centuries, Shinichi silently praised. Soon, Izo led Shinichi to the Kakushi unit's base. After verifying his identity with the Kakushi members, one volunteer, wearing a striped mask and hat, stepped forward to guide Shinichi to the residence of the Demon Slayer Corps' leader, the Yubayashiki estate. Shinichi carried the snoring Maruenai as he followed behind the Kakushi member, curiously surveying his surroundings. To Shinichi, everything about the Demon Slayer Corps felt novel. In the eyes of many, demons existed only in legends, and an organization like the Demon Slayer Corps should likewise be a myth. Yet now, this legend had materialized right before Shinichi's eyes. Moriki-san, we've arrived. This is Oyakata-sama residence. The Kakushi member pointed at the gate ahead and turned to Shinichi. Shinichi was slightly taken aback by the plain gate before him. In his mind, the residence of the Demon Slayer Corps' leader should at least exude solemn dignity, if not outright grandeur. But what was this farmhouse-like building supposed to be? It wasn't even half as impressive as Old Man Place. Puzzled, Shinichi and the Kakushi member entered the Yubayashiki estate. The moment they stepped inside, Shinichi spotted a familiar face. A towering, muscular figure over 2 meters tall stood there, clad in the standard Demon Slayer uniform. With his hands clasped together and Buddhist prayer beads around his neck, he resembled a living Buddha. His pale eyes and the long scar across his forehead unmistakably identified him as Himejima Gyomei, whom Shinichi had encountered back in Takanagawa village. However, Gyomei now wore a strange haori that resembled a keizeya. Himejima-san, you're here too. Shinichi greeted Gyomei first, while Maruenai let out friendly barks in his direction. Hearing the familiar voice, Gyomei turned and replied in his deep, measured tone. Ah, it's Moriki-san and your companion. I've heard your story. Namo Amida Butsu. Welcome to the Demon Slayer Corps. As Gyomei turned, Shinichi noticed another figure standing beside him, equally tall and handsome. But what stood out most were the man's extravagant adornments. The sleeves of his uniform were completely missing, revealing two brawny arms, each adorned with thick, gleaming golden armlets that shone like pure gold. Then there was the forehead protector studded with dazzling gemstones, exaggerated even further by two lavish pendants dangling from its sides, each composed of dozens of gemstones. His hands, ears, even his fingernails, painted a vivid red, were all bedecked with colorful, ornate jewels. Decorated in jewels, this was the first time Shinichi had ever used such a phrase to describe a man. Standing next to Gyomei, this handsome figure practically glowed like a giant light bulb. Maru and I meanwhile, stared excitedly at the sparkling man, so many shiny rocks. He wanted to pry them off and play with them. "Who's that flashy guy next to Hajime-san? Looks kinda ridiculous," Shinichi whispered to the Kakushi member beside him. The Kakushi member seemed surprised. "So you know the stone Hashira, Moriki-san? That's Uzui Tengen, a Kino-rank swordsman. He's very powerful and, flamboyant." Shinichi, flamboyant. This was beyond flamboyant. Swish. Upon hearing the word flamboyant, the handsome young man known as Uzui Tengen instantly turned his head and struck a rather unique pose towards Shinichi and the others, declaring, "What a discerning comrade, instantly recognizing my magnificence." Shinichi and the Kakushi. Speaking of which, wasn't Hajime Gyomei just a Kino-rank swordsman not long ago? He's already been promoted to Hashira so quickly. Shinichi looked up in surprise at the towering Gyomei, noticing that the silver buttons on his uniform had indeed been replaced by the gold ones signifying Hashira status. That's right. The stone Hashira is incredibly powerful. Since joining the Demon Slayer Corps a year ago, he's already slain over 50 demons. Absolutely amazing. The Kakushi member voice was thick with admiration. Considering Gyomei's formidable strength, Shinichi thought that slaying 50 demons wouldn't be particularly difficult for him. Soon after learning that Shinichi had come to see Oyakata-sama, Gyomei clasped his hands together and said earnestly, "In that case, we shouldn't disturb Moriki-san and Oyakata-sama. Tengen, please come with me." Naturally, Uzui Tengen didn't refuse. With a flamboyant flick of his silver-white hair, he followed Gyomei out of the Yubayashiki estate. As he passed by Shinichi, he added in an appreciative tone, "A comrade who can recognize magnificence, you too can become even more dazzling than you are now. Keep striving, I have high hopes for you." Woof woof. Maru and I barked at Uzui Tengen, clearly eyeing the jewels adorning him. Uzui Tengen patted Maru and I head and remarked, "Even the little dog is enchanted by my magnificence. How delightful." Shinichi was speechless. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 50, Chapter 50. After bidding farewell to Hajime Gyomei and the flamboyant Uzui Tengen, the Kakushi member led Shinichi to the innermost part of the Yubayashiki estate. Before the exquisite wooden house lay a small open space paved with white pebbles. Smoothly rounded ornamental stones bordered a modest-sized pond, into which clear mountain spring water continuously flowed from the surrounding peaks. Inside the pond, a small group of plump, round goldfish swam carefree and content. Beyond the courtyard walls, wisteria flowers bloomed in abundance, their fragrance drifting through the air. The scenery wasn't particularly extravagant, but it evoked a rare sense of peace and comfort. Arf! Arf! Marui and I wriggled out of Shinichi's arms and trotted to the edge of the pond, his little eyes gleaming excitedly at the school of goldfish, promptly scattering them in fright. Marui and I. "Stop messing around. Come back." Shinichi quickly turned to scold the pup. Just then, a gentle voice called from behind him. "Shinichi." "Huh." Hearing his name, Shinichi instinctively froze before turning around. Beneath the wooden eaves stood a slender young man, offering him a warm smile. The man, who appeared to be around Shinichi's age, wore a simple black robe tied with a plain yellow sash, layered with a white haori adorned with purple flame-like patterns. His delicate, handsome features were slightly pale, but his light purple eyes shone brightly. The moment the Kakushi member beside Shinichi saw the young man, he immediately dropped to one knee in reverence. "Oyakata-sama. Oyakata-sama." Shinichi stared in surprise at the man before him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Shinichi-kun. I am Kaguya Yubayashiki, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps." The black-haired youth bowed slightly in greeting. Indeed, standing before Shinichi was none other than the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaguya Yubayashiki. "You're the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. But you're so young." Without thinking, Shinichi blurted out his disbelief. In his imagination, someone capable of commanding an organization that had fought against curses and vicious demons for centuries should at least be a wise elder in his 60s or 70s, or at the very least, a formidable leader in his 30s or 40s. But this young man, who looked no older than himself, what was this about? Shinichi's tone was abrupt. Before Kaguya could respond, the Kakushi member guiding him flared up. "Hey, you! How dare you speak to Oyakata-sama like that? You disrespectful brat!" Just moments ago, he had respectfully addressed Shinichi as Moriki-san, yet now he was calling him a brat. Regardless, this young leader certainly commanded deep respect, Shinichi mused. Now, Goto-san. You've done well. Please allow me to speak with Shinichi alone." Kaguya's voice remained gentle. At his leader command, the Kakushi member named Goto shot Shinichi a displeased glare. Unfazed, Shinichi watched as the man stormed off in a huff, leaving the estate. Soon, only Shinichi and Kaguya remained in the open space, facing each other, well, along with a certain excitable little Shiba Inu still darting around the pond. "I said it's fine, but can someone as young as you really manage the Demon Slayer Corps as its leader?" Shinichi crossed his arms, his tone laced with skepticism. Hearing Shinichi's words, Yubayashiki Kaguya didn't take offense. Instead, he smiled gently, stepped out from under the eaves and sat down on the wooden steps, patting the space beside him to invite Shinichi to join. Shinichi had no reservations about this seemingly frail leader and casually walked over to sit down next to Yubayashiki Kaguya with a plop. "Compared to you, Shinichi, I may indeed seem young. But in our Yubayashiki family, this isn't uncommon. In fact, I became the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps when I was 4 years old," Yubayashiki Kaguya said slowly. "How old?" "4. Were there no adults left in your family?" Shinichi was utterly shocked. A 4-year-old becoming the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps was practically unbelievable. In most families, a 4-year-old who didn't wet the bed was already considered mature, let alone leading an organization of thousands. "My family was indeed gone. My father took his own life at 19, overwhelmed by grief over the sacrifices of our swordsmen. At that time, I was 4, the last male heir of the Yubayashiki family. So, I took on my father duty and became the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps." As he recounted this past, a trace of heaviness crept into Yubayashiki Kaguya's voice. Shinichi froze. He had just unwittingly poked at a painful scar. Damn it. He really was the worst. A wave of guilt surged in his chest. Noticing Shinichi's discomfort, Yubayashiki Kaguya added, "Don't misunderstand, Shinichi. I'm not saying this to complain, just answering your question. In fact, I've heard about your story from Elder Moriki. If we're talking about age, aren't you even younger than me? Yet what you've accomplished is remarkable, slaying countless demons and even helping us eliminate Lower Moon 4. Truly remarkable." After a moment of silence, Shinichi murmured, "It's nothing, really. At first, I was just seeking revenge for myself. It was all selfish." Yubayashiki Kaguya smiled gently, his eyes crinkling. "Everyone has their own selfish motives, without exception. Even I have my own selfish desire to destroy Kibutsuji Muzan, the progenitor of demons, and lift my family curse. No one is born selfless. Many swordsmen who join the Demon Slayer Corps share the same deep hatred for demons as you do, Shinichi. In a way, they too fight for revenge, their own selfish reasons. But that isn't a bad thing, is it? We don't need to be too hard on ourselves. Doing our best is enough." Shinichi was momentarily speechless. To think he'd been comforted by this little leader who was around his own age, it was almost embarrassing. "By the way, what did you mean earlier by curse?" Shinichi asked, puzzled. Back at the Moriki estate, the old man hadn't gone into detail about the Demon Slayer Corps. As for the Yubayashiki family, its ruling clan, Shinichi had only heard bits and pieces. That's a very old story. Yubayashiki Kaguya maintained his gentle smile, his pale purple eyes gazing into the distance as if his thoughts had drifted back 1,000 years. A soft breeze blew past, stirring the young man's black hair and faintly revealing a small patch of purple, festering skin beneath his forehead where the strands parted. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.